Was it William? Do you remember who brought up Genesis 18?
I think it was the gentleman that's speaking. I think he's the one that brought it up.
Oh, he did. Oh, so the same gentleman says he doesn't believe in the Bible, but he's using the Bible to refute the Trinity. Okay, good. Let's go to Genesis 18, Ijaz, and let's talk about it. So do you have Genesis 18?
Right. So you spoke for a few minutes. I will speak for a few minutes now as well. Yes, it is my room, my house, my rules. I know you're not accustomed to my background, but I will pray for you.
No ad hominems. You just said no ad hominems. Don't break your rules and expose your hypocrite. Do not attack me personally. I haven't attacked you. Stick to your rules.
Listen, there is no need to call me hypocrite. My rules, my house, Sam. Right? So
he didn't attack you, Ijaz. He didn't attack you.
Stop. Yeah,
he called me a hypocrite. He called me a hypocrite.
That was after you insulted him, Ijaz.
Exactly.
I did not insult him.
Right, guys. We need some peace in the room, please.
Yes, thank you, sir.
So can we just,
please, sir. And you're going to see, Mustafa, I'm not going to be disrespectful to any of you, but this man is already starting off to be too angry and agitated because I sense a little fear. Let's go to Genesis 18. Forget about you and me. It's not about you or me. Let's go to Genesis 18. You want the proof? Let's start there. The passage you used yesterday. So can we go to Genesis 18?
No, you will wait for me to speak and you will be respectful. My house, my rules. Thank you. So Mustafa, it seems as if Sam is unable to adhere to the rules. So we would have to do timed segments. We will treat him as he needs to be treated. And I forgive him just as Christ would forgive him as well. So with that in mind, I am going to ask,
would have murdered me.
No, he would have forgiven you. As he forgave you violent Christian thoughts. Now, let us get the show on the road. Mustafa, we're going to do timed segments.
Right.
Hassamo, how many minutes do you want to speak? Because I know that we will.
Do me a favor. I don't want my name Hassamo. I don't want to hear it from your mouth. Call me Sam. Do not call me Hassamo anymore. I don't want to hear it from you. Call me Sam.
Well, no. My house, my rules. My house. My rules.
Mustafa, we can have a free flowing discussion, my friend. We don't have to have time limits as long as we don't insult each other. We can be peaceful. We can't hear
my house, my rules.
Right. So William, just
let me through my house.
Let me say one thing. Can I say one thing?
Just 1 second, William. Just 1 second, please. So I want to welcome everyone into the room. But Hassamo and I do have a history.
Call me Sam. I'm going to tell you again. I don't care. It's your house.
We can forget that today, my friend. We're not going to be rude.
Follow the spirit of your prophet. You said, respect me. Call me Sam.
I will call you by your name. I will call you by the name I choose.
That's what I go by. Call me.
Can I say something, my friend?
On the legal documents, on the court documents, is Hassamo.
We can have fun with legal documents and use them against your prophet. You're getting nasty. Keep it respectful. Don't stoop to the level that
do not tell me I'm getting nasty.
It's been 10 minutes now. We haven't got to Genesis 18. Muhammadan.
Right. Can we just stop here for a second?
Can I just say something? I'm not going to be disrespectful, guys. Let me just say something. We don't need to do time segments. We don't need to yell or insult. I know you might have history with Sam. I didn't know that, but I know now. But we're here to discuss the deity of Christ, Genesis 18. We're not going to yell or insult each other. We don't need to put time limits. Guys, let's just respect each other, and we can dialogue in a friendly manner. We're not here to attack you or to call you names. I have not said one name to you guys. We're just here to dialogue in a respectful manner. I can assure you that.
Well, William, just to make something clear, the last time I had a recorded event with Mr. Hassamo, he promised me to record.
Muhammadan, stop calling me Hassamo. I'm saying
but I just said that we can be respectful, and you're insulting him.
Yes. How am I insulting him?
Stop calling me Hassamo.
He asked you to not call him that. Let's just be respectful. We can dialogue as friends. We don't need to insult each other.
Right, so one more time, I'm going to state what I'm going to state, and hopefully we can get the dialogue on the way.
Yes, please.
The last time I had an agreement with this particular individual, he was deceptive and did not give me a full recording.
Here again, in fact, the accusation. No, prove I was deceptive. Give me your proof. Stop. You already went 10 minutes of the people's time.
I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now.
Let's get to the topic.
Did you not promise me a recording from Millie Fiore?
No, I never did. Prove that I did. What are you talking about? I didn't record that. I did not record the session, so I'm going to promise you something.
Hassamo, I will say one more time.
Muhammadan, stop calling me Hassamo. Muhammadan, stop smoking the black.
Right? No,
okay, look. Let me just say one thing. Can I say one thing?
William, Can you speak instead of that individual? That would be better.
I know for a fact that Sam did not have recording software until recently. I don't think he would. I've never known Sam to not record and not share things. I've never known him to be dishonest. But if we can just
my
right
experience,
now, it is your room though. But it's your room, my friend. The room is yours. It's your room.
1 second, William. I just want to make this point because of the history I have with this individual. We had a discussion in which he insulted me for 20 minutes at the start. And consequential from that, he promised me he would give me the recording by the individual known as Millie Fiore. Now, it has been several years since that incident. I have emailed him on more than one occasion requesting it.
Give me the email that you sent me. Stop with the false.
Failed to do so.
Okay,
I'm speaking, don't interrupt me, please.
Tonight, can we talk about the deity of Christ, though?
Yes. I just have one request. I just have one request that the individual called Sam Shamoun agrees to the terms that we've laid out. No insults, no abuse, no threats of violence, and no nasty messages. Would he agree to that? Simple question.
He got muted. You muted him. So if you guys are going to be muting him, he's not going to be able to talk. He said yes.
You guys hear me?
He can unmute himself.
Every time I do, someone mutes me.
Yeah,
I've agreed to your terms, and as it's being recorded, thank God it's being recorded. We've heard you're the one who's been attacking me. I've yet to attack you. I've responded to your attacks. Stop the attacks. I don't want to attack you. I'm not interested in
there are no attacks here, Sam. There are no attacks.
Let's deal with the issues. Can we get to Genesis 18 now?
That's up to you. That's whatever scripture that you want to use. You're free to use it.
Are we ready now?
Yeah, you can go right ahead.
Okay, yes, Genesis, because it was brought up yesterday, and William he heard it, so he can confirm.
Right, yeah, we were talking briefly. I heard him talking about Genesis 18, talking about manuscript differences and what have you. So I figured he was interested in that. So I reached out to Mukit, I believe it's his name. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing, and I don't mean any disrespect, but I reached out to him in interest in dialoguing about that. So we came to talk about Genesis 18 in particular.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was just on the Trinity in general. I wasn't aware that it was on Genesis 18.
Yeah, we can talk about that too.
Yeah, we can talk about that as well.
So, William, just to be clear, did the message mention Genesis 18, or was it just, is Jesus God?
It was both.
Was it both? Mukit, are you
here? Yes, it was both. It was Genesis 18 or is Jesus God? So
I don't know why you doubt me, my friend. I wouldn't be lying. I have no reason to lie.
Okay, no, I'm not doubting you. I just have to confirm with my own colleague to know what he said. Right? You can't blame me for taking.
We can go to
I don't think it should matter, though. I mean, you should have no problem wanting to dialogue about it, though.
I have no problem. That's why we're proceeding, aren't we?
Okay. Sure, hope so.
All right. So whoever wants to get it on the way, they are allowed to do so with my permission.
So, William, you want me to just go to Genesis 18 for them right now?
Yeah, go ahead. I want to hear a little bit about Genesis 18, and I'll pepper in with some historical quotes a little bit down the line.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, anyone reading Genesis 16 will see it says, the Lord, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, appeared to him in the plains of Mamre. When he looked up, there were three men. One of the three is definitely Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, or I'll say Jehovah for the sake of convenience. And we know this because when we go to 20 to 22, here's what we read. Let me get there. And Jehovah said, because of the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now. So he's going down there and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which has come unto me. And if not, I will know. And then the men turned their faces from there and went towards Sodom. But Abraham stood before Jehovah, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. And we continue just for the sake of time so we can engage the dialogue, so that if Ijaz has an objection, that's fine. We'll entertain it. Just to make sure that no one doubts it's Jehovah, you can read the entirety. But in verse 25, that be far from thee, let me read in English. That be far from you to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from you, far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And then in verse 33, and I hear some background noise.
Yeah, 1 second. Who has the background noise? Please mute your mic.
Yeah.
So far, all the mics are muted, so I'm not sure who it is.
Okay, so guys, just please police yourselves if you can. Thank you. Sam, continue.
Yeah, now verse 33, just to, and then we can dialogue if you want. And the Lord, or Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, Jehovah, went his way as soon as he had left communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned unto his place. So here in Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, You have God appearing in human form as a man and even eating food and conversing with Abraham. So definitely one of them is the God of all creation, the judge of all the earth, because that's what Abraham said. So we can talk about this, Ijaz. It's up to you.
Actually, like I said, the Old Testament is not. Someone has their mic on.
Somebody has their mic on. It is.
For goodness' sake.
I hear somebody's cars in the back.
I'm going to make it clear. Whoever has their mic on while I'm trying to listen the next time, I'm just going to boot you. Full stop. Okay. Understood. Good. Right. So, Sam, yes, this is the Jewish scripture. I do agree with that. However, I do not believe it says that any of the three persons that Abraham has seen is God himself. What is the qualification for that claim?
When you say, the text says it, Yod-He Vav-He stood before him. It says in Genesis 18:22, the men went towards Sodom. It's in verse 22, Ijaz. I don't know if you have the Bible in front of you. If you opened it up, I'm sure you have it open, right? It's right there.
I definitely have it open.
Okay.
Yep.
22, the men headed towards Sodom, but Abraham remained in the presence of Yod-He Vav-He. And then to make sure that he was there, in verse 33, it says, after they finished conversing, they finished talking to each other. It says Yod-He Vav-He. Can I just simply say Jehovah, by the way?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, say Jehovah?
Yeah, it's not a Jewish room.
Yeah, I'm saying anglicized form because I don't want to keep saying Yod-He Vav-He. It says Jehovah went from there in verse 33. And then to further confirm that Job was on earth with him in Genesis 19:27, the very next chapter, Genesis 19:27 says, Abraham went to stand at the place where he stood before Jehovah. I mean, it's right there, the plain reading. So why should I reject the plain reading of these passages?
Well, no, it's not the plain reading. I do have to ask, you are not a Jew, just to confirm, yes?
Okay.
What is the Jewish understanding of these passages?
Which Jews? Jews are not monolithic. Pre-Christian Jews, Jews contemporary with Jesus, after Jesus, Messianic
Orthodox Jews, Rabbinic Jews.
Orthodox
right
Jews.
Ahead. Yep,
Okay, Orthodox
right
Jews. Now, why would Orthodox Jews be representative of the correct interpretation of the Tanakh?
I'm not asking you that. My question is, are you aware of their interpretation of these passages or not?
Well, it would be irrelevant to the point.
In the
I know
same way,
they're troubled by Genesis 19:24 because there, the Minnim use Genesis 19:24, where it says Jehovah rained fire and sulfur from Jehovah out of heavens, and they try to explain it away as some literary idiomatic expression, which fails. So, but what does that got to do with the exegesis? They can say whatever they want. They've said a lot of things in denial of Christian doctrine because of their opposition for Jesus. So that's
right,
neither here nor there.
And your statement is just a denial of their understanding, which is why my question.
Context. I just told you the verses. I gave you the verses. Give me something.
I've read the verses. Right. So let me ask my question. Let me ask my question again. Why is your understanding the correct understanding?
Because I'm reading context.
And the context here denies any anthropomorphisms.
And when you say anthropomorphism, it's obviously an anthropomorphism because God is appearing in the form of a man, which is why it's called anthropomorphism. Anthropos morphe, in the form of a man. It is God appearing as a man. So obviously it's anthropomorphic, but he's on earth in the form of a man.
It's brilliant, your answer, because you failed to answer the question one more time. Yes, let me finish.
I think he has answered you multiple times, my friend.
Yeah, thank you for your input, but let me ask the question. I think I know my question.
I thought you told me you wanted me to answer.
No, I was speaking to Sam.
Yeah. Can we do it back to Jesus? Why are you rejecting my interpretation instead of just going in circles and going nowhere?
Let's exegete it.
Right, so you've not allowed me to ask my first question, and you've not answered it.
You've asked several questions, and I've answered several of them.
No, you have not. So,
thank God it's being recorded. I've answered several, not one.
Right, so let me ask my question. Try to answer it, Sam. Thank you. So the question again stands one more time. What is the traditional Jewish understanding, if any of those you can remember? What is their understanding of this passage? Let me finish. I didn't finish asking my question. Right. So it's very good that you have a corporeal understanding of anthropomorphism, but you do understand that it does not have to be taken in a literal sense. So the question I put forward to you is, you as a Christian, when you interpret the Jewish scriptures, who by the way reject your understanding, do they take every anthropomorphism to be a literal understanding, or do they cater for emotions, feelings, what we would call ta'wil in Arabic? Do they cater for these things?
Okay, let me answer it for the umpteenth time. You kept saying Jewish understanding. Let me correct you again. Jews are not monolithic. You had Jews before Christ, during Christ, after Christ. And as you well know, or you should know, there were Jews before and during Christ that believed in two powers. And not only that, even today you have Jews who do believe in Jesus, are Messianic Jews, like Michael Brown, who do believe that's God appearing on earth. So stop assuming the Jews are monolithic. It's like me asking you, what is the Muslim interpretation of chapter 4, verse 157, when Islam is not monolithic? So instead of appealing to the Jews who reject Jesus and the beliefs that you and I hold in common about Jesus, like his virginal birth, right? Let's go to the text and see where my interpretation is wrong, instead of appealing to sources that, if I were to quote consistently, would end up not only rejecting Christianity, but your religion for believing Jesus is the virgin-born Messiah. Let's stick to the text. What in the text shows that this is not God appearing in human form? You haven't given me anything, but keep appealing to the Jews. So can we now deal with the exegesis?
So again, my question to you was, of the Jews that you know of, what are their varying views on God's being able to have a literal form upon the earth? That is the question I asked you. Any Jew that you want to go to before Christ, just give us the answer.
Very easy.
Let me finish. Right? Let me finish one more time. I'm putting forward to you, said it's an anthropomorphism. I agree. But is it taken to be a literal anthropomorphism, or is it a metaphor? Which one is it? And how do you distinguish from one from the other? I am speaking to your methodology. Simple question.
The reason why I know that this is an actual appearance in human form, because if you read the text, like I said, let's exegete it, which you've been avoiding. That's fine. It says that they came, they ate food, and had their feet washed. You don't get more anthropomorphic than that. That God is appearing with angels in human forms, in human bodies, looking like men, eating human food, and having their feet washed. And Abraham is standing before him. And then the Lord leaves the place where he was standing on earth. There's no way around it exegetically. And you have given me nothing exegetically to show this is not God appearing as a man on earth. If you don't know how to refute it, that's fine. We'll go to another point. Just say, hey, you know what? Can't deal with this. That's fine, even though you mentioned it yesterday.
Right. So, Sam, what is the basis for my question? If you're going to perform exegesis, then you must have exegetical principles. So I'm asking you to qualify your understanding, to say, asking you questions about your basis for interpretation is not to answer the question. It's simply ridiculous. The thing is, if I assume on your behalf, you'll say to me, I'm conjecturing. If I don't assume on your behalf, you will say I'm speaking down to you. So all I'm asking is something very plain and simple. How do you, as a Christian, distinguish between a literal anthropomorphism and something which is a metaphor?
I've said it again. Which part of context wasn't clear? Yeah, exactly, William. This guy can't deal with this.
He said it twice already, my friend.
Context wasn't clear.
William,
context will determine. Let me finish.
Do not raise your voice at me.
Will determine whether something is simply figurative or something is to be taken at face value, that God can appear as a man on earth. Context. So can we now, don't ask me the same question I've answered 20 times. If not, if you do, that means we'll move to someone else. That means you had no response to this. Context shows it's not simply figurative, like saying that God will hide you under the shadow of his wings. Here it's talking about an actual encounter with a historical person, Abraham, who lived historically at a specific location on earth, and God is appearing at that location in human form, eating human food, having a conversation, and then it says he went down to another location, Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, do you have something, anything worthwhile to respond? If not, we go to someone else, because you keep discombobulating.
My house, my rules. Thank you for that long diatribe, Sam. So one more time, I will say it to you.
All right.
But one more time, let me speak. I did not interrupt you as you are attempting to do to me. Right. So I agree with you. Of course, context determines what scripture says. We don't disagree on that, Sam. But the question I had put forward to you was, there is nothing in this text which says that Yahweh, the Lord of the heavens and the earth, was physically there with Abraham. It is my understanding that all three men were angels. There is nothing in this text which, beyond a Jewish perspective, would state that Yahweh himself has a physical body, space, and mind upon the earth. Simple.
Okay. You said all three are angels. I'm going to challenge you to show me where it says all three are angels. It says two are angels. Where does it say all three are angels? Give me from the text.
Where does it say that one of the three is Yahweh himself?
Oh, right here. Genesis 18:22. And the men turned their faces from thence and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before Yahweh. You want me to repeat it again?
Yeah, go right ahead.
And the men turned their faces. Let me finish it. And the men turned their faces from thence and went toward Sodom. And Abraham stood before Yahweh. Doesn't say angel of Yahweh. So now I'm going to challenge you again. Don't shift the burden on me like you just did. You said all three are angels. Show me where it says all three are angels. It says two of them, and the other one is called Yahweh. Show me where it says all three are angels. I'm waiting for your proof.
So no, it does not say in any one instance that any of the three is actually Yahweh. I put the point back to you, Sam. If you are able to answer it, we both know that you are not. Do you understand that there is any place upon the earth in which Abraham is not before Yahweh?
I couldn't even hear you because you're speaking too fast. What did you say again? Say it slowly.
Is this more loud and clear for you, Sam?
Go ahead. Say it. Yeah.
Good. So
William, you see this guy's mocking, right, William? He's not being serious. He's mocking.
I mean, he's moving to another verse. I wish we could stick to the verses we were talking about. I mean, exegete them.
I am speaking on the same verse. You guys have to be patient. This run and gun attitude is not how I do things.
We're not doing run and gun them, but you're not sticking to the context.
I am literally going to the context, and you're interrupting me. So please know your place. Thank you.
So
one more time,
I know my place, my friend. Don't talk down to me. I know my place.
One more time,
I'm just telling you.
William, let him continue, please. If you
my friend, hold on. You can continue. Don't talk down to me. I wasn't being rude to you. I was only telling you to stick to the context.
Right.
You're not sticking to it. You're avoiding
it. You're telling me I'm avoiding it. Hold on, stop. Mustafa, do I not do this with every Christian that comes in? I go step by step.
You do
right.
I don't ask you one question. Answer him.
Right. I don't run and gun. I'm patient with scripture because I respect it. I would ask that you have the same respect as I do for the scripture. Thank you.
We have a lot of respect. Trust me.
Look at the
and you don't want to do that.
Alhamdulillah. Very good. Very good. So it's not an hobnob. There's no need to be dishonest.
Go ahead, get to your point, please.
Right. So the question, I put the question to you, Sam. Yeah. None of these three people are identified as Yahweh himself. Okay. The second point I put forward to you is that there is no place upon the earth in which Abraham is not before Yahweh. Would you agree with that second point?
Depends on what you mean by that Abraham's before God, and wherever he is, that God is before him. You're talking about the omnipresence of God versus God manifesting his presence locally at a specific point in time. So you're confused with omnipresence and the manifestation of God's presence locally. So let me read it again one more time, and we're going to go to Jesus' deity, because you floundered at this point.
I'm sticking on Genesis 18.
22. Let me read it again. And I'm going to read now all the way to 33, then go Genesis 19. And I think this point is clear to everyone who's listening. And then turned their faces from there and went towards Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before the Lord. And Abraham drew near. I wonder what he's drawing near to. And said, will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perhaps there be 50 righteous within the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the sake of the 50 that are there? Far be it from you that you would act this way, to slay the righteous with the wicked, that the righteous should be as the wicked. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? Then the Lord said, Yod He Vav He, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. Oh, okay. Which I'm but nothing but dust and ashes. Perhaps there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Will you destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, if I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spoke yet again, and said, perhaps there will be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for the sake of 40. And he said unto him, oh, let not the Lord be angry. Here I believe it's Adonai. I can double check. And I will speak, perhaps there shall be 30 found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30. And he said, behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. I have actually had the guts to speak to the Lord. Perhaps there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for the sake of 20. And he said, oh, let not the Lord be angry. And I will speak but one more time. Perhaps 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. Then Yod He Vav He went his way. Let me repeat it again for all those who are listening. Yod He Vav He, went his way, and as soon as he had left communing with Abraham, Abraham returned unto his place. And this is now confirmed in Genesis 19:27, because it says, the next day in the morning, what did Abraham do? Next day in the morning, Genesis 19:27, and Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before Yod He Vav He. Obviously, the author of Genesis made a distinction between God being omnipresent and God manifesting his presence locally in visible form at a specific part of the earth. It is Yahweh, and you've yet to refute it. So where does it say there are three angels?
Right, so brilliant. Thank you for that diatribe, Sam. I will now respond to your eisegesis. So to make it clear, none of these passages state that it is Yahweh himself who is one of the angels. In fact, the question has to be put, if all three are angels and Yahweh is one of them, then Abraham, as per Sam's understanding, is in fact a polytheist. For Abraham himself in verse 3 refers to them as lords, and when he bows to them, he bows to all three. Now, secondly, it seems to be strange because in verse 5, when Abraham asked them the question, while I bring a morsel of bread so that you may refresh yourselves, and after that you may pass on, since you have come to your servant, you're there, meaning all three of them. So they said simultaneously, the three of them, that's again in the plural, do as you have said. So it seems to me that the other two are saying the exact same thing, receiving the exact same thing as Abraham did, the bowing. They respond in the same way. And if the understanding here is that Abraham himself considers one of them to be Yahweh, why is it that when they speak together in the same way? And secondly, why is it that when he bows to all three of them? Simple question.
Very easy. This again shows that you're trying too hard to deny the obvious, because we're going to go to Genesis 19, verses 1 to 3. Your assumption is that when Abraham bowed to all three, he assumed that all three of them were Yahweh, which actually would help me as a Trinitarian, but I'm not even going to take that interpretation. I'm going to show you that you need to read context and need to know the customs of the time, because in Genesis 19, we're going to read Genesis 19, what did Lot do? And there came two angels. Also here they're called angels. Two. I wonder what happened to the third one. To Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom, and Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face toward the ground, and he said, behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray to you, into your servant's house. Keep reading, Ijaz, you'll see he didn't know these were angels. He thought they were men. It was the custom at that time that when travelers and strangers came, you would show hospitality by bowing to them and calling them lords. That doesn't mean that they're deity or that these are gods, even though I like your interpretation, because that would be proving the Trinity's on earth in human form. But let me correct your distortion of historical context. It was the custom that people would bow to each other. Jacob bowed to Esau. David bowed to Saul and called him my Lord, Adoni. The Israelites bowed down to David. Bowing down and calling them lords doesn't mean a recognition that all of them are God in human form, any more than in Genesis 19, verses 1 to 3. Lot, not knowing they were angels, just read it. He thought they were strangers, and so he honors them by bowing before them, saying, my lords. Let me read it again, in case you missed it. It's Adonai. And he said, behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray, into your servant's house, because you've tarried all night. Wash your feet, and you shall rise up early and go on your way. And they said, no, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him and entered his house, and he made a feast, and he did bake and leavened bread. They did all eat. So talking about eisegesis, that's what you just did. You assumed that when he bowed, he was worshiping all three as Yahweh, which again, I would say amen, but I don't want to make it too easy for myself. Only one of them is God. The other two are angels. And the bowing down to them isn't a recognition that he's worshiping all three as God. And it wouldn't be polytheism, it would be Trinitarianism, any more than Lot in the very next chapter, bowing to the two angels whom he did not know. And if you're going to deny that he didn't know they were angels, I'm just going to have to read the entire chapter. He thought they were human strangers, and he was going to show them hospitality by the custom that people observed. And what was the custom? They would bow down to people, and out of respect, they would call them lords, which would simply be saying, sirs, come and lodge in my house, and I will feed you and wash your feet and send you on your way. So, Ijaz, I'm going to try it again. Can you show me in the context where that Yahweh that stood before Abraham on earth is simply an angel, a creature, and not Yahweh appearing in human form? Because your counterexample floundered if you just read the next chapter. And the next chapter refuted you, because when the author wants you to know they're angels, he says it. Because notice verse 1, the two angels came to Sodom. But lo and behold, he doesn't say that about the Lord that stood before Abraham. And he doesn't say that in Genesis 19:27. Because let me read Genesis 19:27. Okay, I want you to catch it. Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. Here, the author could have said where he stood before the angel, like he said about the two other angels. He didn't say it. So, Ijaz, you're going to have to come up with something better to deny the obvious. So go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Sam, for all of those assumptions. I will respond to each point as you made them. So firstly, you need to read the scripture a bit better. I don't consider it scripture, but you do. I want to point out, you asked me where did the other two go? Verse 22, they went off to Lot himself. Now, I put the point again to you. You assumed that I said that if he bows, he worships all three of them. I'm asking you if you did. You don't understand the difference between a question and a premise being substantiated. So please pay attention to what I say and don't respond to an argument I did not make. So I put the point again forward to you. When Abraham saw them, what did he call them? Adonai, plural. He refers to all three of them. He bows to all three of them. And in verse 5, they all speak and act in unison. So Abraham asked them one question, and they, plural, replied with the exact same words. I believe the words he said here were, just give me one sec. Right, so in verse 5, when he says, while I bring a morsel of bread that you may refresh yourselves, and after that you may pass on, since you have come to your servant. So is he the servant of all three angels, or is he the servant of just one of them? Of course, if he is Abraham, you will have to answer that he's the servant to all three. That's what the text says. I want you to pay attention to what I say and respond to the words in the text. Now, in that same verse 5, they said, do as you have said. So they, plural, speak together in unison. One, how is that possible? And two, if that is the understanding, they act together, they move together, they rest together, what does that indicate or tell us about who these individuals are? As you know, in Islam, I am a monotheist. You may disagree with that. But as Muslims, we do not believe that God can be hurt, that God can become hungry. God is not an accident within a substance. And therefore, when you speak of this God resting under the tree, having his feet washed, this does not, we do not accept as this is a God himself. So I put the question back to you, which one of these three is God himself, or are they all three gods? You said to me, I would make your job easier. So I would like you to affirm for us on video that you as a Trinitarian accept that all three are greeted as lords and all three are gods themselves. Simple point. I'm not finished because you spoke for a couple of minutes, so I'll do the same thing. I will not allow you to speak over me as you did.
Go ahead, get to the point. Come on. I'm not trying to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I'm getting to. I've already made several points, so you got to keep up, Sam. Come on.
Yep.
Now, I want to point out here as well, you insist that one of these three is Yahweh. I disagree. Why? If you read the verse in the English, you can go to the Hebrew if you want to. The Lord appeared to Abraham by the oaks of Mamre while he was sitting at the entrance to his tent during the hottest time of the day. The question then becomes, does the Lord appear to him from the perspective of the tent, or was Yahweh himself among the three still approaching him? If the argument is that Yahweh, unfortunately, is the one approaching him, then he has not appeared to him in that instance in verse 1. This is the traditional rabbinic and Jewish understanding, which obviously you do disagree with. I further put forward to you that the Jews in the, I think it's the Tikkun Soferim, they mentioned that the verse originally read that Abraham stood before the Lord and not the Lord before Abraham himself. And so this would lead us to believe that this is actually an angel being in physical form representing Yahweh himself. As of course, I do not take the Old Testament to be my scripture, but I've given you 8 points. I would kindly request that you respond to each of them. Yes, you have my permission.
Let's go here. You actually misrepresented the Sofarim. The Sofarim were changing the wording from the Lord stood before Abraham to Abraham standing before the Lord. That's a change in the word order. Nowhere did they say that's because it's angel of the Lord. And I'm going to challenge you. Quote the Sofarim, give us the reference where they said that because it should be Abraham stood before the Lord, not the Lord before Abraham. This is some of the scribal emendations by the Sepharim. Therefore, ipso facto, that's the angel. Don't misrepresent sources and think I'm not going to correct you on it. And then you talk about eisegesis. I'm going to ask you, please listen carefully, because you obviously did not even care to listen. You again repeated the argument I just refuted. He called all of them Adonai, and he said that he is their servant. So is he the servant all three? Let me read Genesis 19, verses 1 to 3. Now, Ijaz, pretend you're listening now, because this was what refuted you, and you repeated the same error that I corrected. So I'm going to go very slow with you. And it came to pass, I'm sorry, wrong chapter, Genesis 19. Here, listen, Ijaz. And there came two angels to Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, behold now, my lords, Adonai, turn, I pray, into your servant's house. So he just said to both of these men, whom he did not know were angels, I am your servant, you are my lords, enter the house. And he bowed to them. Did you even pretend to hear my rebuttal? Let me repeat it again, because everyone else is listening. It was the custom at that time, to show respect to strangers and guests by bowing to them and calling them your Lord and addressing yourself as their servant. But again, in case you again attack straw man and waste another 10 minutes of our time, let me read it one more time. Genesis 19, verses 1 to 3. And there came two angels to Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom, and Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground, and he said, behold now, my lords, since you want to appeal to Hebrew, tell us what the Hebrew here says. I turn now, I pray to you, into your servant's house. I'm your servant, my house, your servant's house is your house, come in. So if I apply your logic, that means somehow this means that he's worshiping these men, whom he doesn't even know are angels, as his God. So let me correct you so you don't waste another 5 minutes of our time, so we can get to some salient points, actual objections. Bowing to someone and calling him your Lord and addressing yourself as a servant was the custom at that time, a custom we see throughout the scripture. That doesn't mean that Lot was doing this because he's aware they're angels. The text shows he didn't know they were angels, because if he knew they were angels, he wouldn't try to save them from the men trying to gang rape them. He would know they're angels, they could fend for themselves. So let me refute. Again, I'm going to have to say your desperate attempt of explaining the plain reading of the text. Abraham bowing down to three of them isn't because Abraham necessarily recognized all three as God. It's the custom to show respect to multiple guests or one guest, depending how many show up. And it was the custom to say, my Lord, I'm your servant. That was the custom of showing hospitality. Now, getting back to the other issue, I'm going to challenge you one more time. Give me the citation and the link to the Sofarim that said that the word order was changed because they recognized it was the angel. You even distorted why they did what they did, because I'm aware of the emendations made by the Safarim. Well, let's stick to the text. I want you to show me in Hebrew. Read the Hebrew for me. Exegete the Hebrew and the tenses to show that somehow, because it says the Lord appeared to Abraham by the oaths of memory, while Abraham was at the door of the tent, somehow that means that the Lord wasn't one of the three who showed up at that location. And then Abraham, as he sat and engaged, the Lord then identified his identity, that I am the Lord your God, and I've come to bless you with a child from Sarah the next year, and I've come down to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And again, you appeal to rabbinic Jews who, like later Muslims, like Maimonides, under Platonic thinking, denied the possibility of God appearing in creation in human form, because somehow they thought this is against someone who is not composite or material by nature. I really don't care about philosophical speculation, because if we go into philosophical speculation, we're going to have a field day with what the Quran says about the Quran and Allah and Mutazzilis. Stick to exegesis. So make sure now you represent what I said accurately. So now the burden's on you. You must now show that bowing down to them, calling them Adonai, wasn't simply a custom that was observed without implying that Abraham somehow recognized that all three of them must have been God or God. And you keep saying gods because your assumption is God can only be one if he's one person. I challenge you on that assumption. Oh, and by the way, let me correct another gross misunderstanding of how the Bible works. You're assuming that because all three are said to have speaking, somehow that means all three spoke. So let's envision the scenario. Abraham speaks to one of them. All three at the same time say the exact same things in the same way. And that's what you want us to believe. This is a literary device where the speech of one is attributed to the whole. And I'll even prove it to you from not just the Bible, from the Quran. From the Quran, because you don't believe the Quran contradicts. In chapter 3, verse 45, it says, the angel said to Mary and announced to her the birth of Jesus the Messiah. But in chapter 19, it says the Spirit said it. So if I apply your method of interpretation, that means all the angels must be one and the self-same Spirit. So the Spirit is a multi-personal being, because in one passage it says the angel said it, another passage it says the Spirit said it. This is a literary device, Ijaz, and I'm sure you know this, that when you have an individual accompanied by a group, the speech of the one will be ascribed to the group without this implying that the whole group speaks. So now come up with something better and now deal with Genesis 18:22, deal with Genesis 18:25, deal with Genesis 18:33, and deal with Genesis 19:27, where only one of them is called Yahweh and the other two is called angels. I hope you come up with some better, Ijaz. Please don't waste our time. Go ahead.
So thank you for wasting my time. I will respond to you in kind. So I did not say that in verse when it said that the Lord stood before Abraham and Abraham stood before the Lord. I did not say that they changed it from the angel of the Lord. I did not say that. Mustafa, are you here? Mustafa, are you here?
I didn't say you said
I'm
that.
Here. I'm here.
Did he say I said that?
No.
He said
you want to repeat what I said?
No,
So
I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Yes, you did. You did. You did. He did say that.
No, Mustafa, can I now defend your accusation? Can I
No,
tell you what
Sam, it's my turn to speak. You will speak when it's your turn.
Because we're going to have
Oh yeah, he absolutely said it. He absolutely said it.
No, I
Definitely,
didn't.
no doubt about
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, guys, come on.
Yeah, you
Guys, ganging up is not fair.
Yeah,
I mean,
hold on.
stick to the argument.
For your brother.
You should be able to refute him.
Let's leave the two to debate. Let's
Right,
leave the two to debate.
rather than going to somebody else, refute him.
Yes. No, well, William, he did the same thing to you. Hold on, I'm speaking, Sam. I'm speaking. I'm speaking. I'm speaking. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Right,
Mustafa.
See, it's simple, right? No, I'm speaking. It's my turn to speak. Right? I will not allow this rambunctious behavior. Like an individual like yourself, do not speak to me in that way. I'm not a child. Do you understand me? Good. So learn your place, child. Now, William, be quiet. William, he appealed to you earlier and you spoke up for him. I can do the same thing. Do not tell me I can't do the same thing.
We hadn't begun.
I'm speaking, William. I'm speaking.
Excuse me. You're talking to me. Are you going to let me reply?
No, I'm addressing you as Sam addressed me.
He doesn't want to be like Abraham.
Sure, but you're going to address me. I'm not going to let you address me without me replying.
You will have your turn. You will have your turn.
We had not begun the debate yet when I replied to him.
No, we were in the middle of it. He asked you if I said something and you affirmed it. Mustafa, did he not reply to him during the debate?
Of course he did, yeah.
He asked you a question, William.
All right, guys. Okay. Stick to the argument, refute him.
Right, William, that's what I'm doing.
So trying for an hour, guys.
Right, so don't interrupt me while I'm doing it. Right?
Okay, so go ahead. Let's see if you can do it.
It seems as if that Sam and the gang are the only ones who can ask their own people questions. So I'm trying to be fair and simple. So Mustafa, did he not say that I lied about it means suffering?
Yes, he did. He did.
Right. And when I corrected him, he said he never said that. So always a possible.
Can I say what I said so you don't
stand quiet? We didn't interrupt you. I did not.
Can you refute him rather than raise the straw man? Come on, man.
William,
come on, buddy. You can do better than this.
One more time, William.
You're better than this, my friend.
Can you please stop heckling, for heaven's sake?
You should be better than this.
Can you please stop heckling and allow the person to actually speak and respond? You can disagree as much as you like, but please allow him to speak and respond to Sam, right?
We're trying to get him to.
Thank you, William. Thank you, William. We're not here to listen to you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Stop talking over William.
Well, if you're not here to listen to me, don't bring me up then.
Right, listen, right, guys, please. Please,
okay,
guys.
come on, go ahead. Let him reply. I'm going to put my mic on mute. Let him reply. I'm going to put my mic on mute.
All right, mate. Please carry on, Ijaz.
So, Mustafa, thank you for moderating. I know that we would have needed someone like you today. I would like our guests to follow our rules kindly. So, just as the three gods, as some believe, came to Abraham, this is my house, you will follow my rules. Now, Sam's assertion was that I said that the scribes changed the Tikkun Sopharim, that they changed that verse where it said Abraham stood before the Lord to say that the Lord was the angel of the Lord. One, I never said that. That is, in fact, a false claim. Mustafa, is that correct?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're both lying.
Now, secondly,
no, we're not.
So, Sam, I did not interrupt you when you spoke. I'm going to ask you one more time not to interrupt me when I speak.
Go ahead. I'm waiting for you. Get to your point. So go ahead.
I will get to my point on my own time. I did not interrupt you. I did not rush you. So know your place. Thank you. So what have we just seen? Sam made the claim that he doesn't even have the common sense to sit down and wait, so I will wait for him to return. If he's not willing to listen to what I have to say, I will wait for someone else.
He's right there. He's getting water. He's right there.
I will wait for him to return.
Sure. All right.
Very good. Let him have his seat. Very good, Sam.
I can hear you, so go ahead. I can do stuff, but go ahead. I can hear you.
Very good. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Very good, Sam. Now, I want you to pay attention to what Sam said. He said it's a literary device. It does not mean that literally, that when they spoke, the text is actually lying. In fact, it's simply a metaphor. Well, no, that's not the case. The same argument is the one I used myself, that when it says the Lord appeared to Abraham, it is not referring to a corporeal body. In fact, this is language that is frequently used throughout the Old Testament. I don't think I need to point out that in the very next verse, so in the very next chapter, it's Yahweh that rained on fire via Yahweh. Right? The point stands that this is language that is used throughout the Old Testament. So it is not fair to say that the Muslim and Jewish understanding through the ages, that chapter 18, verse 1, I think it's chapter 18, verse 1, chapter 18, verse 1. So all I'm simply saying, Sam, and you have not rebutted this point as yet, you claim that my understanding of the text was built on a false understanding of anthropomorphisms, and that you then counter that by saying, well, the text says clearly Yahweh appeared. I am saying to you that's a literary device, because is it not in the Old Testament itself that it says neither the heavens nor the earth can contain Yahweh? I am guided by that verse. Mustafa, what verse is that? Do you remember?
In the Book of Kings, I'll get the verse out ready. If you carry on.
First Kings 8:27. I'll give it to you. First Kings 8:27.
Yeah, very good, Sam. Thank you. So I am guided by that founding principle that God does not have a corporeal body. Now, I am sure that Sam is in response to me, he made the claim that not all three of them was Yahweh, only one. My contention is that none of them were Yahweh, and that they represented Yahweh, and therefore Abraham greeted them as if he would greet a guest. And at that time, I do agree that bowing was indeed a tradition. At that time, I don't reject that at all. In fact, I fully understand and accept it. However, I want to point out, if I read the verse again, I'm going to go to verse 3. He said, my lords, if I have found favor in your sight, do not pass by and leave your servant. Let a little water be brought so that you may all wash your feet and rest under the tree. And let me get a bit of food so that you may refresh yourselves, since you have passed by your servant's home. After that, you may be on your way. All right, they replied again in unison. You may do as you say. So here is the contention I'm going to put forward to Sam. God willing, he is able to respond as opposed to attacking strawmen. The point I put forward is quite simple. These three people represent Yahweh. They are the agents of the Lord. You can call them angels. Feel free if you want to. But I am guided by that principle of 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 27, that neither the heavens nor the earth can contain Yahweh himself. Now, I want to follow up this by saying the text itself says that they replied to him in unison together multiple times. He washed their feet. He brought food for them. At no point does the text indicate that one of the three identified themselves as Yahweh. So Sam said that one of the three of them identify themselves as Yahweh to Abraham. I'm looking for the verse, and at no point do I see that he does that. In fact, I do hope that Sam can qualify that claim. No one here identifies themselves as the Lord God himself. I also want to point out that Sam's argument seems to rest on the basis, well, the author says that one is Yahweh and the other two are angels in the very next chapter. Well, then that brings us to a foundational question. One, how do we know that this text is authentic? And two, how do we know that it is authoritative? You would have remembered that when Sam first arrived, I said, I do not take the Bible to be an authority for me. He proceeded to want to argue on this one point. So I put the question back to him. How does he know and understand that it is not simply a metaphor of Yahweh appearing to Abraham? Why can it not be the three people that passed by, two of whom are, just give me 1 second, I need to take my medication. It's 10 p.m. Brother Mustafa, just give me 1 second. I'm not going to do it. Okay. In the meantime, I will allow Sam to respond to my couple of questions there.
Let me now repeat what I said. You said about the Sofarim. You said that the Sofarim said that Abraham was in the presence of the Lord, not the Lord in the presence of Abraham. And then you said, therefore, that's the angel of the Lord. So if you heard me correctly, I said you are misrepresenting them just because they changed it from the Lord stood before Abraham to Abraham before the Lord. That doesn't mean they thought that this was the angel of the Lord. That's an assumption you read into the text. So you did misrepresent them by assuming because they changed it, that somehow now means it must be the angel of the Lord. Where did they say that? Did they say that's why they changed the word order? They did it out of reverence for the Lord, because the Lord doesn't stand in front of anyone according to their mindset. We stand before the Lord. So all they did was change the word order out of reverence for the Lord, which actually proves my point. Because if it wasn't the Lord that they thought appeared to Abraham, there's no need to change the word order, because if it's simply an angel, then an angel can stand before your presence. So thank you, Ijaz. I really appreciate it. And then again, you attacked Strawman, and you brought up a red herring. You said, well, I don't believe that the text is authentic. I want everyone to hear that, guys. Notice how now the argument changed from does the text show that God appears as a man on earth to now the veracity text, because that's what he has to do when he can't deal with exegesis and it is overwhelmingly against his tawheed or his understanding of tawheed. Now attack the text. That's an indirect admission on his part. The text is too much for him to handle, so now call the text into question. Now, I am very tempted to go off topic and debate him on what the Quran says about the scriptures, especially Jesus' view of the Torah. But I'm going to stay to the topic because I want to get to the deity of Christ. So again, I'm glad you at least now made the concession. You said you don't deny it was a custom that they would bow down to people. All right, so thank you. That main argument, which was the argument that you said, see, Sam, you didn't answer this. Or is he the servant of all three? You just refuted yourself and you admit it was the custom at that time. It was the custom at the time to call strangers whom you thought were mere human beings your lords and address yourself as their servants. And what you read shows that at first glance, Abraham wasn't aware that any of them was a supernatural being, let alone God. But as they conversed, as they discussed, then he became aware. One of them who's talking to me is my God, and the other two are his angels. And you said, well, where does the person in the text identify himself as the Lord? If you heard what I said the text says it's the Lord, and you didn't hear carefully what Abraham said. Let me read Abraham again. Let's go to Genesis 18. Genesis 18, let me read it. Let me get there first. So again, I'm glad at least we got that point. Thank you for helping me make my case. Genesis 18, let's start again. We're going to start at 23. I'm in the wrong chapter, guys. Sorry about that. Oh, there it is. We're going to start at 23. After reading 22, which I've read a dozen times, there it is. And then the men turned their faces from thence and went toward Sodom, but Abraham stood yet before Jehovah. Abraham drew near and said, will you also destroy the wicked? Perhaps there will be 50 righteous with the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 that are therein? Far be it from you to do this, to slay the righteous with the wicked. The righteous should be like the wicked in your sight. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? In other words, if this was an Islamic expression, Malik Yawmuddin, the king of the day of judgment. See, he's talking to this one who's in human form. You are the judge of all the earth. On the last day, you will judge all the earth. Could it be any more obvious that Abraham knows that this one is God appearing in human form? But let's continue. And the Lord said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare that place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, even though I'm dust and ashes. You don't speak like this in the presence of a mere created angel. You only speak like this if you know this is God who is holy. You're unworthy to be in his presence unless in his love and mercy allows you to engage him. So the text is clear. It's Jehovah. Abraham recognizes it's Jehovah. Even says you're the judge of all the earth. And even says, please spare me and do not be angry with me, my Lord. I just want to make sure that the righteous are spared because it's beneath you to destroy the righteous with the wicked. So you can say what you want. You can try to argue any manner you want. It is quite clear. And then you mentioned Genesis 19:24. And I'm shocked that you think somehow this is a rebuttal or this is some type of idiomatic expression, when in reality it actually proves the point I'm making. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. In the context, the Lord who rained fire was on earth as a man, speaking to Abraham, who went down to Sodom. And that means whoever this Lord out of the heavens happens to be, that has to be someone distinct from the Lord who's on the earth, which is why even rabbis were troubled by Genesis 19:24, why even the Christians from centuries ago cited this as a proof that you have two persons identified as the Lord, not two gods, because the one Lord God is not multiple gods, but he's not one person. And then you went to 1 Kings 8:27. My goodness, I can't believe. You mean the same 1 Kings chapter 8 verse 27, where after Solomon says that the heavens and heavens cannot contain you, but I build you a house for your presence to be situated and your name to dwell. That same Solomon in 1 Kings 18 to 13. Here, let's read it. That Solomon you want to quote out of context to make him say something he wasn't trying to say? Here you go. 1 Kings 8:12 to 13. Then spake Solomon, the Lord said that he would dwell in the thick darkness. I have surely built you a house to dwell in. Oh, but Solomon, verse 27, you're saying the heavens and heavens can't contain you. But here you're saying this is his house and you're going to dwell in his house, because Solomon doesn't see a problem. God is too majestic to be contained by anything, but in his mercy, he condescends to localize his presence in a certain place, which is why the Jews would face Jerusalem in the temple, because they knew God's presence dwelt there in a unique manner, confirmed by Jesus in Matthew 23:21. Whoever swears by the temple swears by it and the one who dwells in it. I don't think you want to use Solomon because he's not your friend, he's your foe. Yes, God is too majestic, but that's what makes God amazing, that he's humble enough to localize his presence in a certain space and still be omnipresent. The true God can do this. I don't know if your God can. But anyway, you can have the last words. We can go to the deity of Christ.
Yes. So, Sam, I'm going to respond to what you said again. I'm interested in your, very strange perspective. I didn't take you to be a person that believes that God can be fallible, can be hurt, can be damaged. So let me point out, Mustafa, is it not correct that I said that one of them is the angel of the Lord, when I said that the Tikkun Soferim?
Yes.
Now he turns it around and says, well, that's not what you said, but then that's what you implied afterwards. But I'm speaking, don't lie when I'm speaking. Simple. I was quiet because I want to be kind to my guest, just like Abraham I am. So I want to be kind to Sam, but he has to be quiet and listen, right? I did not interrupt him. He spoke for 6 minutes. I will speak for 10. Who knows? Right. So again, you will understand that Sam says, well, wait a second. The same Solomon says that God dwells in that house. The question I put forward to the members in the room is quite simple. How is that not a metaphor? But when he says his statement previously, it isn't. So Sam plays this weird game where, well, okay, I as a Christian, God can dwell, therefore that's my belief, that's what the text says. But if it says that he can't dwell and that the heavens and the earth cannot contain him, then me as a Christian, I reject that as a metaphor, and therefore either I become dishonest or Solomon does. I point out here that Sam is the one who has misread and misinterpreted the text. Again, the guiding principle of Yahweh is that there is no one like him. And because no one is like him, it therefore does not make sense that there is two of him. I want to point out that Sam's reference to Genesis chapter 19, verse 24, even makes less sense in and of itself. Why? He says, well, the Jews wrestled with this, therefore the Jews must have understood that there are either two gods, but he didn't say that, but as a second person in the Godhead. I want to point out here, the Jews understand plainly. There is no dispute about this. The Jews generally understand that one is Yahweh and one is doing the Lord's work upon the earth. So I want to point out the assumption here that Yahweh can manifest and appear as a Greco-Roman God. I, as a monotheist, am forced to reject that, and I am sure that my Jewish brethren also agree in the same way. God does not have a corporeal body. I want to point out again that Sam never once answered the question, why is it that they in unison respond to Abraham's questions and comments? He said, well, this is a literary device. It's not literal. Well, Sam, unfortunately, I have to hold you to your own standards. You yourself claimed that when it says Yahweh appeared, that it's literal. But when it goes against you, it's just metaphorical. So I need to hold you to your own standards. How do you identify when it is a metaphor and when it isn't? So when Solomon speaks, the heavens and the earth cannot contain him. You take that to be a metaphor. You say he builds that house and he dwells in it. I disagree. That is the metaphor. And the previous statement is the literal one. You need to have a consistent form of exegesis. This game where you randomly interpret verses and try to drive home the point. If the Jews are uncomfortable with it, that's a form of anti-Semitism. That the Jews are uncomfortable with it, it must mean that my belief is right. No, the Jews, if they are uncomfortable, I don't know any Jew that is, if they are uncomfortable, it does not mean that your claim is true. I put the point forward here for all of us. Yahweh is one. The Lord is one. That's what the Shema Yisrael in Devarim chapter 6, verses 4 to 6 states. Now, pursuant to this, because Yahweh is absolutely one, it is not possible in Genesis chapter 19, verse 24, that there were two Yahwehs. The Jews do not hold to such an idea, and therefore I myself am forced to reject it based on the context. Now remember, when we started this discussion, Sam said to me, Ijaz, well, wait a second, if you don't believe that the Bible is authoritative, why were you discussing it? Because I can discuss whatever I want. In the same way, in one of his recent videos that you would have seen on my YouTube channel, he speaks about the Quran, he speaks about Islam, and no one objected to that, so I too do not object to it. He needs to be personally consistent when it comes to these points. So just because I comment on the Bible does not imply or in any way demonstrate I consider it to be authoritative. That was the first thing I said. It's not right, Brother Mustafa.
Mustafa went to play Salah, so I'll be taking over moderator for a bit.
Brother Muki, is that not what I said?
Yeah.
Right. So now Sam says, look, the Muslim. He's saying, no, it's not authoritative. But I've said this from the very start. I do not hold this book to be authoritative. So it does not make sense that he would twist and conjecture as he needs to. I let my own words speak for themselves. So again, I insist, and Sam has not contradicted this, I insist that when it says Yahweh, the Lord appeared to Abraham, it's not referring to any of the three persons. Sam says, well, the author in the text says so. What is his proof for this? It mentions the Lord. But as I demonstrated in the very next chapter, chapter 19, verse 24, it speaks of two Yahwehs. Now, obviously, the Jews do not believe in more than one Yahweh. There is only one Lord thy God. And therefore, my point is quite simple. I think my argument has been demonstrated and fully qualified. There's someone interrupting in the background. Muki, just...
Guys, can you please mute your mics and just let Sam and Ijaz speak? Thank you.
Yeah, right. So the contention then that I am beholden to this book, one, is false. Two, Sam has not demonstrated that when it speaks in verse 1 of the Lord appearing to Abraham, he has not demonstrated it must be taken literally and that it cannot be read in the opposite way, that it is a metaphor for God's representatives which appeared to Abraham. Thirdly, I pointed out that in verse 5, and to correct Sam one more time, the Tikkun Soferim did not say that the word angel of the Lord was here. I do, however, believe that the Samaritan text may use the word Enushim, which may be read as angels, if I'm not mistaken there. However, I don't accept that as authoritative, but it is the Bible. Sam should accept it as authoritative. So I put the point forward, my last point. One, it is a metaphor for the representatives of God in verse 1. 2, Abraham does not worship any of these three as God himself. 4, I want to point out as well that you can speak of Yahweh and agents of Yahweh in the exact same way, but I don't have to personally argue this point for the rest of the scripture because I am a Muslim, I'm not a Jew, I'm not a Christian. This book is meaningless to me. Now, I think I've qualified my points. I've spoken for the exact amount of minutes that Sam has spoken, and I will give him the opportunity to respond. However, before I do so, I suggest that we have time limits because I paused to take medication, intended to resume. Okay, he carried on for 7 minutes more. You have my permission.
Wait for 10 minutes, you said?
We can do 5 minutes, because
you said you wanted to pause to go get some medication, you said?
I know I did that. That's when I told you I'm going to pause now, and then you took that to respond.
Oh, I see. So you already took your medication?
Yes, correct. Just give me 2 minutes. Yeah. Just give me 2 minutes. Okay, I don't. So give me 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. I have something else to do. Okay,
let's take a 2-minute break, guys.
No, right. Yeah, take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
What, can I ask you something? How come I can't respond in the comments? It says it's only got one guy private. How do I change that?
I really wouldn't know.
Yeah, you should be able to see the comments. Are you on mobile or laptop?
No, I'm on my. Man, I hate
you have to set it.
Set it to everyone.
Everyone.
Not working though.
Yeah, set it to everyone.
Find where it says everyone. It doesn't say everyone.
It should have a place.
Yeah, so you have to change it.
Yeah, but it doesn't show me the option of everyone.
Where you have it, where it says private, click on when it says private to somebody privately. Just switch it to everyone. You have to scroll up. There might be a thing.
I don't find it.
Nothing to scroll on.
No.
On the side, because you're on a Mac, so you have to like. And I am too.
Nope.
That's
you're on a Mac?
You got to come on to Windows 10, brother. Come on.
Yeah, well, I'll get there because I know Mac sucks. But what do you want me to do?
Hey, Mac is pretty good.
I like my Mac.
And I can't like Mac because it gives me a hard time because it will not give me the option for everyone's comments. But anyway, that sucks. So let me know when he's here.
Yes, and the next debate's going to be on iPhone versus Android.
You got it, my friend. That's what we want.
iPhone will win any day.
No, man, come on. We'll take a vote in the chat.
Sam, are you clicking on the person's name who you have it set to?
It doesn't give me. No, sister. There's no option at all. It just shows me names, and I'm trying to change the setting from private to, but it won't give me no option. There's nothing. It says save, and then when I click on the name, it's only names, but it doesn't give me the option of, let's say, all. I don't know why. And then here, somehow, the screen changed where now my camera's to my right, and it's and I got nothing but a huge blank space in front of me. Did I do that or someone did that?
You might have done that.
Man, see, that's what I'm telling you. I stink. I suck. All right. I don't know how to correct this, man. It sucks, man. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know how to correct it. It's not working. All right. Anyway, it stinks because I got a huge screen that's blank, and then I can see me to the right, and I see the people beneath me. Anyway.
All right, I'm back. Mukit, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Ready?
So are we going to do time sections here?
Yeah. I just want to, maybe I'll make it the final rebuttal to you because I want to go to the deity of Christ, so it's up to you.
Okay, but you do okay, when we come to that, we'll discuss the arrangement for that.
Okay, so so you ready for my rebuttal now or
no? How long do you want to take? How many minutes do you want to do?
Hopefully it won't take more than 5 minutes because you made a lot of points, so hopefully it won't take more than 5.
Okay, Mukit, are you here?
Hope you're going to be a little gracious if I go a little over, so you can have the same time too.
Okay, so can one of you time it? I can trust maybe Sam to time it himself. So
no, I don't have a timer, but if I have to go a few more seconds, then hope you extend a little.
No, yeah, that's not a problem. William, do you want a time for us or something?
Good.
Yeah, I got it ready. Give me 1 second, okay? Give me 1 second.
I'm going to try to remember all the points you said, so we'll go through it.
Also, before you guys move on to the next topic, are we allowed to query you guys, question you guys, as in?
Yeah,
ask questions.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. Yeah,
I think that would be nice.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love for you guys to ask questions. I'd love for William and me, and you can decide who wants to answer. Right after this, we can do Ijaz, whatever. Okay, let me know when you want me to begin.
Yeah, William, you called the shot on that.
I'm ready. Okay, whenever he begins, I'll hit the button.
Okay, let's go. Again, pay attention, Ijaz. He kept appealing to the Jews as if the Jews are monolithic, and I keep correcting that. The Jews before, during, after the time of Christ were not monolithic. Before Christ, you had Jews who believed in 2 divine powers. Even after Christ, even today, you got Jews like Michael Brown, who's a Jew who doesn't accept rabbinic Orthodox Judaism and accepts the plain reading of the text, and he knows the Hebrew inside and out. So please stop appealing to the masses of Jews as if they're monolithic. They're not. They don't have the same viewpoint. And then secondly, you kept saying that the Lord is unique, but then you demoted his uniqueness because you argued for the Lord to be one, he can't be more than one person. And my argument is, where'd you get that from? Just because in creation, a person that's a being can't be more than one person, that doesn't mean that God is limited as we are limited. So in order to make your argument, you had to then contradict your argument by then demoting God's being to the level of a creature by saying, see, if he's more than one, that violates, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. No, it doesn't, because the Lord's oneness is unlike our oneness. It's completely unique. So the very fact there's more than one divine person actually argues against you, because there's nothing in creation where you have a being that's more than one person, except God, because he's not limited to creation in the same way that you and I are limited. So the one God can be more than one person. So again, I want you to hear you out. You then said that I said that when Solomon says that the heavens and heavens cannot continue, that's metaphorical. Please represent what I said correctly. Let me repeat again. Solomon understands that the majesty of God transcends creation. I didn't deny it. God is majestic. He is infinitely superior to his creation. Creation cannot contain the majesty of God, but it's not referring spatially or materially unless you believe that God by nature is the material spatial being. God by nature is invisible. What he's talking about is the grandeur of God, the glory of God, the majesty of God, but that's why he's blown away. As majestic as God is, he still has the ability to manifest his presence locally in the temple, which is why the Jews faced the temple. Why did the Jews face the temple? It wasn't because they're facing an empty building. They knew in some amazing way God's presence was localized there without containing him, because the entire creation is before him. So I take all the statements at face value. And then you're telling me, well, how do I know one statement's metaphorical, the other's literal? It's called context. In the context in Genesis 18, you have Abraham, and you said the writer said that, and you kept appealing to agency. So I'm going to challenge you. Bring an example of a creature that's a creature who's not God, that calls himself God and is worshipped as God. Don't appeal to the angel of the Lord. That doesn't help your case. That's actually proof of the plurality within unity of the Godhead. Show me where Moses or Joshua or Isaiah, because they're all agents of God, where they claim to be, I'm Jehovah, worship me, and people fall before them and say, you are Jehovah. I'm not talking about something like Exodus 7:1, where he says, I'll make you God to Pharaoh. I'm asking specifically for the following evidence. Where any creature says, I am Jehovah God, and others look at that creature and say, yes, you are Jehovah my God, worthy of my worship. That's what I want you to find. If your understanding of agency is biblical, it's not. It's a distortion, because I know what biblical agency means and what it doesn't mean. Then you went back again saying that when they speak as a group collectively, that somehow, what am I doing? Taking it figuratively? No, this is simply contextual. It's not just in Genesis 18. You find it throughout the Old Testament. You find it in the New Testament, where when you have one member of a group speaking, the author attributes the speech to the entire group because the one represents the many. And I even gave you a Quranic example, unless you want to say the Quran is contradictory, because in chapter 3, verse 45, it says, the angel said to Mary. So now let's use Ijaz's logic. A group of angels all at the same time audibly said, Mary, we have come to announce the glad tidings from Allah, the word from him, whose name is Messiah. All of them at the same time. And this is what he wants us to believe. The text is actually saying. But let's run with it. Then in chapter 19, it says, the Spirit said, you got a contradiction. So I thank you for insisting on this way of interpreting literary genre and device, because it proves there are irreconcilable contradictions in your scripture, not mine. But for those who are listening, it is common linguistic literary feature where you have one person representing the group who speaks on that behalf, where the speech of the one is attributed to the entire group. You find that in Acts 14 with Paul and Barnabas, where Barnabas and Paul perform a miracle, and Barnabas is the speaker because he's called Hermes, and yet And yet it says they said, men and women. Obviously, if you let context speak, Barnabas was the one speaking on behalf of Paul, but the speech of Barnabas is attributed to both because the one represents the many. That's what you have in Genesis 18. So the plain reading of the text, God appeared, because Abraham says, the judge of all the earth, the Lord. So if that's not worship, I don't know what is, because worship is not simply bowing down. You can bow down without it being worship. But when you look to someone and you invoke someone and you appeal to someone and call him the judge of all the earth, by golly, that's worship. So the plain reading of the text is, one of them is God, the other two were called angels, not all three, and you've yet to refute me. And then again, you misrepresented what I said your position was. Repeat your words, what you said about the Sofarim. The Sofarim changed it from Abraham being in the presence of the Lord, not the Lord in his presence, therefore it's the angel of God. That's what you said, and you're wrong. They didn't change it for that reason. You may assume and think that's why they did, but you're reading into what they did, motives and intention. Unless you can read hearts of dead people, you are stretching things quite a bit to make the text say something contrary to what it says. After all, why did you even mention the Sofarim? Here, let's play your game. Why mention them if it wasn't for the purpose to show that's not the Lord, but the Lord's representative? Why even bring up the Sofarim? But it backfired against you. So this time you can say what you want, because I want to go into other issues or open up the Q&A. Your time.
6:31.
Give him 6:31. And by the way, Ijaz, if I walk away, it's not because I am listening to you, but I can step away. So I don't want you to think I'm not listening. So it's okay if I could step away and listen to you?
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay, give him 6 minutes, 31 seconds, same time. But I'm listening, so don't think I'm not listening.
Okay, William, you can start my time. Just confirm.
As soon as you begin talking, I'll be fair. As soon as you begin talking.
Okay, thank you, William. I just want to say before I get to my time, I appreciate the kind tone that this has begun to take on. I commend you both on that. William, you may start my time. All right, so to point out, Sam actually said, stop appealing to the Jews, they're not a monolith. And then very later on, he says, the Jews face the temple because God's presence is localized there. So he appeals to them as a monolith when it suits his argument, and when it doesn't, well, you can't trust the Jews. He also said that Ijaz, I demoted God to a created being by saying that his oneness cannot contain a plurality, and therefore I'm limiting God. Rather, no, I reject Platonic philosophy, which teaches, which is what the Bible teaches, that God is one being, but he can be multiple persons. I myself personally reject that. Now, when I say that God cannot be more than one being, that is because, he cannot be more than what he declares himself to be. We believe in divine simplicity, not divine complexity. He says of his own self in Exodus chapter 3, verse 14, Ego aimi ho on, I am the one being, full stop. He does not indicate that there's a plurality within him. In fact, there is nowhere within the Old Testament where Yahweh, when he speaks of his own nature, distinguishes himself between person and being. I know that Sam's response is he doesn't have to use the word person and being. However, I disagree. Why? Because he knew to use the word being in the first place. And if he is God and he is all-knowing, then that would have been a simple point I've actually said. And Sam would actually agree that Michael Brown and other Messianic Jews, aka Christians, generally argue that almost every passage in the Old Testament refers to the Trinitarian Godhead in one form or the other. Now, it's interesting when he comes to 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 27. He says, Solomon understands God is superior to that God is superior to all. It's not a spatially or materially limiting statement. I disagree. So when I said earlier that Sam himself said this was a metaphor, he denied it. He said, I never said that was a metaphor. Make sure you say what I say directly and clearly. Well, Sam, you said it a metaphor right there. You said he's talking about the majesty. It's not talking about the nature of God. I disagree. It's speaking about the nature of God, and God cannot be contained. So it is both literal and metaphorical. It is not deny that God in and of his own self is limited. I'm simply arguing the opposite, that because God is not limited, he does not have to depend upon his creation, and therefore he does not have a corporeal form. So you also said, interestingly, that people fell over and bowed down to Jehovah. And you said to me, well, wait a second, when Abraham does it, it's not worship here, but in other places it likely is. Well, wait a second, how do you determine when it is and is not worship? If Abraham understood one of those three to be Yahweh himself, why did he not fall down and bow to him? At no point when Abraham I want to point out here, at no point does Abraham himself identifies any of those three men as God himself. You said that is what the author of the text did, which brings me to the last point that you said. Why did I mention the Sopharim? I mentioned the Sopharim because they have edited the text. It is your assertion that, you know what, the text is preserved and it's accurate. It has not undergone any emendations. I disagree. That is the reason I brought it up. Thank you for confirming my point for me. You said, when one speaks, it represents the many. This is not what I also believe about the angel of the Lord. When he speaks, he represents God, and therefore Abraham can speak to him in any form that he wants. Yes, I know that you believe the angel of the Lord is Yahweh himself. That is not a point that I think you can win. I'm just pointing out here that me, as a consistent Muslim and as a person who is studied under the Jews, they also agree that the angel of the Lord is not Yahweh himself. Therefore, Sam has an unqualified point in that regard. You said as well, when one speaks, do you mean to say that, do you think that they all speak at the same time? I take the text as it is written. I do not need to perform eisegesis. I don't need to change it. I let the text speak for itself. So it says, they say X, Y, and Z. They do this action, and Abraham responds to them. So my point simply is, I've listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 of the points that Sam spent his 6 minutes on. I've deconstructed and dismantled every single one because I am proud of the one true eternal God. I can only hope that Sam has the same reverence for God as I do. William, how much time do I have left if I'm allowed to ask you a question?
Let me pause it. Let me pause it that you have 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
Did you ask me one too? No.
Say that again, Sam. I didn't hear you.
Did you ask me a question too? I mean, both of us or only him?
No, I'm in my conclusion. I don't understand.
Oh, because you said you want to ask him a question. I said, ask me as well, not just him. Include me.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm including you. That's why you're here. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
But,
thank you, sir.
Okay. So yeah, you mentioned, let me see here. You said, when you look at them and call them the judge, that means that he's identifying that individual as God. I say no. Just as when Jeremiah in chapter 2, verses 5 to 9 speaks on behalf of God, he speaks as if he is Yahweh himself. And it's interesting because the text itself does not quote Jeremiah himself as saying, I am speaking on behalf of God. Rather, he speaks to the people and he gives this long explanation that he is the Lord thy God. And they understood him without having to take that as him being God himself. So the Jews are able to identify and make sense of what the text says. I disagree with your eisegesis that sometimes it's God, sometimes it's not God. And just because he speaks in the first person, it must mean that he's God himself. I disagree. I implore you to read Jeremiah chapter 1, verses 3 to 5, which qualifies my point that God puts his very words upon the lips and tongues of his servants. William, how much time do I have left?
You have 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Okay, so I think I'll end my time there. I think I've qualified my argument and my claim. What we will do now, hopefully, Mukit, are you here?
Yeah,
yes, I'm here.
Okay, are you able to be the moderator for the Q&A section?
Yeah.
Okay, Sam, how do you want to do this? One question each.
Yeah, go ahead, ask questions. So you can, if you want, direct it to me and William or whatever minute. So I don't care. We don't ask you. You can ask us if you want. Go ahead.
We can all touch upon them. It doesn't matter. We can all deal with them.
William,
everybody can answer. I think a question can be asked directed to a specific individual, and the interlocutors should be allowed to respond. Yeah,
sure.
I think that would be
whatever you guys want to do. By the way, is it just me where all the cameras are onto the right side of the screen?
You gotta minimize your window.
Yeah, how do I do that? It's really killing me, man.
Are you on one sec? Are you on a Windows laptop or a Mac OS?
I got this. He's on a Mac. He's on a Mac.
That's why Ijaz, you gotta buy me a regular computer, Ijaz.
Just press Command H. Command H. Your keyboard, it should minimize.
Command what?
H. Like the first letter of Mrs.
Okay, then what happens when I do that?
It minimizes everything else, I think, and it should give you the option to resize the window.
Yeah, it didn't give me that. Yeah, because I liked it before where it was all on screen. Now it's all to the right, and it's really killing me. Everything's to the right, but it's okay. I'm sorry. That's just me. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to distract you guys, but it's really, man.
Well, I'm trying to help. Can you?
Yeah, it's not working. Because I did Command H, it didn't help. See, now look what happened. Now just my ugly face. When God was making critters, he Okay, hold on. All right, guys. Sorry, go ahead. Let's just start. I apologize. I'll figure it out.
Is there anything that you can move your mouse over and just see if anything highlights that you can click on to change the view, or any like area that has like a thumbnail thing or anything that you could just...
It's not working. Forget me, guys. I don't want to drag it. Just let's go. I apologize.
Yeah. Okay, so can I ask the first question then? Directed to Sam.
Thank you.
So Sam,
can I kiss you? You're asking me a question? I love you. Can I kiss you?
Yeah, on the cheek, sure. But we're supposed to practice social distancing. So, right. So Genesis 18, right? We've been discussing that a lot. So could you direct us to the instance where the text actually identifies any of the three persons that appeared before Moses as being Adonai?
Yes.
Specifically. Yeah.
Genesis 18, 22 to 33. Yes. Genesis 18, 22 to 33. I did that several times. So let's do it again. Genesis 18, 22. It says, the men turned their faces from thence and went towards Sodom, but Abraham stood yet before Jehovah. And again, if there are three men, one of them is Jehovah, and the men left, but Jehovah stood behind. That means initially only two showed up at Sodom because the third man was Jehovah. And lo and behold, that's exactly what we find in Genesis 19, verse 1. Two showed up, and they're called angels explicitly in Genesis 19, verse 1. Check it out. Two angels came, right? I mean,
so I'm looking at the text. Okay. So I'm looking at the text now, but wouldn't it be more reasonable to say that verse number 22 there is actually saying that the men, namely the three men, because the men that appeared were the three men, that they departed, and that's actually a fourth, namely the Lord God.
Yeah.
So actually,
the text, I answered that.
Yeah.
You listen, I said no, because if you go to Genesis 19, verse 1, I anticipated your objection. How many show up in Genesis 19, verse 1? Two. Where's the third man? He stayed behind. I already answered that. So that's why I'm saying, hear me out before you bring up an objection, because I anticipated your objection. Three men show up. The men go to Sodom. Genesis 19, only two show up because the third man is still behind conversing with Abraham, and he's called Jehovah. And that's why it says in 33, Jehovah went his way. Went his way where? Where was he to go his way? And where was he going? 20 to 21. So no, that actually responds to your objection that there were three men and Jehovah. No, there were three men. One was Jehovah. The two initially were angels, and then Jehovah joins them later in the context of Genesis 19, confirmed by 1927.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
I hear noise in the background, guys. I hear some like...
Yeah, guys, can everyone mute up and maybe let's have a Christian ask Ijaz a question?
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you ask William or do you want me to ask?
Can I reply to that?
Yeah, please, William, go ahead, man. I've been talking all day. You got to talk too, man. Come on.
Yeah, let me make the comment in terms of historicity, in terms of the way the earliest Christians interpreted this verse, and I think that's very important. I know we've been dialoguing a lot about exegesis and what have you. Unfortunately, the way I've seen things, I'm not entirely sure if maybe Ijaz thinks that we're talking past him or something, but I've just really not seen any engagement with the text in a very in-depth manner, and I find that to be quite problematic, because when we do look at the earliest followers of Christ, when we look at them, those that would have known Christ, would have walked and talked the earth with Christ, their exegesis is pretty much unanimous in line. And I think that's the one thing important. If you look at the way Genesis 18 has been interpreted, and I know we can talk about Jews, morning to night. The problem is, I think one thing that keeps getting lost is Sam is not arguing about the way the Jews interpreted text in the time of Moses. He's not arguing about that. He's arguing about modern day Judaism not looking like ancient Judaism, and that is absolutely correct. You can see such an exodus already at an early time in history, as early as Rabbi Akiva, who begins banning texts because the Jews at the time are hearkening to texts like Exodus 15 as referring to Christ as Yahweh, looking at it and referring to Jesus Christ as Yahweh. So I think a very important element that seems to get lost is that early Judaism, Christianity is a fulfillment of that. Is the fulfillment of Judaism. And the earliest Christians did view these texts in like manner. They did view the angel of the Lord to have indeed been Yahweh. This was a classical interpretation, and there really is no break in history. We can look at as early as the apostolic era and then go all the way to the medieval period and the modern day. There's just really no break there. So I see the problem being that if we don't there's two things that should be done: exegeting the text and looking at how it's looked at and viewed at through history. And you're going to find that Sam's interpretation has been virtually unanimous in the early church. And I think that that's a very important point that seems to not be touched upon.
Okay, so I did think that we agreed that the other interlocutor would be able to respond to the question, yes? So I would actually take this time to respond and take umbrage to William's statement. In fact, I have not seen any Christian actually read the text as it is. I have found that you play with the text. You say it's a metaphor. One instance, it's literal. The other, you don't afford the possibility that Yahweh himself does not have a corporeal body. You don't accept the point that the Jews also make, treating them as a monolith, as Sam did, that the Jews also accept that this is not God physically appearing on the earth. That's why I engage with 1 Kings 8:27. I engage with the text. That's why I reference Genesis chapter 19, verse 24. I went through all of these steps to simply demonstrate the text never identifies one of those three persons as Yahweh himself. All of this is simply Abraham in conversation with someone who represents the Lord. So I found it strange, your last comments, William, where you said the Christians have always understood this in this way. Well, yeah, I don't doubt that the Christians have an understanding of something that they believe from Scripture. I don't see how that's a problem. That's like me saying to Sam, your understanding of those verses that you mentioned from the Quran, you know, the Muslims had one understanding and you have a separate one altogether. It does not make him wrong. It does not make me wrong. So this idea that we've not engaged the text, I definitely take umbrage to that. And that we didn't read it and understand it as others have, I also disagree with that. I know that you're big on apostolic authority, William, but...
what? Excuse me, my what?
I say I know you believe in apostolic authority, William. What did you
hear? Yeah, and I think you missed the point that I was making. I understand that if Sam and myself may say something that doesn't hold heavy weight. But that's not the point that I'm making. In terms of apostolic authority, yeah, that's correct. But I'm not just talking about modern day Christians. I'm talking about the ancient ones. And I didn't just talk about the ancient ones. I added enemies of the faith that testify to the fact that the earliest followers were using these texts for Christ being Yahweh. So I included the followers, the most ancient ones, and I included the enemies of the faith. So you've got a mountain of evidence against you.
Well, do me a favor, William. Just give me the one manuscript of Apostolic Father where he gives his comments. What century is it extant from?
Apostolic Father, Justin Martyr believed Christ was the angel of the Lord. We have, and by the way, let me make one comment. To try to say, give me the manuscript, you don't even know any of the manuscripts that are extant of Justin Martyr. So let's refer to the works of the Apostolic Fathers. So we've got Justin Martyr. By the way, Justin Martyr would have been an early figure that believed Christ had been the angel of the Lord. But in terms of the Apostolic Fathers, they would have been unanimous in viewing Christ as God. Now, but even better, remember what I mentioned right now. I brought up Rabbi Akiva. Do you have a response to that? He's an early testimony. He's an enemy of the faith. He shows and he makes comments that the earliest Christians were interpreting these texts, particularly Exodus 15, as the Lord your God, Yahweh, being Christ. So we have something never before seen, unprecedented in history, a Jewish leader banning certain texts being read because they were using it as a prayer directed towards Christ as Yahweh. There's no example of any group that was part of the early church within the line of Christ that would have believed anything remotely close to Islam. It's just not there. You find it. You find people. Hold on. Let me finish my train of thought. You can go the same amount of time if you like. So you find the teaching that we're putting forth very early, the teaching of this angelomorphic theology or theophany, whatever you want to call it. And not only that, you have the teaching of the earliest apostolic fathers believing Christ to have been God. And then you have the enemies of the faith adding their testimony as well. So you keep up bringing Judaism. I don't think you quite understand that Judaism began to evolve very early on. And modern day Judaism, even at that, resembles nothing of first or second temple Judaism. So, I mean, that's a major problem that you have not dealt with the whole time Sam has been. And every time Sam brings up Jews, you then begin to say, well, you know what? Sam's hearkening to Jews. Of course he is. He's talking about the Jews in the Old Testament period. He's making the point that Judaism evolved, and we have textual evidence of that. And you haven't touched upon that at all.
Well, William, you didn't hear my question. Let me engage with William's point here. So, William, again, I'm going to ask my question to you. Try to answer it, okay? You just
I did answer it.
No, you didn't answer it. I'm the one that asked the question. I would know if the answer was given or not. Thank you.
Yeah, so I did answer it. I gave you Justin Martyr, and I gave you, I may not have named the Apostolic Fathers. Ignatius of Antioch is one, but I said the Apostolic Fathers believe Christ has been God Almighty. Yeah, I did answer you. Don't say I didn't answer you.
Again, I'm going to put the question to you. What is the... No, you didn't answer me. I'm telling you why, right? You can't tell me what I do and do not think. So again, I put the question...
I can tell you if I disagree with you, and I disagree with you.
Yeah, you could. That's what you can do. Very good. I like that. No, listen to me.
Yeah.
Right. No, I congratulate you. Good guy. Right. So, William, listen to me. The question I asked you was, what was the earliest manuscript you have of Justin Martyr? And let's take a look at it. What's the earliest extant testimony about Justin Martyr? Can you tell me?
The earliest? Well, you know what, my friend? That is interesting because I am going to pull up Justin Martyr. In front of me, I have all of his extant texts in Greek, the most ancient ones, and I'm answering you. I'm answering you. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. I know it's your room, but be respectful. I'm talking to you. Justin Martyr, in the most ancient texts, every edition of them, he refers to Christ as the angel of the Lord. If Justin Martyr is not sufficient for you, I'll add one other thing. If you want to move the goalpost and say, well, what is the earliest interpretation, Christian interpretation of Genesis 18? The earliest Christian one that exists, the earliest Christian ones predate any modern day Judaism, predate anything from the Jews that give explicit commentary on this. And every single one of them are unanimous interpreting this as Christ being the angel of the Lord, being God Almighty. You have this from the very early school, the catechetical school of Alexandria, each of their leaders, and that can be traced historically back to St. Mark. So, I mean, the evidence is overwhelmingly against you, my friend.
Okay, so
can I ask a follow-up question?
One second, Ibn Anwar, just 1 second, right? So I hope everyone heard the question I put to William, which he did not answer. What is the earliest extant text we have of Justin Martyr's work?
Hold on.
William, I didn't interrupt you. You told me not to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
It's quite rude that when I ask you a question, you can interrupt me, but I can't ask you a question, and you have.
I thought you were asking me a question. Go ahead.
You're going to wait for me to ask
Let it just speak for a bit.
I like how all the Christians magically can read my mind and know when I've finished asking my question.
You go silent, so I figured it was you asking.
Yes, don't forget magic marker.
I go silent because
let's just calm down.
Go ahead, guys.
I go silent because when someone else speaks, I try to listen to them. So please excuse me for being polite. I'm going to speak over you every chance I get now. I put the question again.
No, you're not going to.
I put the question to you. What is the earliest extant manuscript of Justin Martyr's work that we have? You said you have it on the screen in front of you. Brilliant. Read us the date from it.
The date is, give me 1 second. I'm going through it.
Yeah.
I have.
And after this, I want to have a Christian ask a question. Jay.
Any Muslims asking us questions?
I have a follow-up question.
Hold on. Ibn Anwar ask a question, so that's one Muslim, so we'll have one Christian again.
Jay first. Ask your question right now. I'm going through the dating right now because for some reason, Istafa thinks that giving him the date is going to magically make the words of Justin Martyr change or something, despite the fact that even scholars that he has hearkened to admit that this is from Justin Martyr. But that's perfectly fine, because Istafa thinks that if you put somebody in the spot, what is the date of that most ancient manuscript, that all of a sudden it's a trump card, that he's won the debate. It's a fallacious and a poor argument. I will get the date in just a moment, and we'll see where he goes from there. Because he still hasn't touched upon the enemies of the faith.
While you do that, in the meantime, perhaps you can have a question from a Christian guest here.
Jay, hold on, William.
Guys, I'm going to put my mic on mute as y'all ask a question.
Let us find the date.
Okay. Jay, do you want to ask a question?
Wait. I just want to respond to.
Hold on, Jay. 1 second. Ijaz, go ahead.
Yeah, right. So I like it when Christians bring this argument, right? What is the point in asking what is the extant date of something? One, Christians seem to be unfamiliar with the concept that there are homonymous emendations in their written text, especially after the church fathers. I want to point out that even, what do I have it here? My critical edition literally points out that we cannot take the quotations of the New Testament as they are because they've undergone pious emendations over the years. So when Christians say to me, well, Justin Martyr said this, I'll tell you what. There's a difference between someone emendating Justin Martyr's text or any church father's text. You actually have to find a diplomatic edition which qualifies your point. Okay, if there's no diplomatic edition, is there perhaps a critical edition that gives us what Justin Martyr himself said? And this is a very simple process in historiographic research. So, for example, when it comes to let me give a work here, Ehrman's work on, I think published by Loeb, on the Apostolic Fathers, that is a critical edition. He has to look and see where variants come up, and I try to identify what the earliest form of the text is. And he also pointed out in the discussion with you, William, there's a difference between the Ausgangs text and the archetypal text, and I will get to that. The long and short of it is, you fundamentally do not understand why I asked the question, because you assume as a Catholic, everything goes back to Christ and his apostles. Wrong. I live in the real world. We don't have to believe that. So while you get that date, I do have it on my screen. I have it in front of me right now. I'll send you the link if you can find it in the screen.
I don't need it to. I already have it.
What is the date?
Okay. It's 3rd century. I don't need you to send it to me. And I'll add one other thing to you. I don't know why you keep going on and on about textual editions and saying, well, we need a critical edition. You don't even know what you're talking about. I've got a critical edition in front of me from Cholot. What on earth are you talking about? I have the Greek in front of me. This is a critical edition. You can buy it on Logos as you were talking. I've got it in front of me, including the variants. So guess what? Your attempt to muddy the waters by asking, well, give me the date. Regardless of the date, there is no textual variant in the areas where he talks about Christ being the angel of the Lord. The most ancient ones have it there. I've got a critical edition in front of me. So to try and mislead the audience to sound smart, you don't sound smart, because I know exactly the tactic you're using, and it doesn't work on me.
Can I ask a question related to that?
1 second, Sam. Let me just
hold on.
Yeah, let me respond to William. Right. So I like it how, William can use these ad hominems. You don't know what you're talking about. And he raises his voice as if he's Yahweh himself.
Well, I'm just trying to talk because I don't have...
William, hold on.
I didn't interrupt you.
Hey, hold on. Don't mute me. I'm telling you.
No,
William, you need to...
I am clarifying to you that I wasn't...
Let him finish, William, please. Let him finish, please. Please. Go ahead, Ijaz. Sorry.
What is it with these people are not being patient? They can ask questions, but when we speak, oh, why are you muting me? No, know your place. It's quite simple. So again,
don't talk down to me, or we're both not going to put up with this.
Right, William.
Hold on,
guys. With due respect.
Listen to me. I was telling you, I only interrupt.
William, with all due respect, please let Ijaz finish, and then
stop muting me.
With all due respect, please.
I'm being respectful,
let's
guys.
Calm down, let's calm down, everybody.
Please. So you just please carry
let's
on.
Calm down.
Please.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So I like it when Christians tell me, you don't know what you're talking about, and they raise this voice as if their aggression wins an argument. So when I was speaking, I pointed out to William, do you have a critical edition of this work? He said yes. I asked him, okay, these variants for these texts, he says that there are none in those areas. So William, just do us a favor. In the part where he mentions the angel of the Lord, what manuscript and the date what manuscript does that statement come from, and what is the date given for it? And I put the question to you. I want the terminus ante quem and the terminus post quem. Simple question. You have it on the screen in front of you. I'll give you a minute. Click it. It takes you less than 2 seconds and bring it up for me.
I don't need a minute. It's Oxy 5129. And I will answer you one more time. I wasn't interrupting to be rude. I was trying to clarify. I don't appreciate being muted and being disrespected. I wasn't trying to disrespect you. I was clarifying something. And once more, you don't know a thing. And by the way, me raising my voice because I don't have the camera on and I have a speakerphone on. I'm not raising my voice to be rude to you. I'm raising it so I can be heard. I'll go back to my point. You have no clue. You have no clue what critical editions are.
Can I ask William a question?
Yeah. Hold on. We have Jay coming up.
Just 1 second, brothers. Yeah. So if we talk over each other, that will be.
Hold on, guys. Yeah. Hold on. Give me 1 second, okay? Let Sam ask a question. Give me 1 second.
No, wait. I want to respond to
related to your question about Justin Martyr.
Let me just respond to William quickly. Syriacus 5129 only contains 6 lines and it's from the 4th century CE. So just tell me how you had the entire book from the 3rd century. And just explain that to me, William. I would love to see Syriacus 5129, where it only has 6 extant lines, but apparently you with your computer and logos in front of you, you got all of it on that 6 lines. Did you know? Yes, Sam, you can ask your question.
Yeah, because you mentioned Bart Ehrman, and Bart Ehrman is an expert on the church fathers. So I'm going to now use Ehrman because you mentioned him. Ehrman in his book, How Jesus Became God, pages 331, 332, and he is the expert on the patristics. So please, I hope you don't discount him as a witness because you're trying to give the impression that if we don't have early extant attestation, that somehow means that we can't know what Justin Martyr said. Bart Ehrman says you're wrong because he tells me here in his book, so Ijaz, I want you to answer, the scholar in the field of patristics who studied the extant manuscripts comes to a different conclusion from you. So your fight's now going to be with Bart Ehrman. So I'm going to quote what he says about Justin Martyr's Christology. All right, he says, in several places throughout his writings, Justin speaks of Christ as the angel of the Lord who appeared in the Old Testament. That sure sounds like what William just said, but wait, Bart Ehrman, don't you understand? The earliest copy is only 6 lines. How can you determine what Justin Martyr said, Ehrman? Shame on you. In chapter 2, we saw that there's some ambiguity in the famous passage of Moses in the burning bush. The angel of the Lord speaks with Moses, but then the narrative shifts to indicate that in fact is the Lord who is speaking with him. Justin is keen to explain this textual conundrum in Christological terms. The reason this divine figure is both the angel of the Lord and the Lord at the same time is that it is not God the Father who's there in the bush, but is Christ who is fully divine. First, Justin establishes that the angel is no mere angel, but God, and then he quotes Justin. Do you not see that he whom Moses speaks of as an angel, who conversed with him from the fiery bush in the same, who being God signifies to Moses that he's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Then he argues that this God could not have been God the Father. So now, Ijaz, can you please tell everyone, Bart Ehrman, who is the expert on the patristics and the manuscripts and knows the oldest witnesses to Justin Martyr, how did our Bart Ehrman know that William is right, that Justin Martyr identified Jesus as the angel of the Lord, who's not the Father, but he's the very God that appeared to the patriarchs like Moses, and it was Jesus as the angel who appeared to Moses in Exodus 3, when, according to you, because the earliest extant witness is only 6 lines, we really can't know what Justin Martyr believed, but Bart Ehrman, who's the expert on Justin Martyr, not you, not me, says you're wrong, we can know. So why do you go against the very authorities that you misquote?
So this is interesting because this is called the fallacy of appeal to authority. I want to point out here that Bart Ehrman himself distinguishes, at least on his blog, the difference between the archetypal text and the initial author themselves. He does not dispute a text when it only has one authorship attributed to it in history. It does not mean, however, that what he attributes to Justin Martyr means that it actually is from Justin Martyr. Recently, he argued on his very blog, and I'm sure that you have a subscription to it. He said, even if a text is contained in the Gospel of Mark, it does not mean that Mark wrote it. So I'm using his standards and his arguments. Now, you are fine. Here's the question I put to you. Where does he state that whatever is attributed to Justin Martyr can be historically relied upon to be from Justin Martyr?
You ready?
Please go ahead.
Genesis 18.
No, hold on. No. Let them talk. But can I answer his question? Because you guys now talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
can you show me from the blog, because you misapplied what Ehrman says about Mark to what he says about Justin Martyr. So you keep doing this. You quoted what Ehrman said about Mark. I just quoted to you what Ehrman said about Justin. So the burden is on you, not me. Where does Bart Ehrman say, we cannot know what Justin said? Let me read what he said one more time. So don't quote me what he says about Mark. I'm telling you what he said about Justin Martyr. I know you're trying to confuse and conflate the two issues, but it's not going to work today, Ijaz. So I'm going to read him one more time, and then go to his blog. Go to his blog. Give me the date and the timestamp and the paragraph where he says, we can't know what Justin said. Let me read one more time. Maybe I wasn't clear when I read his own words from his own work, and I'm going to ask you the question again. I'm going to ask it again. There are two principal ways that Justin understands Christ as a divine being. No, Bart Ehrman, you can't know, because of what you said about Mark has to apply to Justin. So if you don't know what the original form of Mark is and their interpolations, you can't know what Justin says, because that's Ijaz logic, Bart Ehrman. There are two principal ways that Justin understands Christ as a divine being, both of which harken back to the earlier views we have already explored. Justin develops these views in more sophisticated ways. Now, let me show you where he quotes him. Christ was also one of the three angels. What, Ehrman? Justin Martyr said what? Christ was also one of the three angels who appeared to Abraham at the Oaks of Mamre in Genesis 18. Another passage we have considered, because this angel is also a man, but he's called the Lord, it is clear to Justin. Quoting Justin from Dialogue 56. There exists, and is mentioned in Scripture, another God and Lord under the Creator of all things, who's called angel. This one appeared to Abraham, Jacob, and Moses, and is called God, and is distinct from God the Creator, distinct that is in number but not in mind. Another quote, these patriarchs did not see God the Father, but, quote, God the Son as angel. Dialogue 127. So let me make it clear again, Ijaz. Maybe the first time I spoke too fast. Quote me where Bart Ehrman said, we cannot know what Justin said because we don't have very early manuscript attestation for what he said. And like Mark, there's interpolations. Therefore, Justin Martyr, his manuscripts have been interpolated. Therefore, we have to be agnostic. That's not what he said. But give me verbatim Ehrman, the expert on the picture that you appeal to. So don't say I'm appealing. You mentioned him in your response to him. Quote him where he agrees with you. If not, let's go to the next question. Go ahead.
Right. So it doesn't.
Can I ask the question about Justin Martyr real quick?
No, I got to respond to Sam.
Hold on, Fred.
So I want to point out that, unfortunately, as Muslims, we don't hold the belief of Sam that the louder you speak, the more accurate you are. We actually go with intellectual rigor. So I want you to notice what Sam said and did. Listen to the confusion in category here. He's saying that when Bart Ehrman speaks about an author in antiquity, must mean that, it can't also be applied to Justin Martyr, what you apply to Mark. But which is the more important one? The point is, at the end of the day, one is scripture, one is not. If both of them are treated equally on equal scales, you like this term consistency, Sam. If he can make the argument for Mark, just because it's in the Markan corpus does not mean it is actually for Mark. Where does he not make the opposite claim for Justin Martyr? Just because he treats it as if it is from the Justin Martyr's corpus does not mean he believes that Justin Martyr, the historical individual, wrote these in his very own words. In fact, there's a very popular article he has on his blog, Textual Problems in the Apostolic Fathers. One is, I think, from 2012, October. And I think the first one is also from October 2012. All you have to do, Sam, is sit down and read it to understand when scholars differentiate between a work belonging to an author's corpus versus the author themselves having advocated that point of view. And even if it was he believes that the author advocated that point of view, it goes beyond the pale of historiography to identify whether or not that was actually written pen to paper by that individual, because as he accepts, as do other scholars, homonymous authorship in Christianity is not something new. It's well established. And what you actually seem to be arguing here is, well, let's forget all the technicalities. If it says it here, that's what it must mean. Well, no. I mean, I know that Burton Mack in his book mentions this, who wrote the Gospels. He actually points out when scholars say Mark or Matthew, John, or whatever individual said something in history, they don't want to apply before it attributed to that individual. They use this language for convenience in scholarship. I think that is actually, in fact, the first 2 pages of that book. So the point, quite simply, is raising your voice does not win when you do not understand the technicalities behind the argument. So October 2012, textual problems in the Apostolic Fathers, you are free to go through those 2 posts and bring the argument for me that I am wrong. I would love you to do that. Please do that for me. I will wait patiently for it.
Can I ask Michael
Can I now respond to it because he's addressing me? Maybe I wasn't
clear. After he responds, I'd like to touch upon the text of Justin.
Yeah. Maybe I wasn't clear the first 2 times. I'm going to try it a 3rd time. I know you think speaking fast and throwing points is refuting me as you accuse me of speaking loud. I speak loud because that's how I am, but that's okay. But throwing 50 points in 10 seconds is not a refutation. It backfires against you. So let's now take it step by step. We're going to challenge you. Since you just mentioned the post, quote where Bart Ehrman said, because we don't have early attestation, because the earliest witness to Justin Martyr, there's 6 lines like you said. And because they're variant readings, we cannot know what Justin Martyr said, even though when we examine the manuscripts and come to a reconstruction to see what the original writing of Justin Martyr said, can you show me that he took what you said, the arguments that he made, to come to the conclusion that you did? And you again attack strawman because that's all you can do. You're saying, well, Mark is more important in Scripture. That's true. We can talk about Mark, but we're talking about Justin. So to say what he says about Mark as if it's applicable to Justin, no, I'm sorry. I know you like to throw red herrings and smoke and mirrors, but it doesn't work with us. So I'm going to try it again, Ijaz. I know maybe you don't understand how the burden of proof works. The person who makes the assertion, he has to supply the burden of proof. You made the assertion. You mentioned Bart Ehrman and others, and I want you to quote Ehrman in his blogs. You referenced it, so it should be easy for you to quote. Or any other patristic scholar who said, because there are variant readings in the writings of the fathers, we cannot say this is what Justin said. He just said you lied, because he said this is what Justin said, this is what Justin believed, and he's fully aware of the variant readings, and he's fully aware of the dating of the manuscripts, and he says, Ijaz, you don't know what you're talking about. Stop misrepresenting me. So final time, Ijaz. You made the assertion, quote where Ehrman says, we do not know what Justin said, so we do not know definitely he believed Jesus is the angel of the Lord, who is God, who appeared to Moses, who is distinct from the Father. Cite him where he says that. I quoted where he says, no, this is what Justin said, because as a patristic expert, I've examined the manuscripts, and this is definitely what he said. He agrees with William and says, you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I would add another thing, Sam. I'd add another thing. Let's look at the Greek. I've got it open in front of me of the oldest manuscript. Let's see which one of them doesn't say that Christ is the angel of the Lord, the maker of the universe.
Right.
So I think we're beginning to repeat ourselves like quite a bit now. So let's have Ijaz respond, and then let's have one of the Christian guests who have been waiting to ask this question.
And then let Jay ask a question.
Yeah. I think we're repeating ourselves quite a bit now.
Fred, we've already had a Muslim ask a question, so it's a Christian's turn now. So after Jay, I'll get you in, Fred. God willing.
Okay.
All right. Can I be heard? Muki, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Brother Imran Anwar, for your wonderful comment. So I point out again to Sam, he thinks that if he repeats the question more than once, it makes the question better. Rather, argumentum ad infinitum does not qualify his claim. I already pointed out that in 2 blog posts, the textual problems with the Apostolic Fathers, one from October 2012 and the other from, actually both are from October 2012, one from the 30th of October, the other from the 31st of October. Again, he points out the problem is that A, we do not have the original text of any of the Apostolic Fathers, just as we do not have the originals of any book of the New Testament or of the Hebrew Bible, or well, of any book from the ancient world. And B, the copies we have all differ from one another. So which copies do we trust? Again, this is on the Apostolic Fathers. Now, notice I referenced Bart Ehrman as the translator for Loeb's work. I did not say I appeal to him because he qualifies my argument, even though now I realize that he does. So thank you for that, Sam. I want to point out as well that William, for all of the raising of the voice that he has done, he said, and he made a wrong claim, that the manuscript, that the critical edition he has of Justin Martyr's work uses what P. Octavianus 5129, but when I checked, it's only 6 lines. So I'm a bit confused as to how now he's going to read for me from a manuscript which only has 6 verses. So if possible, if William is honest, maybe he can tell us where he's reading from and what manuscript that section comes from. That would start him off in the right direction. It's a good place to start, William. Take it away from there.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay,
I will.
William, hold on. Hold on, William. We agreed that we'd let a Christian ask a question, right?
Hold on. William,
we agreed.
He asked me.
Say one thing.
He asked me a question. I'm going to reply.
William,
Guys,
it's going to go back.
I'm going to reply.
William. Everyone quiet. Yes, William, please respond.
Thank you very much. He asked me, first off, what the oldest manuscript was. He didn't ask me to read that exact verse because I wasn't quoting dialogue with Trypho. He asked me what the oldest manuscript history was. I said what it was. Stephanus would be the oldest, and I'm reading, excuse me, from a critical edition, which right here says this is the proper reading of the most ancient manuscript tradition. Let us look at it in the Greek. Open it up since you have all these historical documents before you. Let's go to the Greek in dialogue with Trypho, where Justin says that Christ is the angel and he is the maker of all things and he is God. Let's go to the Greek. Tell me which manuscript you've got that would be lacking that.
So one more time, William, you said the earliest said that, so I'm giving you the opportunity. The earliest is what, and where does it have that quote? It's a simple question. The earliest.
I asked you a question. Answer it for me. Let's go to the Greek. I'm telling you, every single one has it. None of them is lacking that from dialogue.
What is the earliest one with that statement?
The most critical one would be the edition Stephanus. According to Otto, who I am reading, combined the most ancient manuscripts. That is supposed to be the best reading. And from what I am looking at here, I'm looking at the Greek. I don't see anyone missing this passage. And I'm going to go right back to it because you're not going to escape this. Read it for me in the Greek. Which manuscript is missing this?
William, I asked you the question. The verse that you have, the line that you have in front of you, where he makes this claim.
Hold on.
William, 1 second, right? I am not disputing that the editions have it.
Thank you. Thank you for proving my point. That's my only point. My point is the most ancient editions have that in the text. Every single one has Christ as the angel of the Lord and God. The most ancient ones.
William,
William, can I say one thing real quick? It's not a response to any of you. It's not a response to any of you. What I'm saying, Ijaz and William and the mods, let's agree to how many responses to a question we can go at. Because if we're going to be on one question for an hour, everyone else is going to get bored. So can we come to an agreement? If someone asks a question, the person responds, the other person, and how many rounds, so we can limit it so other people can ask, because we're still on this point. It's been about 15 minutes.
How about we do this? How about each question, each of us answers, I don't know, 3-4 minutes, so we can limit it to that, and it'll be fair.
But how many rounds? Because you guys are still at this point. It's been 15 minutes.
I mean, I honestly would be fine with, I don't know, 2 rounds. I mean, so let's say Kristen wants to ask something to Ijaz. If they ask you, Ijaz, you can answer it, and then we can reply, and then we can go around a second round, and then we'll move to another one.
Do you think that's okay, Ijaz?
1 sec. I think I lost you there. So let's say a question is asked of Sam. Yeah, Sam answers for 4 minutes.
He'll go first, and then we'll follow.
No, I think 4 minutes is a little bit too long.
Yeah, too much.
Go 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Whatever. 2-3 minutes.
Who's going to keep count? Who's going to keep count?
You guys are making this really complicated. Oh, there's a kid in the back.
People have questions. I've been waiting.
All right. Okay.
Guys, can you give me 2 minutes, please? I'm going to give my daughter a snack. Give me 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we keep going on one question for an hour, other people are waiting for questions. So let's agree, Ijaz, however you want to do it. If a question is asked to me, I answer. Let's say then you answer. Then another answer for me and you, and that's it? Or how do you want to do it? However you want to do it, but not stand at the same point for an hour.
How about this, right? Someone asks you, Sam, a question. You answer in 2 minutes. I respond in 2 minutes. We move on.
Okay.
So if someone asks me a question, I answer for 2 minutes.
So we can get more questions in.
Yeah, that's better. Okay. So
one answer to one question and a response to that answer, and that's it. Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay.
Where the hell did Mustafa go? Okay, no, he's there. Okay.
I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here.
We're gonna.
What's that, Ijaz?
I was going to insult you, but I forgot it's being recorded, so I got to be nice.
Careful, man.
We've already had enough insults.
No, he owns the room, and he is a worthless and shameless thug. He supports.
How dare you say that to your guest? What's wrong with you? But anyway, go ahead. I'm kidding.
He's my guest. I can bully him.
Yeah, that's right. You have a right to say that. You're right. I apologize.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm back. Go ahead.
Okay, we agreed, William. If a question is asked of you, you answer. The other person answers, we move to the next question.
Okay, wait a minute. The other two answer, and then we move on.
Well, here it is. I ask you a question, you answer. Ijaz responds. Next question, Ijaz, he answers, you respond. That way, so we can get more questions in. You okay with that?
That'll work.
All right, let's go. Whoever's next.
That kills me. I think I'm partially deaf now.
I'm sorry, guys. My daughter's very spoiled. I apologize.
No, we love kids, and that's good. Let kids, speak. That the pandemic has not been easy. So, William, I'm not sure if you understood what I was saying to you, right? My point simply was, if you can tell me whatever you're reading from, the earliest extant manuscript of that text, right? Because my assertion has always been that somewhere along the chain of transmission, whatever you want to call it, in the manuscript testimony, things get changed and applied to the initial author. Now, in Greco-Roman authorship, this is known as homonymous emendations. So I'm just simply putting the point forward. I'm not disputing that it's within the corpus of Justin Martyr's writings. I'm simply asking, wherever you're reading from, that reference, what is the earliest extant witness for it? I'm not arguing against you. I'm just trying to have you explain what the earliest extant witness is. Does that make sense?
It does, and really, I've got no idea, because Otto here claims that he has, I'm looking at the footnotes in the Greek, he claims he has combined all of the most ancient. He doesn't say the dating of all of these, but he says this is the best reading. I'm even looking at the variant readings. None of them lack this. They might lack a conjunction, which doesn't affect any of the text. So regardless of how early it may be, this is the best reading. So I'm reading from the best reading of the most ancient manuscripts, and every single one of them have the theology that we've been trying to explain from the very beginning. So, I mean, I think that's the whole point.
So, one sec. Yeah. So I'm not disputing that it could be within the corpus. I was just simply asking what the earliest extant date is. When I checked, that was not the date that I got. I think the earliest extant witness would have been Pioxerenchus 5129 from the 4th century, but it does not include that passage.
It depends.
Let's go to the next question then. Let's go to the next question.
It depends which scholar you look at. Some dated to the 3rd. Yeah.
No, because
let's go to the next question, guys. Come on.
Hold on.
1 second, Ibn, because we're having a pleasant chat. We're not killing each other at the moment. I think the earliest and most complete version would be a Latin text from the 8th century. That's what the LDAP database says, and I can send you that link, God willing, via the email.
I understand what you're saying. I disagree with you. One of the top scholars named Otto does not take that position, so no, I don't agree with that.
Does not take what position?
That the most ancient of the Latin, he restores it directly from the Greek. And this whole text here, the ancient text here has been restored from the Greek. There's no mention of this particular whole chapter having a better Latin recension. I don't believe that at all. But if you can provide me that evidence, and if your evidence is correct, I will say, hey, guess what, Ijaz? You are correct and I am wrong. But I am reading here directly from the Greek. There's nothing at all that he's presented that would lead me to believe otherwise.
Okay, so I've put the link to the LDAP database, and you can engage with it. If you can find out for me in the book that you're looking at, I forgot the translation you said you had, but if you can check it and see where they list their extant sources, that would be brilliant. Most critical editions do, and I would appreciate that. So we can leave it like that, and we can follow up afterwards. Is that okay with you, William?
That's perfectly fine. It doesn't change what I've been trying to tell you from the very beginning.
Yeah,
nobody did. Hold on. Let me finish the sentence. Regardless of whether or not part of this is in Latin or not, none of this makes a difference, because you don't have a single scholar, not even one, doubting that these are the actual words of Justin Martyr. And the particular areas that I am quoting, because for me, Ijaz, what's important is talking about the areas that talk about the deity, and particularly the angel of the Lord being Christ, because that's what we're talking about. And this section, if you're telling me that the most ancient portion of this section is in Latin, quote the scholar that said that. No, and I'm asking you, hold on, let me just finish. I'm not going to go more than 20 more seconds. Mm-hmm. Another thing is, I've asked you many times, well, actually, you've already agreed that the most ancient Greek all reads the same. That proves my point. My point is, that Justin Martyr is an ancient witness that testifies to this. And I mean, that's the point we've been trying to make for the longest time.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that point. All I was simply saying is I do not
Okay, great.
Actually, there's a book, I'm not sure if you have it in front of you. It's Justin, Philosopher and Martyr Apologies. It's supposed to have text critical information. So I'll look it up in the interim and I'll send that to you. Let me be clear. I was not saying that the Latin has variants in this passage because I didn't get the passage that you were reading from. I was simply saying the most complete edition seems to be that 8th century Latin manuscript. That's all my point was.
Of Dialogue with Trypho?
No, not. I gotta check.
We're talking about Dialogue with Trypho. The most complete is non-Latin. That's incorrect.
Okay, I didn't hear what work you were specifying. I thought you were speaking about.
Yeah, I said it over and over. It's Dialogue with Trypho, and that's definitely not Latin. The most ancient would not be Latin. I'm referring to Dialogue with Trypho, and I have a critical edition in front of me. I have it open. The critical edition exists in Logos. You say you have Logos. You can purchase the critical edition. I've got it open. No English. It's pure Greek, Ijaz. And I'm telling you, there's no variance here in this section. To me, that is quite important.
Brilliant. What I'm doing now is I'm getting the book by Dennis Mintz, Justin Philosopher and Martyr Apologies, by Oxford University Press from 2009. It's supposed to have text critical data. I'll take a look at that and get back to you. I will likely post it in the comments below. So does that answer the question?
And again, we can even dialogue. We can even do another gathering dialogue about that in the future.
Sounds. Actually, give me 1 second. It's on page 1, so if I can read it quickly for you. The manuscript tradition.
What? As he gets there, are we also talking about Deity of Christ later? It's going to be too late for you guys.
Well, we don't sleep.
I don't mind.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm up for it.
And I'm just waiting. I'm just following.
Hey, Michael, can I ask you a quick question about Justin Martyr?
Michael? Who's Michael?
William, I think.
His name is William.
Oh, William, I apologize.
Yeah, William. That is Michael's logo. He left it there, and I left the logo up.
Fred, to be fair, I promised Jay that he'd ask the question after he'd been on Anwar, because he had a Muslim. Yeah,
so I've asked a question, so let's have a Christian ask a question. I think he's been waiting for the longest time.
So Jay, do you want to speak up?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Okay, yeah. The question for Ijaz, you asked Sam about what Jewish beliefs were regarding the incarnation, or whether they believe that God could enter into his creation in a form, a human form. I just want to read you a quote here from an Orthodox Jewish scholar. He's not Messianic, he's not Christian, he's an Orthodox Jew, Daniel Boyarin, in his book, The Jewish Gospels, writes, quote, Jesus, when he came in a form that many Jews were expecting, a second divine figure incarnated in a human. The question was not, is a divine Messiah coming, but only, is this carpenter from Nazareth the one we are expecting? Not surprisingly, some Jews said yes and some said no. Today, we call the first group Christians and the second group Jews, but it was not like that then, not at all, unquote. So in light of that quote from Daniel Boyarin, does that not answer your question as to what Jews believed during the time of Jesus and before the time of Jesus in terms of the incarnation?
Brilliant. So Jay, just do me one favor. You have the book in front of you. I assume that you're reading from it.
I have the quotation in front of me. I can pull up the book though.
Yeah, please pull up the book, and I'll let you come back the second time to just follow up on that. Because the question I put to you is Daniel Boyarin. I'm familiar with the book. I think I have a PDF copy of it somewhere. Okay. At what point is his earliest reference about the Jewish theological position on that?
He references in the Talmud a section called Chagiga 14a, where he believes that there's a reference that goes back before the 1st century. He cites Rabbi Akiva, so late first, second century, early 2nd century. He's referring on what's called a Barita, which is a tradition that goes back prior to the Mishnah. So this is before the 1st century. And he said that this was the Jews that the majority of Jews held before the time of Jesus and during the time of Jesus.
So this is a brilliant favor that you've done me here. I want to point out that normally when Muslims and Christians talk about the Jewish tradition, they say it's usually 1st and 2nd century, nothing exists before that. So is it your position personally, Jay, that we can verify certain traditions before Christ from the Jews?
We can verify what certain Jewish beliefs were prior to Jesus, yes.
Fantastic.
So, no. So I'm trying to listen to him. So just to be clear here, you're saying the author believes this goes back before Jesus because it's attributed to a tradition when all of the oral law is said to be before Jesus. So is it this one particular phrase that you're taking, or is it the totality of it?
Your question was, what do Jews believe in regards to the incarnation? So I'm quoting you an authoritative Jewish scholar, an Orthodox Jewish scholar, in regards to what Jews believed during the time of Jesus and before his time. And he said that, yes, they did believe in the incarnation. So how do you respond to that?
Well, I just did respond to it. I said to you, there is no way that you can qualify without cherry picking or isolating data that's favorable to your position. You're assuming that this tradition predates Jesus. You've not presented any evidence that is the case. I can understand the Orthodox Jew saying that his tradition predates Jesus, which would be almost all of his tradition, yeah? So that's simply my point. Find a reference for me. I'll bring up the book on my laptop and I'll take a look at it in the meantime. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, this is the introduction. This is just the introductory pages of his book. So just to be clear, he's saying what Jews believe.
Are we engaging the questioners, or are we going to answer questions, interact? Or
Go ahead.
Going to have now discussions with the questioners?
Oh, sorry. No, was anyone timing 2 minutes or not?
I think you guys were doing it.
I didn't time it, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. We don't have to be dogmatic.
You've had your conversation. That's fine.
All right, Sam, go ahead if you want to respond.
No, it's okay. I'm waiting now. Maybe a question for me. I mean, because
could I just point out something real quick, William? In the chat, I put a link for you for the earliest manuscript.
I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to look at the chat from my phone.
Okay, just work with me step by step. I'll do it quickly because I don't want to waste anyone's time. All you have to do is you press the screen.
I see it. Chat. Here we go. Where is it?
When you click it, it'll come up. It's from 1541 and it's in Greek.
Here we go.
And on page 3 of the book Justin, Philosopher and Martyr Apologies by Dennis Mins and Paul Parvis, it actually says, let me quote it here. What does it say here? The only one of these of independent value, and therefore the manuscript on which rests the whole tradition of Justin's authentic works, is Paracinus Grecus 450. And so the reference for that is that manuscript I just gave you in the link. So it's from the year 1541. So I hope that answers the question.
It doesn't, because this is an opera omni. Do you know what that is?
I didn't hear you. This
is an opera omni. Do you know what that is?
I have no idea what you're saying. Absolutely.
You don't know what an opera omni is? You've been talking about manuscripts all night and you don't know what that is?
I have no idea what the word is that you're using.
Well, this is a compilation. Hold on. Let me just be certain. Is your argument that Dialogue with Trifle, the oldest edition we have, is 1541? Surely that's not your argument, is it?
Your argument was that the earliest and best manuscripts had this first. I asked you what century it was from. You said the 4th. I checked. The earliest one is from 1541.
No. That's not correct. 1541 is an opera omni. How much textual? Have you ever taken textual courses?
So you're saying to me that there's an earlier manuscript?
I'm asking you, have you ever taken textual courses?
Yes, I have.
This doesn't make any sense. This makes no sense. I mean, hold on, let me ask you, other than reading Bart Ehrman, have you taken actual courses?
Yes, with Dan Wallace.
I know Dan Wallace personally, and Dan Wallace would not make this argument. I know him personally. I've got his phone number. I can ask him if he makes this argument. This is an opera omni. You don't even know what that is.
If it's a compendium, I know it by that word, but opera omni, I don't know that.
Well, that's the most common when we're talking about ancient compilations. That's the way the Clavis uses it. Do you know what the Clavis is?
We say compendium, we say codex.
Do you know what I'm asking you, do you know what the Clavis is? You don't know what that is either.
Are you saying Clovis, C-L-O-V-I-S?
C-L-A-V-I-S. Come on, my friend. These are elementary terms. But you're not arguing, are you, that the oldest manuscript of Trifle is 1541? Surely you're not taking that position.
So I'm reading from a work by Oxford University Press. It's called, again, I'll read it for you, Justin, Philosopher and Martyr Apologies.
I understand what you're reading from, but answer me plainly.
One One sec, hold on. Let me quote it for you since you think I'm wrong. It says, the manuscript tradition, 3 manuscripts come into the reckoning. Paracinus Graecus 450, Philippicus 3081, and Autobianos Graecus 274. And it breaks it down and it tells you which one is the most reliable, and it says it's Paracinus Graecus 450. How does that refute what I said?
Okay, hold on, okay?
He's getting his facts.
Right. So we'll come back.
I can't. My hold on. Okay, there you go. Can you? There we go. My sound had bugged out. Okay, let me get clarification, because I think this is very important. Are you making the claim that the oldest manuscript we have of dialogue with Trypho is from 1541? That is my only question to you.
No, that is not my claim, and I will reiterate my claim to you again.
Then why would you send that? Why would you send that in the chat?
Let me reiterate my claim again. A work from Oxford University Press about Justin's text and his manuscript tradition plainly says the only one of these of independent value, and therefore the manuscript on which rests the whole tradition of Justin's authentic works is Paracinus Graecus 450, which is the one I linked you to.
Right, but I asked you earlier, why did you send a link to something dated much later that is a compendium of many works if we're talking about something that well predates that dialogue with Trypho? Because I mean, I don't quite understand the point of it.
Well, you seem to miss the point, because you said the earliest.
I am missing it. I seem to be missing it, because you seem to be, and with all due respect, my friend, you seem to be trying to make points from textual history. It doesn't seem to me like you really know what you're talking about. And I'm telling you with all due respect, you're tossing all these dates, talking about manuscript names. Can you read the Greek? Are you able to even read the Greek?
Yes, I have, and you don't need to.
So you can go, hold on, you can go line by line with me and read every variant in dialogue with Trypho then in the Greek.
Literally every single one. That's not a problem for me. Now, again,
okay.
Well, again,
then we will do that if you have any problem, because I'll make one comment. But I heard you earlier reading Greek, and it was pretty bad. I heard you reading earlier to Sam, and I've got to say, my friend, it doesn't sound to me like you've had any formal training in Greek.
I literally did not read anything in Greek to Sam, except for
you did read in Greek,
except for Exodus 3:14, which I know from the top of my head. Ego aimi ho on. How is that wrong? What is wrong there? Tell me.
I don't remember which one. I don't remember.
No, that's exactly what I said. Ego aimi ho on. What's wrong there? Tell me.
I don't remember which one you read, but it was not good.
I literally did not read anything from Greek. I only quoted Exodus 3 in the Greek.
So how is he wrong, William? If he read that Greek, how is he wrong?
You just lie, William.
Hold on.
William.
Whoa. I'm talking to him. I'm not talking to
no, William, wait. We want to catch you out. How is he wrong?
I'm not going to have a bunch of people gang up on me. I'm not going to have a bunch of people gang up on me, guys.
One second. Let me stop you there. How is he wrong when he quoted that in Greek? Just explain.
Guys,
pretty bad, and you made a bold statement. I want to know how he made that.
If you think you're going to gang up on me, you got the wrong guy.
Listen, you
got the wrong guy. You think you're going to gang up on me?
Everyone calm down. Here, let's settle it.
Yeah, everyone calm down. Everybody calm down. Okay, everybody calm down.
Greek.
Let's not get agitated.
I'll send them one. Hold on. Right. I'm going to send you a link to a Greek, and we want you to read the entire chapter in Greek.
Okay? I want to hear that.
I'm not playing that game. We can do that a different
night. No, let's do it now, because these guys just read William saying, well, William, you like. Okay, here, let me get you the Greek. Wait.
Send him the chapter, because I want to read Justin Martyr in the Greek in a little bit. He can read Greek. We're going to read Justin in the Greek.
Stop. I'm not playing.
Here. I want you to read Proverbs.
Can I ask Sam a question before I go to bed?
Okay, yeah, if you guys want to, because we stayed here for 20 minutes, we're not following the rules. People are going to check out. So you guys want to do this for others? Here's the thing.
We had
this?
So let's ask
okay, Mats, can I suggest this? Set up a discussion with William and Ijaz on the manuscripts.
Yeah.
They're dating for both the patristics, the Bible, and the Quran and the Hadith, the oldest copies of Bukhari.
Do that.
Set it up. We'll come there. Because this going into manuscripts, you've lost 90%.
We're going to have to read Greek eventually. We're going to have to go through it eventually. You got that chapter, Sam? Maybe Ijaz can read it.
I mean, I can get you more. I was going to have him read Proverbs 8, the Greek, because he said he can read the Greek. But can we maybe schedule? We'll talk about the extant manuscripts, their dating, their veracity. We're going to do that for the Quran as well, and we're going to do that for the Hadith. by his own standards, his own efforts to see if they pass the test, and I'll be part of it. But can we focus on the topic, deity of Christ Trinity? Because 90% of people want to go to sleep, like the gentleman just said.
I'm gonna mute and let people ask questions.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And Mods, can we go back to the topic, Mods? Can we go back to the topic? Because this poor man even said he wants to go to sleep, but he wants to ask a question. Can we focus now on topic?
Yeah.
Deity of Christ Trinity, please.
So Fred has a question. Fred has a question for Sam. So go ahead, Fred. Yeah.
Okay, Sam. So you said that Jesus is the angel of the Lord, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know this is Jesus every time that happens in the Old Testament? Where does the New Testament say that Jesus is the angel of the Lord? And what do you make of? Okay, and what do you make of the texts that show that the angel of the Lord is weak and he's not omniscient?
Yeah. Now, you asked two questions. Number one, how do I know the angel of the Lord, that's Jesus in his preeminent existence, from other angels? I didn't say every reference to the angel is Jesus. So you'd have to give me an example of what angel you're talking about that is not omniscient, because in 2 Samuel 14:20, it says the angel of the Lord knows everything that takes place in the earth. That's number one. Number two, how do I know it's Jesus? Because Malachi 3:1, which the New Testament applies to Jesus, you may disagree with it, but you're asking me how I know. I'm not asking you how you know and you don't know. And Malachi 3:1 says, behold, let me finish the answer. Do you really want an answer, or you want to debate? I don't mind debating you, but you want the answer?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Malachi 3:1, it says, behold, I send a messenger ahead of me. The Hebrew is malach, and the Greek would be angelos. I send a messenger ahead of me to prepare my way. Suddenly, the Lord whom you seek, ha'adon, will be coming to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, malach brit, meaning the angel of the covenant, whom you desire, he is coming, says the Lord of hosts. So in Malachi 3:1, we're told that the Lord is coming to his temple, who's the angel of the covenant. In the New Testament, in Mark chapter 1, verse 2, as well as in Matthew 11, verse 10, as well as in Luke 7:27, Mark and Jesus say the messenger that's sent ahead to prepare for the Lord, who is coming to his temple, who is the messenger or angel of the covenant, that's John the Baptist. And John the Baptist prepared the way for Jesus, and you can find that in John chapter 1. You can read from 19 all the way to 34, as well as 36, and Acts 19, verse 4. So there, the Lord coming to his temple is the angel of the covenant, identified as Jesus Christ. What's your next question?
Okay, so 2 Samuel 24:15, the Lord tells the angel to stay his hand and stop destroying the people of Israel. Would you agree with that passage?
What about it?
So here it shows that the Lord and the angel of the Lord are not on the same page, because the angel of the Lord wanted to destroy Israel and then keep destroying it and destroy Jerusalem. But then the Lord tells them, I renounced further punishment and told the angel of the Lord, enough, stay your hand. Doesn't sound like the angel of the Lord knows what God the Father is doing, does he?
Yes, it does. Actually, it actually refutes you. It doesn't support your position, because it shows that the Lord and the angel are distinct and they work in union. All you're reading to me is that the Lord is telling the angel to destroy his enemies and also refrain. That doesn't suggest in the slightest that the angel doesn't know what the Lord's will is, or the Lord's will, or the Lord doesn't know what the angel's will is. It shows they're distinct persons in communion with one another. And the fact that one orders the other is actually what I'd expect to find if in the Godhead you have a plurality of persons that are not the same person, even though they have the same essence. That doesn't prove your case. That proves my position.
So I think we should allow Ijaz to respond to any of that if he would like to.
Go ahead, you can respond.
Yeah, actually, I enjoyed Sam's answer, because he basically says if Christians understood Jesus to be the angel of the Lord, therefore it follows he is the angel of the Lord. But Christians make many claims, and it does not substantiate that particular argument itself. I want to point out, though, that Sam only had to do one thing, which is if the angel of the Lord is Jesus, and Jesus himself in the New Testament says Moses wrote about him and therefore identified him, Jesus, as the angel of the Lord, where does Moses do that? It follows, because he has not, that claim is therefore false, and it's a post hoc understanding of who the angel of the Lord is in Christianity. So, yep, 2 minutes, done. Thank you, guys.
Next question.
Okay, so let's have a question from a Christian guest then.
Yeah.
If there is one.
Can I ask a question?
Ariel wants. Yeah, go ahead, Ariel.
Awesome. So, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. Go
Okay,
ahead.
perfect. All right. So it's a question regarding Genesis 18. I'm going to start at 18, verse 9. It says, I'm going to quote it. Then they said to him, so they, the visitors, said to him, Abraham, where is Sarah, your wife? So he, Abraham, said, here in the tent. And then he said, I will certainly return to you according to the time of life. And behold, Sarah, your wife, will have a son. Sarah was sitting, listening in the tent door, which was behind him. So here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at verse 10, the pronoun is he said, and the pronoun would, at least in regular language, right, at face value, it would refer back to the previous verse, which is where the visitors were talking to Abraham and asking him, where is Sarah, your wife? They said to Abraham, where is Sarah, your wife? And then verse 10 says, and he said, the he would presumably be one of the three men. But what he says is something that Yahweh says, because if you look at Genesis 21:1, Yahweh visits Abraham just in time for the birth of Isaac. So it's because Yahweh says in Genesis 18:10, I will certainly return to you according to the time of life, and behold, Sarah, your wife, will have a son. That's obviously Yahweh, because Genesis says in 21:1 that Yahweh does return just in time for the birth of Isaac. So wouldn't the person speaking here be one of the three men and also be Yahweh?
No, it seems to be in verse 15, it's the angel of the Lord, or the Malach Yahweh, as it seems here in my edition that I'm reading from.
What edition is that?
The New English Translation. Chapter 22, verse 15, the angel of the Lord. So not Yahweh.
Reading from Genesis 18.
Yeah, but you quoted Genesis 21 to say that when he returned, it's Yahweh who returned. Yeah, you didn't quote that?
You know what verse?
It's not 22:15 or 21.
I think 21:1.
Yeah. You went to 21. You went to 22. He's talking about 21.
Okay, let me take a look at 21.
21:1. I'll read it. It says, the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did for Sarah as he had spoken.
Yeah, I don't doubt that the angel of the Lord will visit on God's behalf, and that's the way the text would represent it. And I believe that's
it says the Lord, though, not the angel of the Lord.
Yeah, well, you have to understand that when it speaks of agency, the angel of the Lord represents the Lord, therefore he can speak in his name.
Do I respond now?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sam.
I didn't necessarily finish, but sure, go ahead, Sam.
Okay, go ahead. No, finish your point. You got 2 minutes. I'm not rushing out there. You just paused. So
Finish up, Ijaz, and then we'll Sam.
Yeah, because again, this circles back to the very same question that we had addressed from the start. I understand Sam's position. The angel of the Lord speaks in the first person. He speaks as if he is God, therefore he is God. Anyone else that speaks in that sense equally has to be God. However, my perspective and the traditional Jewish understanding is that when it says the Lord does X, Y, or Z upon the earth, it's meant to be an anthropomorphism, referring specifically to an angel or a messenger on behalf of God acting on his behalf. In the same way that it says the Spirit came upon Mary, I do not think that physically a spirit overcame anyone. I just think that it's a metaphor to say that God's power overcame that individual, and that's the basis I hold to in this verse. Again, all of my belief is dictated by 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 27, Numbers chapter 23, verse 19, etc., etc. I think even in Isaiah it mentions, no God is formed before me. I think it uses the word genocide. The very same word I think is used in John chapter 1. So it's a one-to-one equivalence. This is antithetical to God's nature, and that's where I stand. Thank you for listening. Sam, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, this concept of agency is misapplied because agency doesn't mean that the person who comes can be identified as God, worshipped as God, claimed to be God, and does what God alone can do. And this is here's proof. Daniel 8, it says Gabriel showed up. Daniel 9, it says Gabriel showed up. Luke 1, it says an angel of the Lord showed up and he said, I am Gabriel. Revelation 22, verses 8 to 9. The angel who is the agent of God in Christ, when John goes to worship him, like we find the Old Testament saints worshiping this particular angel, he says, see, do not do that. I'm a fellow slave of you and your brothers who hold the testimony of God, worship God. So no, angels who are mere creatures don't claim to be God, don't claim to do what only God can do. They're not worshipped by others and identified as God unless that angel is God, distinct from God. And it's ironic, he mentioned Isaiah 6. In Isaiah 6, chapter Isaiah chapter 6, not Isaiah 6. He mentioned Isaiah. In Isaiah 6, verses 1 to 5, Isaiah said, in the year that King Uzziah died, I saw also Adonai sitting upon a throne, high and lifted up. And just in case he wants to deny Jehovah, verse 5, then said I, woe is me, for I am undone, because I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of the people of unclean lips. For mine eyes have seen the King, Yod-He-Vav-He, Jehovah of hosts. The very Isaiah he quotes shows that Jehovah can appear in visible form, in a visible shape on a throne, meaning he's misunderstood Solomon and these other writers. Agency doesn't help him. Ariel's point still stands.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Do we have a question?
Okay, before even Anwar asks his question, hold on. Before even Anwar asks the question, then Joe, Ijaz and Sam, do you want to talk about the deity of Christ afterwards, or?
Yeah, well, I would like to. I don't mind, and I hope it's this been Anwar from Revealing Christianity because I like to speak this week.
Yeah, hold on, Ijaz.
Okay, so this will be the final question, I think, and then we can move to the next topic. Do you agree to that, Sam?
Up to you. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Just one comment for the people in the chat. Please, I'm asking you, don't insult anyone or attack them. Try to be as. Otherwise, I'm going to be clear. I'm going to boot you from the room myself. No threats, no insults. Just please give it up, okay? Thank you, please. Like, look how nice Sam is being to me. I don't have to be nice to Sam. He doesn't have to be nice to me. But
I love you, Ijaz. I want to hug you, man. What's wrong with you?
Well, Sam is very nice today, and I myself am quite impressed by his performance. Yeah. Okay. So let's get to my question then.
One sec, Ibn Anwar. Let me tell you something. On my 2 years ago, it'd be what, 2018? On my birthday in 2018, and Sam could verify this right now. Him and Yahya Snow were having an argument via email. And you actually said something nice. You said, Yahya Snow, why can't you be like Ijaz? And I'm like,
why couldn't he be like you, Ijaz?
Handsome and good looking. That's what you meant, right? So
why couldn't he be like you, man? I'm still waiting for him to be like you, handsome and gorgeous.
Who y'all talking about?
It was Yahya Snow. You don't know. This was before your time.
Okay, I don't know what that is. Yeah.
Trust me, you wouldn't want to know him. He's an Arsenal supporter. May God have forgive him. Okay.
Don't insult asses again, Ijaz. Don't insult asses. You're getting me upset now. Go ahead. I'm just kidding.
I didn't get that. Insult what?
No, you said he's. I thought you said he's an ass. I said don't insult asses, please.
No. I said he's an Arsenal supporter.
Oh, okay.
Who do you support, Joss?
Let's stick to the question, deity of Christ, William.
Hold on, just answer that first, really quick.
I support the Pride of London, the Blues, aka Chelsea Football Club, the #1 football club in the world.
You know why that is great? Because my Bayern Munich are going to finish you off pretty soon.
William, I just want to remind you that that the pandemic is a problem. Someone might call.
You better hope it is, brother.
All right, so let's have the question in then. So the question is quite simple. I understand, and this is a follow-up to my earlier question, Sam. So I understand that your interpretation would have it that one of the angels is the Lord, and you bring in the chapter 19 to back up the interpretation of yours. But would you agree that explicitly the text nowhere in Genesis 18 identifies any of the three men to be the Lord, as in explicitly, unequivocally? And would you not agree that verse number 21 would actually weaken your interpretation, seeing that it seems to indicate that God had yet to actually descend?
Yeah, but no, that actually makes my case. No, I wouldn't agree with you at all, because if you read what I said, it actually proves that the men that went to Sodom initially, because if you read Genesis 18:20 to 21, I'm going to read it slowly, because where is Jehovah going to go when he's finished talking with Abraham? Let's read it. And the Lord Jehovah said, because the city of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which has come unto me, and if not, I will know. Then the men turned their faces from thence and went towards Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before Jehovah. So it's clearly saying one of them is Jehovah. But Abraham engaged Jehovah, so Jehovah didn't initially leave. This is confirmed when you go to Genesis 19. Two show up. Those two are said to be angels. But then when Jehovah finishes discussing with Abraham, where does he go? We're going to read 33. And the Lord went his way. So when he finished, he went his way. Where is his way? Let's read again, verse 21. I will go down now. Where? Sodom and Gomorrah. So the text, if you just let it speak and don't bring your traditions into the text, Jehovah ends up going to Sodom, goes down to Sodom to meet with the other two, to then destroy it with fire from the Lord out of heaven. But then Genesis 19 says the two were angels, but this one repeatedly is called the Lord, the Lord, the Lord. So when you go to Genesis 19, that means somewhere in the context, this Lord joins them to do what he said he was going to do to Abraham, destroy them if they were wicked, there was no one righteous, so he'd spare it. So no, that actually confirms what I'm saying. The text says not all three are the Lord. One of them was the Lord. The other two are angels, and the Lord later went down to join them after finishing his discussion with Abraham. It actually confirms my point.
Ibn Anwar, you can follow up. You have 2 minutes, and then he gives his last 2-minute response.
Okay,
no, I thought questioners can only question and not actually engage.
Yeah, it does an answer. But if you want to go ahead, follow up.
I guess.
Ijaz, you can respond.
Okay, I'm going to commute my imprisonment to Ibn Anwar. Please take my 2 minutes, see what you need to say. And then Sam can give you 2 minutes again, and Sam gets the final say, basically. So go ahead, Brother Ibn Anwar.
Okay, well, my understanding of verse number 21 is that the Lord, Adonai, has yet to arrive to the scene. Because it's speaking in the future tense. I will go down. Not now. There's no now there. I will go down, meaning later, right? Meaning he's not there yet. Exactly. That seems to me to be the meaning of the verse. Which, if it is true, then that would mean that he is not of the three men. And thus far, you have not actually shown us where explicitly the text in the chapter saying that any of the three men is actually Jehovah or Adonai.
Good.
You haven't. Yeah, I understand that it's your interpretation, and you have verse 1 of chapter number 19 and other verses to back up your interpretation. But explicitly, we do not have any indication in the text itself, plainly saying that any of the three men is actually Adonai.
Yeah, actually we do. I know you're trying desperate to avoid the plain reading, but that's okay. You're reading your tradition, and it's funny, you're accusing me of the same thing. Of course it's future. How can he say, I'm at Sodom right now, when he's not at Sodom talking to Abraham? Do you want him to speak in the past tense, the present? Of course it's going to be future. Let's follow the flow of thinking one more time. And the Lord said, because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to cry of it, which is coming to me, and if not, I will know. So his intention is, I'm going to go down now, but what happens? Let's continue reading. Then the men turned their faces from thence and went toward Sodom, but Abraham stood yet before the Lord, and Abraham drew near. So the reason why he didn't go down immediately in its future, because Abraham's engaging him. And then the text goes on to say in 25, far be it from you that you would slay the righteous with the wicked, and the righteous should be as the wicked. Far be it from you, shall not the judge of all the earth do right? So no, it's your reading of the text, because you can't let the text say what it says. If Jehovah was distinct from the three, you still didn't answer why in Genesis 19, verses 1 and 2, two showed up. Where is the third man? Genesis 18 tells us. The third man was Jehovah, who remained because Abraham did not let him go immediately, but engaged him to make sure that he could get him to promise he wouldn't destroy all the righteous, but spare them. So now it makes sense. If he's one of the three and he stayed behind, only two show up. And then later, Genesis 19:24 says, Jehovah is there bringing fire from Jehovah. The plain reading is against your reading. I know you're trying hard, but keep trying. Maybe eventually you'll just let the text say what it says. God on earth, in form of two angels. Yes.
Sure, but just letting the text say what it says, nowhere in Genesis 19.
Yeah, we can't go back and forth. So we have to talk about the day of the Christ if you guys want to talk.
Yeah, we can move on to that.
Yeah, okay. So Ijaz and Sam, do you guys want to talk about the day of the Christ?
I'm more happy. William, do you want to do that too, William? Remember, I'm with William, so I got to ask him too.
Guys, can I ask a final question? Because I need
before you do that, is William here?
Is that okay?
Hold on, before you do that. William, you here? Is William here?
He should.
No, I think he said that he had to step away for a bit.
Yeah, whatever. You guys want to ask questions, because I want to make sure William, because remember, I'm his guest. He came, and if he wants to leave, then
so we'll wait for him. If I can have a quick response, less than 1 minute.
So hold on, Ibn Anwar. I got Sam has to agree to it. Sam, do you want to engage.
If you respond, I got to respond back.
Are you up for that? We can
I'll let you have the last word. I'll let you have the last word, Sam, because I don't want this to continue ad infinitum. So my quick response is, I understand again that your interpretation would have it that one of them is Adonai. And you're saying that here, see, if you read verse 1 of chapter 19, you see that there's only two, one is missing. And so all of that is your interpretation. The text itself doesn't say that the two angels were actually the two of the three that came before. We do not have the text saying that. We don't.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, 2021. Friend, I know you're trying hard. And the more you hard, the more you're making it bad for yourself.
And also verse number 21.
Yeah.
So also verse number 21 of chapter 18, again, if Adonai was already there, as in he's there standing in front of Abraham, and Sodom and Gomorrah is a little ways away, right? To say that he will go down when he's already down doesn't make sense.
No,
he's already there.
Let me correct you, because it shows you don't know geography. Jerusalem was up. Let me answer
you can respond and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Jerusalem was up. To go to Sodom, you would go down because you go up to Jerusalem. So you're butchering the text. And the more you do this, the more it's going to look bad on you. You keep saying the text doesn't say Adonai. Let me read it for the 6th time. The Lord said, Jehovah. It's not even Adonai. It's Yod, He, Vav, He. And again, in case you missed it, verse 22. The men turned their faces from thence and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before the Lord. You're the one who's now reading out of the text. So you're accusing me of the very thing that you're doing. The text is there. It is Yod, He, Vav, He. And when the men went, where are they going? You don't need to guess. They're going to Sodom. But only 2 show up, because the 3rd man who's going to accompany them is the Lord that stood before Abraham. I know you're trying, friend, but it's not making it bode well for you. The more you do this to the text, the more you're convincing us the text is explicitly clear. You wouldn't want me to do this to the Quran. Don't do it to the Bible. Let the Bible speak. The Bible is not Islamic theology. Let it be what it is. If it's even anti-Christian, fine. Don't read out of it what's there. It does say Jehovah. Not only Adonai, it says Jehovah. The Lord said, Abraham stood before the Lord. But if you want the final 2 minutes to respond, go ahead, friend. You can take the final.
But I got a question, because I'm curious about what your response would be to Genesis chapter 18, verse 27.
Sure.
But it says, now I began speaking to the Lord. So I think it's Nun el Zaksamen, if I'm not mistaken, Nun el Zaksamen, now that I began, and then he continues to speak to the Lord.
Okay, well, no, if you contextually, now that I began speaking to the Lord, that's simply an idiomatic way of saying, I have actually taken it upon myself to stand before the Lord and be this bold to address him and invoke him to spare, because you can't take 27 in isolation from verses 23 to 26. Just read 26. And the Lord said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. I don't know what else the text needs to say to show, however you're trying to read this literary device. It doesn't mean, oh, prior to this, it wasn't the Lord I was speaking to. It was some guy out there that wasn't the Lord, and now I'm speaking to the Lord. That's not how language works. Contextually, it's simply an idiomatic way of saying, look, I have taken upon myself to be this bold to talk to the Lord, and he's actually patient and allowing me to engage him. That's the plain contextual meaning, because he's begging the Lord, don't destroy Sodom if there are righteous people in there. So I don't read 27 in isolation from what comes before it, or what came before it, or what came before it, or how it ends. Verse 33, and the Lord went his way, and as soon as he had left communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned unto his place. And secondly, even your interpretation, you end up having the Lord show up. So even if I go with your interpretation, let me take your interpretation. Now I've spoken to the Lord. So Ijaz, you just admit then that means the Lord just showed up. So that means the Lord is there. In what way? Are you going to say he wasn't one of the 3 men? So where was the Lord earlier? Did he leave? Did he go back to heaven? And when the 3 men left, then he came down again? And when did he come down? Because it says from verse 22, he's talking to the Lord, but you'd have it at 27. That's when the Lord shows up. So who was this guy before him? You're doing mincemeat with the text, guys. Let the text speak. Let God be God. Go ahead, Ijaz.
So Sam, just understand my point of view, yeah? So I'm not debating you, just to be clear.
No, I know you're not. I'm clear. I'm responding. I know you're not.
Right. So to me, it seems to be Do you remember when we first began this discussion, I say, when Abraham stands before the Lord or the Lord stands before Abraham, is there any place upon the earth that Abraham does not stand before the Lord, right? That was my question. And it follows from my internal logic here. When it says, now that I began to speak to my Lord, it just seems to me as if he is choosing to pray to God about this matter now that his guests have departed, 2 of them at least. And so he's addressing one of them particularly, who represents God in my mind. It just seems to follow from the text that that is the case. Now, you did mention that this is an idiom. I got to be honest with you. I tried looking up to see if there's any corresponding phrase now that I began to speak to my Lord in any Semitic context. And I didn't seem to get it, but you seem to know a number of verses related to Genesis 18. Is there a particular verse that demonstrates that idiom?
Yeah. Context, the immediate context shows, now that I began speaking to the Lord cannot mean that prior to this I wasn't speaking to him. Even your interpretation shows he was there before he spoke to him, because you just said, listen to what you just said, Ijaz. He's speaking to one of them as the Lord's representative. So then that means all throughout, he's speaking to someone whom he calls the Lord, which you're saying is the angel of the Lord. Now you want to have it in 27. Now he's talking to someone else, specifically, presumably the Lord himself. Then whoever this being was, and now he ignores him and speaks to the Lord in heaven, whereas he's addressing this individual, and he's telling this individual in the verses before and after, well, if you find 50, will you destroy it? No, I won't. 45, no. Now, in the midst of the context, 27, he now says, hold on, let me now pray to the Lord in heaven. Even though I was talking to you as if you're the Lord, now I'm going to pray to the Lord in heaven. I pray you now, Lord, because now I'm addressing you, not your agent. So then, who is he addressing after 27? When in 33 it says, and the Lord went his way. The Lord didn't go anyway, according to you, because he's in heaven, and Abraham's praying to him. So whoever this Lord is, leaves. So even if you want to say it's the angel, you're still making the point. Someone's on earth that Abraham's talking to as the Lord. You want to say agency, and I'm saying, no, it's not agency. It's God in human form, because you're confusing, and I don't say this to attack you. You're confusing the difference between the omnipresence of God, that the entire creation is before him, and God's ability to then manifest himself visibly at a specific location without this implying that he stops being omnipresent. I mean, that's not how the Bible works. God can appear here and still be omnipresent. He can appear 50,000 places simultaneously and still be omnipresent. Manifesting his presence visibly and being omnipresent, there's no conflict. You wanted to have a conflict? Well, that's between God. I'm just letting you, there's none. But go ahead.
Okay, so I understood what you said. I understand that you think that God can have a corporeal form. Now, obviously, do you agree that as a Muslim, I can't believe that?
That's difficult. Your particular Islam, sure. You, yes. You particular. Okay, just like Christianity is not monolithic, Islam is not, but you. But I don't know if you're a Salafi, so I don't even know if you are.
No, I'm definitely not Salafi. I'm actually Sunni Maturidi. But
so yes, and you, according to your belief, Allah is bodiless. Yes.
So, because the text just seems, so again, I'm not debating with you. I'm just trying to follow. So I understand your position. He's speaking as if he's speaking to the Lord, and therefore it follows that the Lord is before him. However, it appears to me to be the case. It is possible he's interacting with someone who represents the Lord, and then by verse 27 or verse 26, he begins to supplicate to God, it seems to me. Because that phrase, I began to speak, triggers something in my mind. It does not make sense to say it just means he's speaking boldly, because he's spoken this way before from verse 22, and then it follows afterward the same trend of thought. So have I misunderstood?
I mean, I don't want to keep repeating the same point, Jess, because we're going to be here. So if you want to see it that way, then okay. I mean, I don't want to repeat the same thing 3 times. I already said contextually, in the context, it's what it means. You can reject it, that's fine. But again, you can, I don't want to keep engaging the same point over and again, because we're going to be here for another 20 minutes.
Okay, so we can...
something else, go ahead.
I see that someone has their hand up.
Okay, yeah, Joe, do you want to ask, you guys want one more question from the audience?
Final question, if Sam is up for it.
That's okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
By the way, did William come back, or did he bail out on me?
He's still here.
I'm back, brother. I had to go get food. I apologize.
You ready?
I'm back, brother.
Talk about the deity of Christ? Because after this,
I'm back here, brother. I'm back.
Okay, go ahead. Do you have a question? Because I thought you were going to bail out and let me be here until 3 in the morning. Come on, man.
No. I went to grab me a little bit of food.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, Joe, you want to ask your question?
Yeah. Just quickly, with I think Sam earlier mentioned that in the burning bush, do you believe that was the angel of the Lord that appeared to Moses? And was that Jesus? Sorry, was that Jesus?
Hold on.
Yeah. To Sam. Yes, to Sam. Sorry.
Yeah, the angel, or Exodus 3:2, and that's Jesus Christ.
That's Jesus. But then in Acts 7:30, it says that the angel that what appeared to Moses was an angel. It doesn't say the angel of the Lord appeared to Moses. It doesn't say Jesus.
Well, hold on, wait. You're confused now. You're saying Stephen is saying it's not the angel of the Lord, or is not saying it's Jesus? Make up your mind.
Well, he just said it's an angel. He just said it's an angel that appears to Moses. So he doesn't actually say that.
Right? I'm answering you.
Acts 7:30. Acts 7:30.
He's quoting. Listen, I know you're a little nervous. Listen, Joe. In Acts 7, I know what you're referring to, 30 to 35 and 38. I know the context very well. When he says an angel, and he's referring to the bush, you're saying that Stephen is saying it's an angel, but it's not the angel of the Lord. Even though he's referring to the text that the Jews know what it says, and in the Greek and in the Hebrew, any version says the angel of the Lord. So you're saying he's denying it's the angel of the Lord?
Well, why wouldn't he just say it's Jesus that appeared to Moses?
And that's a different question. Let me repeat it again.
So now you're changing the
question. Let me repeat your question. He said it's an angel. He didn't say it's the angel of the Lord, and he didn't say it's Jesus. So can we at least agree when he says it's an angel, he does mean it's the angel of the Lord, right? Let's get that first correct so I can move to the Jesus part.
Yeah, it's an angel that appeared to
So
Moses.
it's the angel of the Lord. You agree he's referring to the angel of the Lord, right?
He doesn't say angel of the Lord. He says angel.
So he's quoting the text. If you're going to play games with the text, then don't waste your time.
I'm not playing games with the text. The text says angel.
Joe, let's try this.
You're saying angel of the Lord, right?
Even if I say
it's your belief, it's your belief that is angel of the Lord.
Over me, or am I going to address?
Hold on.
Stop.
Joe, you should allow Sam to answer your question, right? Yeah.
Does the man have to spell out that it's the angel of the Lord? Why can't he say in abbreviated form it's an angel when he's referring to Jews who know that angel is called the angel of the Lord? So if he's not the angel of the Lord, who is he? The angel of Sarah? So it is the angel of the Lord. So let's put that aside. Why would you expect Stephen to say to Jews who don't believe in Jesus or about to kill him, oh, that angel is Jesus Christ, when they don't believe in Jesus, they don't believe in him, they don't believe in testimony, and they're about to kill him? How much sense does it make to then say, hey, that's Jesus Christ? What are you talking about?
Well, if it was Jesus, you just have to say
why?
Jesus.
Why?
Why wouldn't he say that? Is it all a mystery or something? Is it?
Okay, guys.
Okay, all right.
Good one,
I just want to add another thing. Sam, don't worry about that. So Genesis 18, the three angels that you're talking about
doesn't say three angels.
If that's I know, but I know that's what you're saying. Okay, but in Hebrews,
tell me where it says three angels. Go.
In Hebrew. Okay, calm down.
Before you move on,
in Hebrew.
Oh my goodness.
Sam,
Joe,
one second. Sam, one second.
In Genesis 18.
One sec. I muted the both of you. I muted the both of you just to stop. Okay, Joe, give Sam a minute to answer, and then okay, Joe, is that okay with you? I'm going to unmute you. Okay, Joe, is that okay? Okay, Sam. Let me see. Where are you? Elemental PQRS. Unmute. Okay, you're unmuted.
Joe made an assertion, Ijaz. I want to challenge him again. Show me where it says three angels. And if he can't, tell me what the text says, not what you think in your imagination it says. So now what's your question, Joe?
Joe, you have to unmute yourself. I tried to.
Go ahead, Joe.
Can someone try to unmute him? I don't know if he's able to. There he goes. Yes.
Okay. So in Hebrews chapter 13, verse 2, it says, do not forget to show hospitality to strangers, for by doing so, some people have shown hospitality to angels without knowing it. Now, in this verse, in the commentary, it says it's referring to Genesis 18:19, where the three men appear to Abraham. Now, if that's the case, why does he just say you have shown hospitality to angels unknowingly? Why not say it was God? Because you believe it was God who appeared.
Assuming that the commentary.
One of the men was God, so that would be.
Can I answer you, Joe, or are you going to keep talking?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm going to challenge you to show me where the text itself says that it's Genesis 18, instead of telling you what a commentary says, because we're going to have a field day with commentaries. So why did you go to Hebrews 13, which doesn't tell us what appearance he has in mind? Because there are many places in the Old Testament, like even in Genesis 19, those were two angels that appeared to Lot. but conveniently you want to attach it to Genesis 18 because of a commentary. Why don't you actually go to Jesus and go to Jesus where he says, your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day. He saw it and was glad. John 8:56. How convenient you don't go to Jesus saying, Abraham saw me and I saw him. Because the Jews respond, you're not yet 50 years old, yet you've seen Abraham? Truly I say to you, before Abraham came into being, I am. Yes, I did see him. He did see me, because unlike Abraham came to being, I've always been there. So we saw each other, which is further confirmed in John 8:40. So Joe, do you believe what Jesus said in John? Abraham and him saw each other? If so, where, Joe?
So what does Hebrews chapter 13 verse 2 mean?
We can't go back and forth. We can't go.
It doesn't mean anything. So it's just referring to something.
My word, Joe. It can mean everything and anything, because that's not the only.
So you
place.
can.
Bye, Joe. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Bye.
Let's allow Ijaz to respond now. Right?
No,
yeah.
I got to be honest. I wasn't paying attention. There was way too much arguing. I switched off. Sorry, guys.
Okay, that's fine. So do you want to talk about the deity of Christ now? How long do you guys want to go for now?
Let's move on to that.
It's 951. Am I from 951? I mixed it up. The two numbers. 951. William, I'm about to send you an email. Okay, so just check your inbox for it.
You got it, my friend.
Okay, I was getting some water. I apologize. Go ahead. Williams, if he's up to it, let's do it. We can do it. Sorry, I have to get some water.
I'm right here, brother.
All right.
So for the next session, is it going to be like a tag team on Ijaz? The two of you on him?
No. What if Ijaz and
how about we just talk? Let's just talk about the deity of Christ. Let's get questions.
If you have questions, go ahead. Not only Ijaz, any of the Muslim mods, you can ask questions. Get involved. It doesn't have to just be Ijaz. All of you get involved. Go ahead. We didn't say only one person has to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I didn't interrupt when Sam was talking with Ijaz the majority of the time. We're not ganging up on anybody. We want everybody to talk.
Yeah.
No, it just gets a little chaotic with everybody in the room, you know.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, we can, field questions. We don't mind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you guys want, because you want deity of Christ, we can focus on it. And you guys have a question or an objection, ask, and whoever wants to answer between me and William, we can do it. Feel free.
By the way, guys, I just want to thank you guys for coming in and joining us today. By the way,
thank you for having us.
Much appreciated. I know we've been exchanging words, everybody here, but we do appreciate you guys coming in, and thanks again. So just to
appreciate it. Thank you for having us.
No, anytime, and we welcome you guys to join us more. But definitely, this has been interesting. So please carry on, guys.
Yeah, we will join more often. We will.
Yeah. If one of the Muslims here want to ask a question about deity of Christ, directed to whoever, go ahead, guys. Go ahead, bring it up.
Well, Joe just asked a question, and he was Muslim, so let's have a Christian ask this time.
Yeah. Well, before we go into the Q&A, we're talking about us because we're discussing deity of Christ. Okay. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think the onus is on the.
Anwar, you want to ask a question?
On the topic? No, I think the interlocutors ought to be.
Yeah, just weird. I didn't get anything. Very weird.
I just clicked send. That's why.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Now, William, do you want to make the positive case? What do you want to do? Because only one of us can make it for a few minutes.
How about you make the positive case, and then I will either, if we do rebuttals or anything, I'll touch on the patristic case after.
Could I just ask?
I'm sorry.
So could I just ask you and Sam for one favor? Like, I can't seem to adjust the volume. So when you guys speak, it's like I can't understand a couple of words that you say. So maybe if you speak a little bit like less loud, I can be able to hear you.
All right. I'll try to do my best, man. I'm just loud by nature, so I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
yeah, same here as well.
Well, obviously I'm the opposite. I'm not very loud myself. So.
Well, I have absolutely no doubt that Ijaz can handle himself, but to make it a little bit more fair, I don't mind being his +2.
Sure, get involved. That's fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, do you want me to start? How much time you want me to take? Just take 1 point, make 1 point, then we go at it?
Yes. So we can do 4 minutes by 4 minutes, if that's okay, to start off with, and we have a conversation as we go along.
Sure.
That'll work.
I can make up 1 point, and you can engage us in conversation. It's up to you. As long as you want, you can ask questions. This is time you can ask us as many questions as you want about the point I'm going to make. I'm just going to take one simple. Let me just get I'm not going to use Old English. Old English is too hard, so I was using the Old English King James, but let me just get a more modern version. The Old English is going to be hard on some people. Just 1 second, guys. Let me get a more modern.
I want to thank everyone for being kind in the chat. You guys have been very better, I could say, right now. Just to point out, if my speech slurs, it's because I took my medication. So just like try to bear with it if you can.
Sure. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find the best translation in modern English so I don't confuse people.
LEB, Sam, you had one job, Lexham English Bible.
Why you want to go with that, bro? What's the problem, man? Oh,
because
okay, I got it. I got this. I like this one. Modern English version. It's modernized. Okay. Yeah, here it is, John 5. I'm just going to read just the specific parts of John 5, just specific, and then you guys can engage me, whatever you want to do, you're free. John 5:19. Then Jesus said to them, truly, truly, I say to you, the Son can do nothing of himself. But let's finish it then. But what he sees the Father do. For whatever he does, likewise the Son does. The Son does whatever the Father does and only what the Father does. We skip to 21 because of time. For as the Father raises the dead and gives them life, even so the Son gives life to whom he will. The Father judges no one, but has committed all judgment to the Son, that all may honor the Son just as they honor the Father. So you honor me the same way you honor the Father, not less, not like a prophet, but the way you honor him. He who does not honor the Son does not honor the Father who sent him. And then 25, truly, truly, I say to you, the hour is coming. That's the key phrase. The hour is coming and is now here when the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God. They're going to hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live. So the hour is coming, the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God and live. And then 28, 29. Do not marvel at this, for the hour is coming, which all who are in the graves will hear his voice and come out. Those who have done good to the resurrection of life, those who have done evil to the resurrection of judgment. So Jesus says he's not the Father. He can do whatever the Father does in the way the Father does it, give life, raise the dead. And then he says he, the Son, at the hour will raise them out of their graves by his voice. And in John 14:6, he says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father except through me. Truth and life. Now, why is that interesting? Because Old Testament and the Quran, and I'm just speaking the Quran because you guys believe in it, affirm that at the hour, it is God who gives life to the dead and will raise them from their graves. That's in Surah Al-Hajj, chapter 22, verses 6 to 7 of the Quran. It says, Allah, he gives life, and the hour is coming, have no doubt, where he will give life to those in the graves. And even says he's the truth. Allah is the truth, Al-Haq. So here in the Quran, Allah is called the truth. He gives life to the dead, and at the hour, Allah will raise them from the graves, all of which Jesus says, he's the one who will raise them from their graves by his voice at the hour. He's the one who gives life to the dead, and he is the truth. Even the Quran acknowledges that the Son is not claiming to be a creature, even though he's not the Father, but one with the Father in essence, even though he's not the same person. So that's just to begin with. So if you guys want to engage, ask, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'll take, so I think you spoke for 4 minutes. I'll probably try to do the same. If anyone is timing, it's at 12:21. I should stop. So Sam, thank you for that exposition. However, I think you will agree with me that we see the New Testament as a source for the life and teachings of Jesus Christ differently, very differently. So it is my position that the New Testament does not in any shape and no form convey to us true and authentic teachings about Jesus the Christ. I put forward that there are two things that we must hold in mind. I agree with Dan Wallace that we don't have the very words ipsa summa verba of Jesus Christ. We have ipsa summa vox. We don't have any first-hand information, nor do we have any first-party witnesses, which demonstrates that Jesus Christ is God. I listened to your exposition and it's wonderful, but something that I think you missed perhaps, or maybe you didn't think about it, was, well, wait a second. Who is the source of this information, and why should you and I take this to be authoritative. I want to point out, if Jesus Christ is meant to be God, I think that the chapter is Romans chapter 6, verse 9, if I'm not mistaken. Sam can correct me there, where it says that Christ has overcome or defeated death. Death no longer has mastery or dominion over him. Now, the question therefore becomes, well, wait a second. If Sam follows the philosophy of religion, he knows the term maximum greatest being, or the maximum being of all. In this case, for Muslims, and Muslims would be aware of this, we believe that God has the attribute of taking life and giving life. He is the source of life and the source of death. There is no disputation about that. Now, it comes into question, for the Muslims, can Allah lose one of his attributes? And can one of those attributes have mastery over him? This is the case for the Jesus Christ of the New Testament. And so as a monotheist that believes that God's usia cannot be divided, that there is no economic Godhead, I disagree with these principles. And what I would like Sam to do is, does Christ at any one point identify that, one, he's a different person from the Father, and two, that he shares the very same essence as God himself? I know he's going to go to John chapter 10. I don't discount that. But the question I put forward is, does Christ understand, or does he ever give an exposition where he understands the categories of being and he argues for himself Sam's understanding of the nature of God? Now, I have about 2 minutes left. I understand Sam's position. If he assumes that the New Testament is historical, if he assumes that this is from a real and actual Christ, then I understand his point. But evidently, that's just an assumption, and it has not been qualified. So I would actually ask Sam to qualify that point before relying upon the text in the first place. I'm going to cut short by 2 minutes. Either Sam or William can engage.
Yeah, let me know when I can begin.
We're doing 2 on 2, right? So it would be my turn and then another, and then the other person's turn. Is that how we're doing it?
He was addressing some points to me. Do you want me to first answer him, then you jump in, or whatever you want?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how we do. Yeah. You know what? How about we do that? You answer him, and I guess then I can give. You answer him, and then I'll give a different case. I'll give the Apostolic Fathers case. Yeah. You answer him first.
Yeah. So I guess you wanted to go with the New Testament first, and then we segue. So, but yeah, we can do that. That's
no problem.
All right.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, let me begin. Number one, whether the New Testament is authentic or not, even though that is an important topic, and I want to discuss it with you, it is relevant to the question: does the New Testament teach the deity of Christ? I know you want to talk about who wrote John, and even Daniel Wallace that you cited. The same Daniel Wallace argues quite strongly John wrote John, and he wrote it pre-70 AD because he argues on John chapter 5, verse 2. But that's neither here nor there, because to fairly engage this argument, not only do we appeal to historical evidence, but you as a Muslim, you have to then explain to me what the Quran is referring to when it's talking about the scriptures of the Jews and Christians. But if we open up that can of worms, we're not going to focus on the topic. So I'm going to ignore that for now to focus on the topic. Does the New Testament teach the deity of Christ? And are words ascribed to Jesus where Jesus claims to be God? We can come back, and I want to come back and talk about historical evidence and the Quranic position about the New Testament, as well as whether the manuscript evidence supports that the Quran you have can be a reliable facsimile of what was originally revealed through Muhammad, because you believe he's a prophet, it was revealed to him. But let's focus on this issue. You mentioned Paul, and you talked about that Jesus overcame death, and somehow God is the greatest conceivable being, and he can't lose any of his attributes. And I'm assuming by your statement there that you assume that if Jesus died, he lost one of the attributes that he's ever living, and somehow that means he's not the greatest conceivable being. Neither Paul nor John agree with your definition, nor does the Quran, because in John 10, 17, 18, John 10, 17, 18 says, "Therefore my Father loves me, because I lay down my life, that I may pick it up again. No one takes it from me, but I lay it down myself. I have the power to lay it down, and I have the power to take it up again. I received this command from my Father." John 2, 19 and 22. There Jesus says, "Destroy this temple, and I will raise it up in 3 days. I will raise it up in 3 days." And the Jews said, "It's taken 46 years to build this temple, and yet you will raise it up in 3 days?" And John says he was talking about the temple of his body. The only way Jesus could raise himself back to life, take back his life, if he was still ever living, he was still conscious, he didn't cease to exist. So implicit in your objection is the assumption that that means cessation of life. That's not a biblical definition, nor is it a Quranic one, because you know your Quran better than I do. Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 154, and Surah Al-Imran, chapter 3, verses 169 and 170, it says, those who were killed in the way of Allah, the martyrs, the shaheed, do not say they're dead. Nay, they're living, receiving provision from the Lord, even though you don't perceive how. So even the Quran agrees, that doesn't mean cessation of life. And that shows how majestic Jesus is. He is the greatest conceivable being. Because as the greatest conceivable being, he can take on human nature, experience human death, and still be God, still be ever living, and still raise himself back to life. But I'm going to come back to the original point. The things that Jesus said or attribute to him in John, that he is the one who gives life. He's the one who will raise the dead from their graves at that hour by the sound of his voice. Or in John 14:6, he's the truth. All of that is ascribed to Allah alone. So that means, as far as the New Testament is concerned, even the Quran would agree that the things that Jesus is said to have said can only be said by someone who's God in the flesh, even though he's not the Father. So there you go.
You have a minute left. If William wants to, sorry.
Yeah, William, you want to take my minute? William, go ahead. It's up to you.
The time changed. It's actually up. It's 12:24. You began speaking at 12:20.
Okay.
So what I'll do is,
Can I use that minute? Can I add to that?
The minute's up. I'm just being
my
clear.
bad. Okay,
But
my bad.
If you want a minute, go until 12:25, and then you can stop if that's okay.
No, that's fine. If he uses time up, that's fine. I'm not going to abuse the time.
Okay, so I'll respond, and what I'll have is next, maybe William, you can speak, and Ibn Anwar can engage with you. Does that seem fair? Does that seem okay?
That's perfectly fine.
Okay, so what stands out to me, Sam, is that, so I'll stop at 12:28, just to be clear. So what stands out to me, Sam, you assumed that the topic is Jesus God according to the New Testament? Now, you, and as well as I, will understand, I am not using as a Muslim, the Bible is not an authority for me. So to quote the Bible to demonstrate that Jesus is God does not qualify the claim in the first place. So for me, my opposition is simple and it's straightforward. You assume that the New Testament is an authority on the historical reality of Jesus's very existence. My contention here is that's a false assumption. Therefore, it does not follow, or it is non sequitur, that Christ is demonstrated to be God merely because the New Testament may frame him in that context. So you say here, what is the Quranic view of the book of the Christians and Jews? That's another topic. You also say, you assume that I say that Paul says, since Jesus died, he lost an attribute. To be clear, I'm taking Paul on his face value. Paul, in very clear words, says, for death no longer has mastery over him. Now, you have to understand, God cannot have an attribute overpower him, because that becomes a rival to God. You mentioned the Quran, Surah 42, verse 11, there is nothing like God. So he can't gain and lose attributes. You use a very good term, the greatest conceivable being, again from William Lane Craig. I accept that point of view, that the greatest conceivable being is God, but implicit in that view is that you can compartmentalize the nature and attributes of God. So for me, it does not suffice that you merely quote the Bible and therefore it qualifies that Jesus is God. Rather, my contention is it's not an authoritative source. Therefore, you cannot assume that it gives you this information accurately. Therefore, it does not qualify that Christ himself is God. I still have 2 more minutes. I also want to point out here, when you said to me that I have to first accept Paul's view in order to engage with it that Christ is God, I disagree. My perspective is Paul has an understanding, and he describes God in such a way that he cannot be God. He is no longer the greatest conceivable being. My problem is not that Christ died. That is a straw man. My point is the text literally says that death no longer has dominion over him. If he is God, nothing can have dominion over him, because like you said, the term you used, greatest conceivable being. So you actually need to look at the very nature of God, speak from an onto-theological perspective, because quite simply the Bible does not qualify your claim, and it's not an authoritative source of information. I will give my remaining minute to Brother Ibn Anwar if he has anything to say. Brother Ibn Anwar?
Thank you. So I'd just like to say that Sam is approaching the subject of debate, I think, erroneously, because I don't think anybody here agreed to the specific topic of the deity of Jesus according to the New Testament. I think the topic was the deity of Jesus, full stop. So to now shackle Ijaz or I, or me, on the phraseology of the deity of Jesus in the New Testament, I think is unfair, because we did not agree to that.
Thank you, Ben Anwar. Your time is up.
Yeah, okay, my time is up.
Am I responding, or is William responding?
You go ahead and reply. You can respond.
Actually, even to the title, the deity of Christ does presuppose the New Testament, and you guys know it presupposes the New Testament because the only documents you have about Jesus that come from the first century are the New Testament documents. But because you keep wanting to change the topic from the New Testament, I'm really trying to fight the urge to show that you Muslims cannot adopt a method of questioning the scriptures. If you're an atheist or agnostic, I could then engage you on that level, and I can engage, let's say, Bart Ehrman on just the textual evidence and even the assertions, the assumptions he brings. But you're forcing me to show you that, yes, I can use the New Testament against you Muslims, because your Quran forces you to then have me consult my scriptures to then judge according to my scriptures, and we can engage that. So do you want to change the topic, what the Quran says about the Bible, and that even the earliest sources of Islam confirm John as historically reliable, written by John? In Ibn Ishaq, Sirat Rasulullah, read the English translation. Ibn Ishaq, Sirat Rasulullah, the life of Muhammad. And I'll give you even the page numbers. Pages 103 and 104. Ibn Ishaq cites, and Ibn Ashan does not edit this, remove this from his editing job of Ibn Ishaq, where he says that the gospel that God gave Jesus for the followers of the gospel, which John wrote down as a prophecy of the messenger. And there he quotes John 15, verses 23 to 16, verse 1, and says, John wrote it, and it's a genuine saying of Jesus, because it's the gospel given to Jesus that John wrote about your prophet. So no, you Muslims, you can't play that. If you're going to now want to argue the New Testament, then now I'm going to have to open the Quran and the Sunnah, because you believe Muhammad, and your opinion of the Bible can't be different from Muhammad. So now let's debate. Did Muhammad affirm my scriptures, or do you thought they were corrupt? And I don't think you want to engage that, because the evidence is on my side, not on your side. So yes, when you talk about the deity of Christ, I can shackle you to the New Testament, because your prophet shackled you to the New Testament. So you're wrong. So if you want to engage that, we can. If you want to stick with the text, we can, because I didn't even get to addressing Romans 6 in context, what Paul meant and didn't mean. But it's your call, fellas. This is your house. We're your guests. We'll have a few the other time about the Quran and the Hadith, about the Bible and the Gospel of John. So if you want to go there, we can do that.
You got 2 minutes to finish.
Well, can you give it to William then, if William wants it? Do you want the 2 minutes, William?
Yeah, I sure will. Let me get the stopwatch, and I will go now. Okay. We were told, Sam was told that it was that nobody agreed to sticking to the New Testament when talking about the deity of Christ. It's perfectly fine. That's particularly why I told Sam that I'll deal with the apostolic sources, and I'm perfectly fine to do that. I can deal with not only the apostolic era sources, I can deal with the very earliest enemies of the faith. And the earliest enemies of the faith testify to the fact that Christ was viewed as God Almighty by the earliest community, those that knew him intimately, in an intimate fashion, those that walked and talked the earth with him. So you have apostolic sources, and you have the enemies of the faith attesting to this. There's just a mountain of evidence against the case being presented against the deity of Christ. It doesn't hold up. If we look at the Didache, and I'm talking about apostolic era sources, in the Didache, it applies Zechariah 14:1 to Christ as Yahweh. If we look at Polycarp, I mean, there's so much in Polycarp, so much. He talks about worship being given to Christ. Our Lord Jesus Christ from the dead, and raised Christ from the dead and gave him glory and a throne at his right hand, to whom all things in heaven and on earth are subjected, whom every breathing creature, latruo, worships, latria, given to God alone. Clement of Rome is the same. He applies many passages in the Old Testament referencing Yahweh to Christ, calls Christ Yahweh. Ignatius of Antioch, the same thing, calls Christ God, eternal, our God, says both of Mary and of God, God existing in the flesh. I have about 12 seconds, but there's a ton of evidence in the early era, post-biblical era, and in the enemies of the faith that prove the earliest followers of Christ believed he was God Almighty.
Okay, thank you, William. Ibn Anwar, do you mind if I just respond? Would that be okay? And I'll try to give you the remaining time.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so just a quick response to William. Just quote for me when you can, and it's your turn, where Jesus, the term latreo, which is specific to the Father, is ever used for Jesus within the New Testament. I'm sure you can find that reference. And response.
Can you ask me that question?
Well, you can answer it when it's your time.
Okay, good. Yeah, just want to, because he's going to do the Fathers. I'll do the New Testament if that's okay with William. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'll do the Fathers. You do the New Testament.
Okay, so I'll just
ask a quick question about the Fathers.
No, you got to wait till after.
Fred,
okay?
Yeah, you got to wait, brother. You got to wait.
Okay, all right. So everyone, just mute your mics, and if you have a question, just put it in the chat, and we'll engage with it. Okay, right. So I find some. Let me just begin my timer. Where the hell is my phone? Because I want to be clear as well. Stopwatch. Okay. My time's begun. So, Sam, I like your response. You say, well, the topic presupposes that we have to read the New Testament, and if you have to question the New Testament as an authoritative source, therefore you have to question the Quran and Islamic sources. I am plainly stating, and I'm applying a principle that Michael Licona uses in his book on the resurrection of Jesus, where he says that there are three forms of methodology. One is methodical credulity, which is what you applied. You take the Bible as the word of God, truthfully in the first place, and then you argue against the case made against it. So you assume that it's true, and you assume that it's historical, and you assume that it is preserved, and you assume that it is accurate. All of these are false assumptions. On the other hand, I am applying methodical neutrality. I'm simply pointing out, I'm not appealing to the Quran. Sam, you can tell me if I ever quoted one verse in the Quran regarding Jesus the Christ. I have no intention of going to the Quran, because I understand the topic is on the historical Christ and whether or not he claimed to be God. So the point I put forward to you is quite simple. If you accept the New Testament as an authoritative source, and every word in it is instructional, I think as 2 Peter 3:15-16 says, then you carry the burden of proof with you. Merely quoting someone and saying they believe Jesus was God is not evidence. It's merely a claim. And each claim must be qualified on its own merits. So I reject your assertion that if we mention the New Testament, then we have to mention the Quran. But me as the Muslim, I'm not appealing to the Quran. I'm appealing to the Greco-Roman context of the New Testament, its sources, and its ability to be a truthful and accurate witness for the life of Christ Jesus. So, Brother Ibn Anwar, I have about 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Do you want to take it from here?
Yeah, okay, sure. So, thank you, Ijaz. Sam, nothing that you have said thus far convinces me as a Muslim that Jesus, even according to the New Testament, is in fact God Almighty. Now, you pointed to one text in John where Jesus supposedly made the claim, Ana al-Haq, basically, right? That I am the truth. And al-Haq, in your view, which is correct, it is the Islamic view also, is one of the asma, one of the names of Allah. But the word al-haq in and of itself doesn't, when it is employed in a sentence or in a phrase, doesn't necessarily make the subject or the object God. So if we have the book Izhar al-Haq, right? That is not talking about God, is it? No, it's talking about truth being revealed. Also, I might point you to Al-Hallaj, who said something similar. Ana al-Haq. Yes, historically, he supposedly was crucified because of his utterance. But according to Islamic theology, in traditional Islam, a view that is taken by the majority of traditional Muslims, I would say, including the Deobandis, right? You have Ibn Aql, for example, Ibn Khafif, Ibn Ata'illah, that great scholar from Al-Azhar, Ibn Qudama, Munawi, Imam Qushayri, and many others. Even when he said, Ana al-Haq, that was not actually the individual testifying to his divinity. He may have said it in a state of ecstasy, in a state where he was emotionally taken. Doesn't necessarily have to be him actually arrogating the position of deity to himself. My time is up.
Yeah, time is up.
Okay. All right, yeah. William, time me maybe. Let me take this now. Let me work backwards.
Yeah. How long do you have, sir?
4 minutes. So
gotcha.
I'll try not to take all the time, but I hope you don't mind if I do, because they.
No, go ahead. Whatever you need to take. Can you touch upon the Latruo question?
Yeah, I will. That's why I'm saying I got to work. So start.
Gotcha. Go for it. As soon as they begin talking, I'll time you.
Okay, go ahead. Number one, Ibn Anwar. Here's my challenge to you. I want you to quote to me a single verse in the Quran or in the Hadith where someone other than Allah says al-haq. Even your example, Izar al-haq, it's talking about proclaiming, defending the truth. What truth? Meaning the truth of God's religion. So I didn't say that you can't use the truth to refer to the speech of Allah, to the revelation of Allah, but you need to show me, and here's my challenge, and I want the verse, even I'll extend it to the hadith. Show me a person other than Allah saying al-haq. And with that said, you misrepresented my argument. So please, Ibn Anwar, I don't misrepresent yours, not intentionally. I'm going to benefit of doubt. You didn't hear me, which is why you misrepresented what I said. So here's my challenge to you. Show me someone other than God in the Old Testament, even the New Testament, in the Quran. We're not mentioning Jesus here because he's in the New Testament, where a prophet says that at the hour I will raise them with my voice out of the graves. I just showed you in chapter 22, verses 6 to 7, same language, Allah al-haq, and he gives life to the dead, and the hour's coming, have no doubt, he will raise them from their graves, all of which Jesus said he will do as the Son of God, not the Father. So represent my argument correctly, because when you just take snippets, that means you can't refute the evidence that Jesus in John claims to be God, though he's not the Father. So that's my challenge to you. And show me a prophet, even an angel that says, I am the life, not just the truth, who gives life and will raise them at the last hour. You can't. It's not there. Only Jesus talks like this. So now coming back to what Ijaz said, Mike Lacona is referring to criteria that can be used to people who are either Christian background or secular, agnostic, atheist, how to use criteria to determine whether something authentically goes back to someone. Now, if I was dealing with an atheist, agnostic, if I was dealing with a skeptic, I wouldn't appeal to the Quran because the Quran doesn't matter to them. I'm dealing with Muslims, so whether you don't want to bring the Quran up or not, I am going to bring up the Quran because you are a Muslim and you can't use standards against the Bible that goes against the testimony of Muhammad and the Quran and can be used more forcefully against you. So you are shackled. You have to accept the New Testament because your prophet accepted the New Testament. And I'm going to give you two verses. If I cannot know what Jesus said historically, or only know parts of what Jesus said, because the New Testament documents are unreliable, then I want you now to say in front of everyone, I'm no longer a Muslim, I reject Muhammad, so then I can treat you accordingly as if you're Bart Ehrman, so I don't have to appeal to the Quran. But as long as you're a Muslim, you're stuck with the Quran, because in chapter 3, verse 55 of the Quran, and chapter 61, verse 14, your Quran says that God said to Jesus, he will make his followers uppermost, dominant, till the day of resurrection, and they'd be victorious, and he gave them the victory. So if the Quran is right, Jesus' true followers triumphed. They were not vanquished. They were not defeated. They were uppermost. They were victorious, and their victory would remain till the day of resurrection. But if I agree with you, the New Testament documents, no one knows who really wrote them, meaning the Gospels, and they embellished and they added. That means a group of people came in, destroyed the message of Jesus and his followers, were able to hijack their message because their message got lost and it disappeared. So we cannot know for certain Jesus said this, but the Quran says that can't be the case. That's why even Al-Qurtubi cites chapter 61, verse 14, and then cites the tradition of Ibn Ishaq, where Ibn Ishaq cites a tradition attributed to your prophet, that when Jesus sent out his followers, he mentions them. And two of the followers, Peter and Paul, who went to Rome, and he mentions Matthew. So if you're a Muslim, you're stuck with it. You're shackled. If you're a Muslim, you have to then accept the Bible. But go ahead. My time's up, I guess. You see my time's up?
Yep, 4 minutes.
Okay, sorry, I'll get the lecture on the next rebuttal. Sorry about that, William.
Well,
no problem.
Hold on, Sam, if you have a verse in mind for that tree, can you just give the verse and I'll look at it now?
But it's going to take more than a minute for me to unpack, so we can do it the next one.
Okay, sounds good. So, William, can you time me? So, like, I don't have to time myself. Would that be okay?
Yeah, Sam went 4 minutes and 4 seconds. You want the same?
I'll just take 4 minutes. I'll be gracious tonight because I like Sam.
Yeah, like
whenever you're ready, as soon as you begin speaking, I will hit the button.
Okay, yep. So you can begin timing me. What is peculiar is you say to me, how do I use Lacona's methodology when it's for Christians and skeptics? To be clear, he uses his own methodology, and this can be applied to anyone that studies historiography. You do not have to be a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, or a secular individual to use the principles of historiography. Where does that rule come from? And can you cite it for me, please? Secondly, you said, well, wait a second. If we can't trust what is written about Jesus in the Bible, then you as a Muslim should give up the Quran. But the point is, I'm not appealing to the Quran for my case. Independent of the Quran, using Greco-Roman literary standards, using textual criticism, source criticism, I fully understand and agree that Christ Jesus is not God, and we have not a single statement of his which is reliable and can be attested to, which demonstrates that Christ is God. Now, I put the question to you, at what point does Christ receive Latreo? This is almost as James D.G. Dunn, who recently passed. When he mentioned the early worship of Christians, he specifies that Latreo is specific to the Father. Now, my further point is, if you say, well, you as a Muslim have to depend on the Quran for this case, not once have I referenced the Quran in this case. And there is no point at which you can show to me the Quran refers to the Kaina Diatheke. Not one point does it do that. It never says Kitab al-Muqaddas. It never says any of those terms. Therefore, or Majmu al-Qutub never refers to that in that sense. Now, Sam, you earlier argued, and you actually agree with me, even though you might shake your head, no, maybe, but you agreed with me that there is no one group of Christians. In the same way, there is no one group of Jews or Muslims. Now, when the Quran refers to the people of the book, you automatically assume it refers to people like you. But at no point did any companion of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or the Prophet himself ever derive fiqh rulings from the writings of the Jews and the Christians in his day. Every point I've established. William, how much time do I have left, if you mind me asking? William.
You have 2 minutes left. I'm sorry, I was muted. 2 minutes.
Sorry. So I think I've made a case and I've made my point. One does not need to be a secular individual or an atheist to apply the principles of historiography. That is what we must do, and it's a standard methodology within scholarship. Brother Ibn Anwar, we have 2 minutes. Ibn Anwar. I think he died. Ibn Anwar.
Yeah, no, I'm here. Sorry, I was looking at James Dunn's book. Thank you, Sam. But I do not accept your framework that I have to only look at the Quran and the Sunnah. I am not a Salafi, and neither is Ijaz. Traditional Muslims, proper Sunni Muslims, we accept Quran, Sunnah, Qiyas, and Ijma'. And within that, we have al-ulama warathatul anbiya, that the scholars are the inheritors of the prophets. So I gave you an example, a historical example of al-Hallaj, and he did say historically, ana al-haq. And according to the understanding of our ulama, that did not make him blasphemous, because even with those words, that did not take him out of the fold of Tawheed. We can interpret such sayings, and the scholars have done that. And with regards to Jesus raising the dead, well, and being the key to resurrection, if you look at John 11, right, where Jesus said to the person, I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me, though he die, yet shall he live. And everyone who lives and believes in me shall never die. Do you believe this, etc.? So here he's obviously talking about something beyond physical reality. He's not talking about actual death, because people die.
Ibn Anwar, that's time.
Yeah. Okay.
You ready to time me?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, let me work backwards and forwards. Number one, Ibn Anwar. You probably, again, I'm probably speaking fast, which is why maybe you're not getting the point. It's irrelevant to the discussion what later Muslim scholars say, because you still believe that Muslim scholars cannot contradict the Quran and Hadith. And it's ironic, you keep mentioning Ibn Hallaj when you admit he was killed for that claim. So either you're going to say the Muslims who killed him were nuts and didn't know what they're talking about, or the very fact that they killed him means that some people realize this is a claim that cannot be uttered by a mere mortal, even though your preferred scholars think it can be, which is why I told you, let's establish it from the Quran and the Sunnah, because your scholars are disagreed. You named a few, but I can name others that would disagree with you. The very ones who killed him for making that assertion, even though he was simply saying that he was filled with the presence of Allah, not that he was Allah, but still that was blasphemous. So go to the Quran and the Sunnah again. Secondly, you made the mistake of not dealing with my argument. And I'm going to be charitable and say, benefit of doubt, I'm speaking too fast. I'm not talking merely about Jesus giving spiritual life, which in of itself is something that only God can do. So here's a further challenge. Quote to me in the Quran and quote to me in the Old Testament where someone other than God not only gives physical life, but spiritual life. And then you quoted John 11:25, where Jesus, I am the resurrection, al-bayth, right? And I am the life. Show me any prophet, any messenger that says, I am the resurrection life, and then does a miracle by raising someone physically to prove that he is such. But you ignored what I said. Jesus said, at the hour, he by his voice will raise people from their graves. That's physical, not simply spiritual. Can you show me someone other than Allah that raises people at the hour from their graves? You can't. Only God does. So whether you're not convinced, it's irrelevant. The truth is staring you in the face. Jesus is claiming to be God in the flesh. So let me deal with Ijaz. Ijaz, to try to escape the burden of proof and appeal to modern criteria, when that's a criteria that was unknown to your prophet, unknown to his companions, unknown to the Christians in the 1st century and the 2nd century and 3rd century, again, I'm going to say, you're not really dealing with the impact of my argument. To mention 20th or 21st century criteria that was not used to determine truth. That's not what your prophet did. He didn't appeal to this criteria to determine what Jesus said centuries prior. So I'm going to ask you as a Muslim, I'm going to bind you as a Muslim to your sources, shackle to your sources, use your prophet's method of determining historicity, not a method brought up by 20th or 21st century scholars, unknown to your prophet, unknown to his companions, unknown to the people before him, unknown to Jesus' followers. That's not what they did to determine truth. And then let me correct you. The Quran does speak of the kitab. When you said it doesn't say kitab al-muqaddas, nowhere does the Quran call any book muqaddas. So here's my challenge. Show me the Quran where any book is called muqaddas. It doesn't use that phraseology. So instead of insisting to have the Quran speak in a language other than it speaks, deal with the language of the Quran. In chapter 2, verse 113, it says, the Jews and the Christians read the kitab. That would be the Arabic equivalent of the Bible. And I mentioned to you Ibn Ishaq confirming the Gospel of John as written by John, because Ibn Ishaq wasn't a 21st century quote-unquote historian. He took for granted that what the Christians told him was right, because he worked under the assumption, which you should be working under, that the Quran is right. Jesus' followers triumph. That means their message triumphed, because you can't have a victory when the message is destroyed. That's not a victory, that's a defeat. And since the Gospels are the only Gospels that have been preserved, that means they have your God's blessing, and we can use them to judge whether Jesus claimed to be God. And I think my time is up. Is my time up?
It was right on. 4 minutes and 1 second.
I'll get to Latruo after this. So if they want to make the same point, I'll just go to Latruo later. Sorry, but I just had to deal with these because I want.
No problem. Perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah. So can I respond very quickly?
Yeah, go ahead, Ibn Anwar. So let me just get the time. You may begin when ready.
Okay, thank you. Right. Sam, it's Mansur al-Hallaj, not Ibn al-Hallaj. So Mansur al-Hallaj did make that claim, Ana al-Haq. But there is disagreement as to why actually he was crucified. Some say that it was because of the political turmoil at the time, and he became an unfortunate victim of circumstance. Others say that he was crucified specifically because of his utterance. So there is a disagreement on why exactly he was actually crucified. But according to the major scholars that I have referred to, I've mentioned them, Ibn Ata'illah, for example, who is not just any Tom, Dick or Harry, is one of our premier scholars, from the premier scholars at Al-Azhar in Aqidah, excuse me, who also debated Ibn Taymiyyah at one point. So they have said that despite his utterance, that did not take him out of Islam. he said that in the state of fana. That's one possibility. And that would not make him a deity. Now, you cited the text in John chapter 5, verse number 28, and you repeated it several times. Do not be amazed at this, for a time is coming when all who are in their graves will hear his voice and come out, those who have done good, etc., etc. The text doesn't say that Jesus is going to order them to come out, and because of his command, of his instruction, is going to come out. That is your interpretation. The text doesn't say that. The text says that they're going to hear his voice, and that's it. You're interpreting that voice as if it's a command for them to come out to the graves, and now they're going to come out because he gave them the ability to come out. That's your interpretation. The text doesn't actually say that. Ijaz, go ahead.
Yep. Okay, so I have about 1 minute and 12 seconds. Thank you, Brother Ibn Anwar. So,
Get
Sam,
ready to
you said modern criteria method was unknown to the first Muslims. You referred to the Prophet, peace be upon him, and his companions. I want to point out Quran 16, verse 125 tells us ability here ahsan, to argue in the best way. Argue, not quarrel. So argue means using logic. How do we know that? In the Quran Surah 10, I think it's verse 100, it mentions that the best of people generally are those who use reason, and those are defiled who do not use reason. So this is in fact a method entrenched within the Quran, and I have to shackle you to the New Testament. So you cannot escape the problem of Jesus' lack of deity. So I'll point out some things that you mentioned. You said, well, wait a second, Jesus' message won, therefore, the Christians are right. Small problem there. Jesus' message, according to the understanding of Muslims, it's the ijma, it's the consensus, that the Muslims are the ones referred to in that verse. You know and I know that Muslims believe the followers of Jesus were Muslim, and we believe that we are the spiritual inheritors of the message which Christ Jesus conveyed. So we as Muslims have no problem with that. You, the Christian, find yourself in a difficult position, because I've noticed you've moved the discussion to the Quran, and you are unable to establish Christ's deity from the New Testament. So again, Sam, if you have any shred of credibility, and you do have some, you need to establish the reliability of the New Testament text and its ability to convey the message. And I will hold you to what the early church father says. So here is what Dale C. Allison Jr. mentioned in his book, The Historical Christ and Theological Jesus. He says, even more clear-eyed was Origen, who in the 3rd century anticipated modern criticism by candidly observing that at many points the 4 Gospels do not agree. He inferred that their truths cannot reside in the material letter. The evangelists sometimes altered things which from the eye of history occurred one otherwise. They could speak of something that happened in one place as if it happened in another, or what happened at a certain time as if it happened at another time. And they were in the spiritual truth. Okay, let me just finish. Can I finish the sentence? One sentence. The spiritual truth was often preserved, one might say, in the spiritual falsehood. And I will post a reference in the chat if that's okay. Thank you.
Can you start your time? Start
yeah, 4 minutes, 11 seconds.
Okay. You ready, William?
I am ready whenever you begin talking.
Okay, go ahead. Ibn Anwar, please, let's not nitpick. Just like I mistakenly called Ijaz Ibn Ijaz, I know his name is not Ibn Halaj. The fact that you made an issue out of it, it's getting pretty petty. But now let me read to you, and you don't accept them, but that proves my point. It proves the point. You can appeal to any scholar you want, even Atiyah, who's much later, that's still not more authoritative than the Quran and the Sunnah. And you failed miserably to prove your point from the Quran and Sunnah, and I don't blame you, because you know you can't. But here, I'm going to read Abu Amina Bilal Phillips in the Foundation of Islamic Studies. The statement of Al-Halaj, saying, An al-Haq, I am the embodiment of truth. As Allah said, describing himself, Wahul Haq, he describes himself as being al-Haq. For any Muslim to say An al-Haq, he is basically saying, I'm Allah. Bam! Abu Amina Bilal Phillips. Now you can throw him under the bus and say, well, I don't agree with him, he's Salafi. Tough luck. Because you're not an authority and your scholars are not authority. This is why I say, go to the Quran and the Sunnah, prove your point. I can name my scholars, you can name my schools, my school beat your scholar. Stop appealing to authority. This is a fallacious line of argument. The only time appealing to authority is inclusive when your authority has the evidence of your primary sources, and it doesn't. So let me repeat what Abu Amina Bilal Phillips said. Any Muslim to say An al-Haq is basically saying I'm Allah. So he says, Ibn Anwar, you have no idea what you're talking about. And then you did something that really disturbs me, because you've been doing it all night to my scriptures, and I've yet to misquote your Quran. I haven't been able to show me where I misquoted your Quran. You said, all Jesus said is that they'll hear his voice, and then I assume they'll come out. So let's now go with your reasoning. John 5, 28, 29. Do not marvel at this, for the hour is coming, all are in the graves will hear his voice and come out. No, it doesn't mean what the text says. See, Jesus is just going to be speaking out loud to the birds. Hey, birds, you hear my voice? And then just coincidentally, they're going to come out of their graves. Please, friend, do not butcher my scriptures this way, because it's going to end up embarrassing you. So the text is clear. The hour is coming where the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will come out. And then 28, 29, the dead who are in their graves will hear his voice and come out. The result is hear their voice. That's why they come out. So I'm going to press you again, Ibn Anwar. Quote to me a single ayah from the Quran and Hadith where someone other than your God says, I am the truth, I am the life, I am the resurrection, and at the last hour, someone other than your God will raise them from their graves. It's there. It's smacking in the face. I know you don't like it, but I'm sorry. The Bible wasn't written by a Muslim. It was written by a Trinitarian. Coming back to the issue. Again, Ijaz didn't hear what I said. I said that Al-Qurtubi quoted chapter 61, verse 14. Al-Qurtubi, who said that this was fulfilled when Allah gave victory to the followers of Jesus. Those who were victorious and sent out with the victorious message, Peter and Paul. And Al-Qurtubi doesn't say daif or, this is fake. This is how God kept his promise. He empowered Peter, Paul, Matthew, and others, John, sent them out throughout the whole world to spread this message, a message that is dominated from the time of Jesus till the day of resurrection. And I know you Muslims want to say it's about Islam. That's not what the verses say. 355 and 61:14. Let me repeat. It says to Jesus, I'll make your followers victorious from when? When he was taken to Allah till the day of resurrection. It doesn't say they'll be victorious for a short while, the message will be destroyed, then the Muslims will come in and they'll repair the message, restore the message, and then it'll dominate the day of resurrection. I know you don't like the way the Quran is written, but I'm simply quoting the Quran as it is, and it confirms my point, not yours. And you are bound to the New Testament, and not an atheist, and you're not bound. So I'm going to hold you accountable to your Quran. You have to select my New Testament. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, Ibn Anwar, do you mind if I speak first on this one?
Sure, but my response would be very quick, actually.
Okay, so when you start speaking, I'll time you. Try to give me like 3 minutes if possible. Yeah?
Okay, yeah. So, Sam, thank you for quoting to me Abu Amina Bilal Phillips. But anybody who knows me knows that I disagree wholeheartedly with him and the whole of Salafism. I told you already that we are traditional Sunni mainstream Muslims. Salafism is heterodox. It's like me quoting Catholicism, Catholic theologians, and saying that you must now adhere to their dictates with regards to theology. Of course, you're not going to accept that, being a Protestant. So yeah, it's like that. So thank you, Sam. Yeah, I do not think Abu Amina Bilal Phillips would actually equate himself with Ibn Qudama or Al-Munawi or Ibn Aqil or Ibn Khafif. He would not. He would say that he would consider himself a pupil of these great scholars of Islam, including Ibn Ata'illah. These are some of the giants of our religion in mainstream Sunni Islam. So please, thank you, but no thank you. With regards to John chapter 5, I did not misquote anything. I read what you read. You inserted your interpretation. I did not do that. I merely read what the text says, and the text doesn't say that because of his voice, they got life and got resurrected. That is not what the text says. That's your interpretation that you've inserted into the text, which the text does not say. I guess your mic.
Okay, thank you. I got about a minute and or 2 minutes and a half, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you. So thank you for your response, Sam. I noticed that in the 4 minutes you had, you repeated John chapter 5, verse 28 to 29, and you also referenced Al-Qurtubi on Quran Surah 3, verse 35. However, I said to use the ijma, or it's the consensus of the Muslims, that this refers to the Muslims. Now, you will say to me, but you as a Muslim have to believe that. Well, you as a Christian equally must believe that the New Testament teaches that Jesus is God. I don't interpret your scripture for you. I actually let you explain it. So from our perspective, no, this does not refer to Jesus and the Christians who apply to them. I'll make a simple point by this. If I were to ask a Christian, are you a monolith? The answer will be no. So if your argument is that the most successful group would be among the Christians, then Sam, you should become a Catholic today. But you will not become a Catholic. I know some of your beliefs have changed. William should be the one saying, yes, this verse refers to me. But you as a Protestant or quasi-Orthodox believer cannot make that claim. You will notice, Sam, the question is Jesus God? I put the question to you to demonstrate that to me, but you focused only on the Quran, because I personally believe that you do not have an answer to the question. You can shift the goalposts, but unfortunately, it does not work for you. Now, John chapter 5, verses 1 to 5, demonstrate for me that this work is not from God and that it actually has errors. So I want to point out in verse 1, after this, there was a festival of Jews, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. Problem, the definite article before the word festival is missing. I think it's just letter eta, if I'm not mistaken. And so did he go to the festival, which would be Passover, or any random festival? Already the question of the historicity of this passage comes into question. You know as well, when it mentions in verses 3 and 5, the angels move in the water, a later addition. So the question then becomes, if this work is authentic, and we have all of these emendations which contradict history. For example, the pillars at the pool. I think the White Fathers in the French expedition to Jerusalem points out that the number of colonnades are actually wrong. I think it's off by 1. So this chapter tells me that this book was not written by a person who knew Jesus, can testify the truth about him, and therefore it is not an accurate source of information. The burden of the proof is upon you. Please give me that statement of Latreo. It's been 4 turns. You haven't given it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I want to, but when you bring up new arguments, I got to address them. So, William, sorry about that. Can I address this again? You ready?
No problem. Whenever you begin speaking, I'll hit the button.
Hit the button. Ibn Anwar, you just ended up proving my very point. Abu Amina Bilal Phillips, you disagree with him, he's Salafi. He'd say, you're the heterodox, so we can be mudslinging. You know, my scholar can defeat your scholar. And Abu Amina Bilal Phillips did you better. He went to the Quran and Sunnah. He went to your prophet, not to some scholar centuries later that you agree with. But you know what? Hey, let's damn Abu Amina Bilal Phillips for taking the Quran and the Sunnah at face value. So your war is with me. It's against Abu Amina Bilal Phillips. And in all these rebuttals, you still miserably failed. Well, let me repeat it. You miserably failed to quote a single example from your Quran or Hadith or the Old Testament, which you don't believe in the Old Testament, put aside, where someone other than Allah says, I am the truth, I am the life, the resurrection. You even quoted Jesus saying, I'm the life. And talk about desperate. In fact, it's even insulting to hear you even say this. So now I'm going to let you exegete John 5, 20, 29. Tell us what the connection is with these words. Do not marvel at this, for the hour is coming in which all who are in the graves will hear his voice and come out. Do the tap dance. Come back and tell me what's the connection with one and the other, because one follows the other. You exegete it. Don't tell me what it doesn't mean. Tell me what it means. Now, coming back to Ibn Anwar, Ijaz, you again help make my case that you be a Muslim. So I want you to come and say, I'm not a Muslim, because your prophet confirmed the scriptures in the possession of the Christians in the 6th century. Even Ibn Ishaq says that John wrote down the gospel that contained a prophecy of Muhammad. So now I'm going to return the favor to you. The copies that the Christians had at the time of Muhammad, did they have the Gospels of John? Did it have the definite article or not before the festival? That's number 1. Number 2, the copies that your prophet confirmed in the possession of the Christians, which would include the copies of John, because we even know Ibn Ishaq later knows they have John and they believe John wrote that gave to Jesus. Does it have that very angel stirring the pool? The burden's on you to answer, because you say yes. Your prophet confirmed the story of the angel stirring the pool. Your prophet confirmed whether the article should be before the festival or not. See, you're not Bart Ehrman. You can't use these arguments. You're a Muslim. You're stuck with your prophet confirming my scriptures and what those scriptures looked like at the time of the Christians. He didn't say, oh, because there's no definite article, it's corrupt. No, what you have, the uncorrupt words of God, judged by them, we can debate that. It's not I'm changing the goalpost. I'm holding you honest and responsible to what you're supposed to believe as a Muslim. So please, I'll answer for everyone. Name the copies of John in the 6th century, 7th century, and tell us which of those copies had the article, didn't have the article, and how many of them didn't have the story of the angel stirring the pool, and whether those copies were in the possession of the Christians in Arabia because whatever they had, Muhammad said, true, uncorrupt, judged by them, and we can talk about that. So again, don't argue like an agnostic or an atheist. You're not. And to correct you, Qurtubi did say the followers of Jesus that Allah gave the victory to, and it's not about ijma and consensus. Peter and Paul, because he knew historically the only followers of Jesus that were sent out that dominated were folks like Peter and Paul. But then Peter and Paul were uppermost. Where does it say then their message would be destroyed, lost, only parts of it would remain until Muhammad revived it? It's not there. I'm just going by the Quran and the Hadith. If you don't want me to go by the Quran because you reject the Quran, say it. I don't believe on it's a fraud. I won't use these arguments. Then we'll be consistent. But no, the evidence is against you. You're stuck with my New Testament and Jesus claims to be God. And I'll go to Latruo and other passages, not just John 5. But John 5 has been too hot to handle. None of you have been able to refute it. Glory to Jesus Christ.
Perfect with the time. Great with the time.
All right, Ibn Anwar, do you mind if I go first?
Yeah, but my response would be very short.
Why are you showing us? Why are you showing us your dolls, dude? What the hell?
I saw that.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to clip that and put that on YouTube. You know that, right? Ibn Anwar exposed. That's what I'm going to say. So Ibn Anwar, do you mind if I go first? When I reach 3 minutes, I'll pass it over to you. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Okay. So William, I'm going to begin my time now. Thank you.
Gotcha.
So Sam, it's been about 6 turns, and the one question I asked you've been unable to address. Is the term latreo ever used for Jesus? The answer is no. James D.G. Dunn, who recently died, confirmed that on his work on the early Christian worship. Now, it's interesting that you appeal to Bilal Phillips and say, well, you've got to accept whatever he says. Well, just to remind you, it's Quran, Sunnah, Ijma, and Qiyas. One man does not make ijma, just to be clear. So your understanding of Islam is deficient in that respect. Secondly, you said to me, and it's a very strange argument, my Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, confirmed your Bible. Here's the question I put to you, because I know you have the answer. Do you have a single manuscript of the New Testament circulating in Arabia extant to the time of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, from the terminus post-crime of 610 to the terminus ante-crime of 632? You do not have that. So you're appealing to the Christians at that time and say, well, whatever they had, we also had. I want to point out in Dr. Brent Longbury's book, what's his book's name? God's Library. He points out that from the 2nd to the 9th century CE in Oxyrhynchus and villages along the Nile, that they actually copied more non-canonical and deuterocanonical works more than the New Testament writings. So it stands to reason, therefore, it's a false assumption to believe or assert that the Christians in Arabia had the same data that you appeal to. It's quite clear from the manuscript testimony from God's Library, the book by Dr. Brent Longbury, the deuterocanonical and just the general books outside of the canon were copied and used more by Christians in that area. Lastly, it's very strange that you say Qurtubi says Peter and Paul. Here's the question I put to you. Does Qurtubi say the Christians of his day, the Roman Catholics, which were the major religion at his point, does he say they are upon the right path? That is the religion we should follow? No. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, recites from the Quran, This refers to Isaiah chapter 9 verse 6, where God is referred to as a son who is delivered, who is born unto us. The Quran uses the Hebrew equivalents in Arabic to refute that point of view. So if your argument is that the Quran affirms the Bible, debunked. If your argument is that Jesus is worshipped and you can demonstrate it from the Bible, you have failed to do so summarily. Lastly, I put the question to you. I read the quote from Origen, who directly says the truth is contained within the material falsehood. And I pointed out to you that John chapter 1, verses 1 to 5, including the healing of the blind man, are later additions, which James White also agrees with. So you stand against the majority of Christian scholarship because you do not want to concede the point that you have zero evidence that Christ was worshipped as the one true God from the scripture itself. What's your name again? Ibn Anwar? You may go 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. So, Sam, I don't know why you insist that I or Ijaz, who belong to mainstream Sunni Islam, adhere to the words of Abu Amina Bilal Phillips, who actually anathematized me and anyone else that belong to mainstream Sunni Islam who believe in things like tawassul or istighatha. Bilal Phillips specifically made takfir, or said that anyone who calls upon the Prophet Muhammad commits shirk. Excuse me. We are Sunni Muslims who believe that it's okay to say Ya Muhammad, which Bilal Phillips says it can be tantamount to shirk and is haram. No, we do not accept the fatwa of the Salafis when it comes to theological matters like these. Okay, we would follow our scholars, and in our tradition there is something called al-aslu fil ashya al-ibaha. This is a very known maxim in. Oh, my time is up.
Yeah, that's time. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Sam, before you continue, are you going to let can William give it a go or something, or is it?
Yeah, I'll after he goes here, I'll go right after this one.
Okay, because I kind of feel like we've left you out of it. Sam speaking.
No, don't worry. After he goes here, I'll go. Sam, you're on mute. I don't know who muted you.
He's saying something. Let me see.
Somebody muted him.
Unmute.
No, he's muted. Yeah, Sam, you need to unmute yourself. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Hold on. I think one sec. Sam, click it now. I think I clicked it and I remuted him. Okay.
Sorry, let me make it. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Let me listen. I do, because they bring up origin, all that. Let me just take the mix of fun, because I do want to add to literal. Don't say I don't have an answer. I'm just trying to deal with all the new. So William, let me do one round, and then I want you to take the next round, talk about the church fathers and origin and all the references. Okay?
Definitely.
Let me just do a final round. Okay. Start. You ready? Start. Let's go. All right. Again, neither Ijaz or Ibn Anwar heard me correct, and I'll say it's my fault. I'm speaking fast, or if they did, they're misrepresenting me because they don't have reputation. I didn't say you had to subscribe to the opinion of Abu Amina Bilal Phillips. You're misrepresenting. I said the very fact there are Muslims who disagree with you, and the very fact there are Muslims who condemn you and you condemn them, is all the more proof. I don't care about your scholar. My scholar can beat your scholar. Go back to the Quran and the Sunnah, which you have yet to do. This is now what times you have yet to quote a single verse from the Quran, yet to quote a single verse from your Hadith, where someone other than Allah says He is the truth, He is the resurrection, He is the light, and someone other than Allah will raise the dead from their graves. You have yet to do that. So by that, you admit you have no refutation. Coming back to Ijaz, again, Ijaz. When you tell me that Qurtubi think the Christians at that time were true believers, that's irrelevant to his exegesis of 6114. When he interprets 6114 and he knows this is supposedly addressed to Jesus in the 1st century and promising Jesus, his followers will be victorious, Al-Qurtubi has no choice but to look at the history to see who are those followers that were made victorious, and he has no choice because there were no other followers. Because all the documents that prevailed and disseminated throughout the world say it's Paul and Peter and John and Matthew. But he didn't reason out the implication, and he's avoiding the implication like you are. If they were the true followers and they were victorious, that means their message was true. And if their message is true, then God preserved it. Well, the message he preserved is the writings of the New Testament. And that's why it's still spreading like wildfire all over the world, which is why you're arguing tooth and nail against its veracity and against its statements, because you know this message exposes Islam and proves Jesus is God in the flesh. Now, let me correct again your challenge to me. I don't know if you're referring to the Arabic versions of the Gospels not being extant in the 7th century. Even if you believe that, then that means you're not a Sunni, because according to Sahih Bukhari, volume 1, number 3, we know there was a Gospel in Arabic written by Waraq bin Nawfal. So do you reject that? Well, I wouldn't blame you to reject it, because it comes over 100 years after the death of your prophet. Since you're a Sunni, you are going to have to agree with your tradition. There were Gospels in Arabic, because Waraq bin Nawfal wrote the Gospel in Arabic, and he would write it in Hebrew, which some say it meant Syriac. So are you going against your sources? Just because we don't have any extant manuscript evidence doesn't mean none existed. But more than that, you don't need it to be in Arabic for the Gospels and the New Testament writings to be in circulation, because they could be in all the different languages. Even at the time of Muhammad, the Christians would have been reading Syriac. Syriac would have been the language they read. So I'm going to issue my challenge to you again. The copies of John in all the languages in the 7th century, especially to the Arabs, it doesn't have to be Arabic, in Syriac, in Coptic, you name it, did it contain the definite article before the festival and didn't have the angel stirring the waters? In other words, the 7th century copies of John, did it have it? If it did, you're stuck with it. You have to amend it. You have to accept it because your prophet said those are the uncorrupt words of God. Let me give you the verses real quickly to show you he was confirming those scriptures that existed at that time, not some scriptures that didn't exist that we're just going to make up out of our imagination. Chapter 2 of the Quran, verses 40 to 44. Chapter 2 of the Quran, verses 89 to 91. Chapter 2 of the Quran, verse 97. Chapter 2 of the Quran, verse 101. Chapter 2, verse 113. Chapter 2, verse 121. Chapter 3, verses 3 and 4. Chapter 3, verses 113 and 114. Chapter 4, verse 47. Chapter 5, verses 43 and 48. Chapter 10, verse 37, verse 94. Chapter 12, verse 111. Chapter 46, verse 12 and verse 30. Game over. My Bible's uncorrupt, and you're bound to it. And Jesus is God.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So, Ijaz, can I respond very quickly? So,
hold on.
Sam.
One second. Yeah. Go.
Okay. Thank you. So, Sam, again, it's very difficult for me to comprehend that you're having such difficulty understanding either Ijaz or I telling you that we are not shackled by only the Quran and the Sunnah. In traditional Sunni mainstream Islam, our sources are Quran, Sunnah, Qiyas, Ijma' and Qiyas. Do you understand that? These are the 4 main sources. Now, we are not obligated to follow the solitary position of this or that scholar, especially if that scholar comes from a heterodox school. Can you understand that much? In our traditional Sunni Islam, we have something called al-aslu fil ashya al-ibaha. This is the maxim that is subscribed to by the jumhur of the ulama in Sunni Islam. That is, the original status of anything is al-ibaha, permissibility. So what you and Bilal Phillips need to do is to provide, if you think that you are a mustanbit, someone who can actually perform istinbat when it comes to our major sources, the Quran and the Sunnah, i.e. extracting legal rulings from the main text. You think you're a mujtahid, a person who can do istinbat, and you think Abu Amina Bilal Phillips has that ability. What you need to do is provide qat'i dilala from the main nusus to show that it is haram in any shape or form, in any situation, for any person to say ana al-haq, or to say ana al-hayy, or to say ana al-rahman, for example. In any situation, if you can provide a qat'i dalil, something that needs no interpretation, this is as clear as the day, qat'i. I know you don't understand that terminology. So if you can provide evidence like that, then you would have something, but you do not.
But then, Anwar, do you mind if I jump in?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, your mic.
Very strange that the Christian is arguing what our sources of our deen are. Very strange. Only Muslims can do that. So, Sam, I put that challenge to you. Now, it's interesting that you say, well, wait a second, there was a gospel by Waraka, and therefore we must accept that one. That hadith that you quoted, did the Prophet say that we have to accept it? No. Hold on. Your argument is that whatever existed in the 7th century, wherever it is in the world, and it was the New Testament, therefore the Quran affirms it. At no point does the Quran affirm the New Testament or the Old Testament. In fact, it does the direct opposite in Quran, Surah 2, verses 75 to 79, Surah 6, verse 91. These point to the corruption of the previous scriptures, which we reject in total. To follow up on the point that you made as well, wait a second, if it exists at this time, therefore it must mean we must affirm it. Here is the challenge. Quote for me one manuscript that is extant that qualifies your claim, because I already pointed out in Oxyrhynchus and along the Nile, the Christians there were not limited to the New Testament. So you're forcing a boundary, a delimitation, which does not actually exist. And we know, as a matter of fact, that the northern tribes in Arabia, in the northeast and the northwest, the border in between the Roman Empire and the Mesopotamians, Sasanians, they actually had beliefs which contradict yours. They actually affirm dynamic monarchianism. Some were Nestorians. So are you affirming their writings as well? The answer is simply no. All of this, and in 8 tries, Sam, not once have you shown me in the New Testament where latrio is done towards Jesus. That was the one challenge. You filibustered for 8 sessions, 32 minutes, and not one.
Time.
Thank you.
Am I unmuted?
You're always unmuted.
Yeah. Anyway, Ijaz, what I'll do is I'll let William talk about the fathers, and I'll come back to latrio. I promise. But there, I won't respond to anything you guys said because it's not fair. But I do promise when William lets me know, I'll talk about latrio given to Jesus.
Sam, I think we should move on to that. It's getting repetitive. It's getting quite repetitive, especially on the question at Haq, right? Yeah.
Anyway.
That's why William's.
Anyway, Sam can use this time to talk about what he wants. I'll go 2 minutes, Sam, and then how about after 2 minutes you take over?
Yeah, if you want, just go through the fathers from the 1st century onwards, because why? It's going to take a little more than 2 minutes for me and Pac.
Okay.
To Jesus. So take the 4 minutes, go to the fathers, because it's only fair. I've talked, and so I'll just let you have that's where I'm going. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay,
no problem.
Before you go ahead, guys, we can't interrupt Sam when he's speaking. That's his dedicated time. So I was actually timing him. So so I do apologize for that, but we need to stick to the rules. Yeah. Good. Okay, William, begin when you're ready. I'll keep a time on my side as well, okay?
No problem. I will start my timer now. Okay, yeah, I think that Sam has made a number of excellent points that seem to be lost. Our interlocutors have been saying that in the particular region that they were copying a lot of the deuterocanonical books. Catholics would call them deuterocanonical. Really, that does nothing to help your position at all. That actually damages your position, because we agree to that. The problem is that they were quoting the Deuterocanon to hearken to passages that particularly referred to the deity of Christ. That is what they were doing. So we have church fathers in those regions that were hearkening to books like Sirach, Wisdom, and many others, and viewing and pointing out prophecies of Christ and the deity of Christ. So that does nothing to help your case at all. Excuse me. Furthermore, if we look at the earliest, speaking of Jews, the earliest Jewish sources that were aware of the earliest Christians, we look at Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is noting that there was one Christian community at the time, and that community were quoting from the Gospels and quoting from the Deuterocanon to talk about Jesus being Yahweh, Jesus being God. You have that very, very early on. I brought up a number of apostolic fathers. I brought up Ignatius of Antioch. I brought up Clement of Rome. And really, these fathers have got to be dealt with. Ignatius of Antioch has got to be dealt with. Polycarp has got to be dealt with. And the argument that, well, manuscripts that are corrupt or what have you, it really isn't going to fly. It isn't going to fly here, because if anybody's going to take that position, that's a real poor position to take, because we have a lot of their writings preserved in other fathers, such as Irenaeus, and we know that these people were trained. Polycarp trained by John. Then we'll hear the old canard. Well, does Polycarp ever quote from John? And yes, he does. Polycarp knew John. These people were trained and taught by the apostles, and they are teaching the deity of Christ, the fact that Christ is Yahweh, God Almighty. Sam brought up an incredible point that was just, ignored. It probably ignored because people really don't know how to deal with it. But the church fathers, I know, using the old canard, they were a Nestorian and this and this. We're not quoting Nestorian fathers. There are a ton, and I can drop their names. I'm just waiting for the moment. I can drop their names. There are plenty from that region that spoke Arabic. They spoke it, and they quote from the Bible. They quote the passages that show the deity of Christ, and I know it's not the topic today, but the bodily resurrection. They quote all of these. So that argument is a poor one. There are patristic figures that existed in these regions. They preserved biblical texts from this period. I mean, any which way you look, you're going to get buried under the church fathers. And it is not an argument that anybody can logically contend against. Briefly touching upon Latruo, Sam is going to go into that, and he's going to touch upon other passages. I would point to one thing, and that can be dealt with later. The Son of Man, and yes, I'm aware of every single, and listen to my words carefully, every single interpretation of that from antiquity, even the heretical ones, I am aware of every single one because I've written a paper on it. I'm not aware of anyone else that has gone as in depth, and that is a clear title of deity, and the Son of Man receives latruo. My time is up.
Okay, good. Ibn Anwar, do you mind if I speak first? Ibn Anwar.
Ijaz, one thing. Just let William let me know when he wants me to talk about latruo, because it's only fair he talks now. So let me know, William, all right?
Yeah, you can go. You can follow up.
You had 4 minutes, so I want you to take the full time. When you're ready for me to do the latruo, because you took 4 minutes, so that's fine. So go ahead. I just want all the people know I'm stepping back because it's only fair he speaks. I've been speaking. And when he tells me to do latruo, I'll do it. I promise. But go ahead.
Okay, so William, you may begin my time. Before you begin, Ibn Anwar, are you here? Ibn Anwar.
Ibn Anwar, are you here?
I think he died.
I don't think he's there.
Typical.
He might be playing with the dolls again.
Typical. Brother Mukit, you remind me of Furbies tonight. Okay, William, you may begin my time if you want.
I will begin.
Thank you. So it's interesting you say that the documents at Oxyrhynchus are okay because Christians use the deuterocanonical works. The problem is, do you know the works that were circulated in Oxyrhynchus and in the villages around it that were published by the Christian scribes at that point in time? Just give me a book that is deuterocanonical that was popularly recorded in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th century, which provide your point of view. So the point stands that, guess what? There are works which they rejected, you as a Christian will reject. All I need you to do is give me a list of 3 of the works that were specifically uncovered. I'm going to give you a reference. It's in Dr. Brent Nongbu's book. He actually has a chart on page 248, and he actually quite clearly states non-New Testament manuscripts, they always outnumbered the Christian manuscripts. That includes the New Testament. So the point stands. I thank you, Ibn Anwar. So the point stands thereby that you've made an error in reasoning. If it is that you can identify the works which were deuterocanonical, that they were copying in those cities, you may have a point. So just give me a few and let's see, and provide a quote and citation for it. You said Ignatius and the other fathers agreed that Christ was God. Now, it's funny that Origen says the spiritual truth was preserved in the material falsehood. That's even more peculiar because when we reference Ignatius, Corpus Ignatium is actually from the 9th century CE. And in the link I've put into the chat, and in the link that I've sent you via email, it's in manuscripts of the early Christian fathers. The very last paragraph, it says, consequently, the editing of Justin texts is almost entirely a matter of conjectural emendation, which is necessary in places, but has certainly been employed too freely by some editors. So what stands here? We know that the writings of the early church fathers were amended and edited at will, and there were many, the quote used, conjectural emendations. This is the work by Cyril C. Richardson. So therefore the point stands, I'm actually correct on that. Now what is peculiar is that none of you seem to give evidence that Christ was God. Your evidence seems to be, well, Christians thought he was God, therefore he was God. How is that not circular reasoning? I want to point out as well, a Hindu tells me that Krishna is God. Oh, I guess that's it then. I got to be like you and Sam and become a Hindu. No, the point is we do not take that statement as a testament to belief. All Sam has to do, and you too as well, William, you have to provide the earliest writings that testify that Christ is God, which is extant to us today, and then we can work backwards. Scholars always use as a foundational principle, they identify their sources, try to reconstruct them, give us a terminus postquem and a terminus antequem. Simple terms, simple ideas. None of you have seemed to be able to give us evidence that Christ was God. Your only argument is either Christians say he's God, therefore he's God, or the Bible, as I interpret it, says he's God, therefore he's God. None of those are good enough. Ibn Anwar, it's your turn, please. If you have something to say.
No, I'm waiting for comments regarding Latreo.
Okay, so I'll just wrap up here pretty quickly. Sam is pretty strange because he says, well, wait a second, you have all these verses in the Quran which affirm his scripture. Just do me one favor, Sam, one favor. If the Quran affirms the New Testament, Just show me one place at which the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or his companions used as a form of dalil or evidence the New Testament. Nowhere. And if it was extant to his time, then you would be able to demonstrate this for me. It seems to be the case that you are unable to do so. I'm very interested in what you come up with, Latroyo. It took you, what, 10 sessions, 40 minutes? Let's see what you have. I give up the rest of my time so Sam can provide the evidence.
Let me reply to you first, and then in the following round, I'm gonna hand it on over to Sam. Whenever you're ready, I can go ahead and begin.
Okay, when you start speaking, I'll time.
Okay, let me grab. Give me 1 second, so I can have it visible to me as well. Okay, give me 1 second.
No problem. Take your time. There's no rush here.
Okay, I am ready now. Okay, a number of points were made. You said that you emailed me. And I looked over what you emailed me. It doesn't make any difference. We need to stop pretending that when something says that there has been an emendation, that means that is akin to a corruption. We need to be serious for a moment here. Anybody that has taken any introductory course to textual transmission or the history of it will tell you that is not what an emendation means. It doesn't mean, well, you know what? We can't know what is said here. I have before me the critical edition of Justin Martyr in the Greek, and I'm looking at the passages that Sam and myself have quoted. I'm looking at them, and there are no, remember what I'm saying, there are gaps in Justin Martyr. The English will even show that. The critical edition will show where there are issues in the text. Each and every one that Sam and myself have quoted does not have anything dubious about them. I've quoted it over and over, and I've quoted where it says that Otto, let me read it again. Otto has properly restored the reading of this manuscript. What does that mean? Well, let me try to summarize it. That means that in this particular area where we're reading about Christ being Almighty God, that means that according to the manuscript history that we have, this is the best reading. And I've offered to go over it in the Greek. So this act of smoke and mirrors, of trying to say, well, look at this. Oh, well, there are emendations. It doesn't fly with people like us. Maybe another group of guys. It doesn't fly with us. This is not a fancy argument. This is smoke and mirrors. There's nothing behind it. We can go over the Greek of Justin. The original Greek is clear, is what he says about Christ being Almighty God. Then we hear more about Ignatius of Antioch. And well, you know what? The oldest comes to this date. Good. Well, I'll take the advice of Lightfoot over you any day. And Lightfoot says we can trust what is said here. I'll take his advice over your advice pretty much any day. I think one of the top compilers of Ignatius in the whole universe, I think his word might hold a little bit of more weight than yours. Even Ehrman would disagree with you there. Even Price, even though Price denies the historicity of Jesus, even he would disagree with you on this point. By the way, I know him personally. I know for a fact he would. These are poor arguments. And you know why they have to be resorted to? Because when I quote apostolic fathers, Ignatius of Antioch, Clement of Rome, Justin Martyr, rather than the text being dealt with, we've got, well, there's corruption. Well, look at the date. Well, look at this. We've got to be realistic. For people whose Islamic faith comes hundreds upon hundreds of years after the time of Christ, this is ridiculous. The arguments are not serious. Deal with what the apostolic fathers say. If there are gaps in the text, by the way, when I quote Ignatius, I'm using the shorter recension. I've studied them all. The longer, the shorter, the middle. I'm aware of them all. I'm using the shorter one, the one that there's less doubt for. So when I'm dealing with the text, how about you engage with it rather than trying to muddy the waters? But if that's the best that you can do, then I confess I'm not surprised. Because tonight and any night, you're not going to be able to deal with the Bible or the early fathers. And I'm going to give the next time period to my friend Sam so he can touch upon Lutruo.
You have 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate that.
Okay, Ibn Anwar, do you mind if I go first? Did you die again? Why are you always missing in action? All right, I'm just. Can anyone else hear me?
Go ahead, Ijaz. Go ahead, Ijaz.
Okay. William, you begin timing me. Thank you. So it's peculiar you say that an emendation does not mean corruption, but the definition of corruption is where the initial author does not actually have his words as he wanted them in the text. So it's determined by authorial intent. Plainly, conjectural emendation, conjecture without basis, emendation, change to improve. Therefore, it stands to reason that it's definitely a corruption. You will know from New Testament textual criticism or any textual criticism, you have to establish the basis for which the information is dated. Once you have a terminus post quem, you can create recensions of the text. You fundamentally seem unable to understand how textual criticism works. For example, you said to me, I have it in Greek. Do you want me to applaud? You have something in Greek, whoop-de-doo. That proves your point. It doesn't. You say, according to the manuscript reading, this is the best version. Again, you don't seem to understand, as James E. Snap Jr., Sam's friend, says in his discussion with Bob the Builder, well, guess what? The best reading, according to an editor, does not mean it's the best reading overall. I draw a distinction between the NA28 GNT and its critical apparatus and the Editio Critica Major, the ECM, and its greater body of literature from which it draws variant units. So your point is therefore not only false, it's bad. Secondly, all you're doing is saying you Muslims are wrong, therefore I, the Christian, am right. That is simply a denial. I hope you noticed that you said you trust what Lightfoot says and we can trust what he says. However, the link I put in the chat and which I sent to you said that consequently, the editing of Justin's text is almost entirely a matter of conjectural emendation, which is necessary in places, but has certainly been employed too freely by some editors. That one statement alone says to us that they have inserted words into the text too freely. That is called corruption. So you need to identify at least the arguments that you're trying to appeal to. You also said something of, let me see here. Islam came hundreds of years later. Unfortunately for you, my God is eternal, and therefore he can send any message from any time as he so pleases. I do not understand why you think that God is limited in when and how he reveals something. Lastly, you said, one quotes an Ignatius, I'm quoting the shorter recension. Yeah, from the 9th century CE. Good job on that one. So the scholar I've quoted for you demonstrates that the early church fathers have conjectural emendations and problematic variant units, but the editors have conjectured far too freely, far too much. His words, not mine. So you're arguing against scholarship. Lastly, you said, I know Robert Price. I know Bart Ehrman. Guess what? Appeal to authority, absolutely useless. I know them both as well. In fact, Sam Shamoun here mocked me for doing an interview with that same guy, Robert Price. So you're not the only one who knows these guys. Lastly, I want to point out something that you said. You said, all you're doing is asking, when is the earliest? Well, guess what? The earliest cannot come from the oral tradition because that is no longer extant. In basic textual criticism, you either have to identify the archetype or the Ausgangs text. Since we no longer have the Ausgangs text, we have to stick to the archetype. If we have an archetype, then we have to break down whether it's what its genealogical tree is, what its potential progenitors are, and we need to develop a system by which we can judge where the text possibly could have diverged in its multiple forms, the textual stream, that is. So the point is quite simple. All I am doing is saying you assume that the tradition goes back before the extant manuscripts, but your scholarship, not mine, says that we can't trust them. I quoted Origin for you, which you failed to respond to. I quoted Dale C. Allison Jr., which you failed to respond to. I quoted Cyril C.H. Richardson, which you failed to address. In the email I sent you, I even gave you a link to the book about Justin Martyr, and that they consider the manuscript from the 16th century to be more authoritative than any other manuscript. Not my words, that's the words of the scholars. That's your problem. Try to deal with it rather than denying the argument. Thank you. Sam, you're going to go up next. Sam,
does William want me to, or does William want
to? Go ahead, brother. If you want to briefly touch upon all that he said and then deal with Latrell, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no.
One sec. Before you begin, it's getting quite late for me, and my medication I need to kick in. So potentially,
you want to make this the final round?
We can go until 2 a.m., but that's maximum.
Okay, when is 2 a.m. for you? In 15 minutes?
How long is that for you?
Around 18 minutes, yeah.
Okay, and then let's wrap it up. We'll do this. I'll make this a final round.
We can continue another day. We can pick up another day if y'all want.
What I'll do is I'll make this my final round of Latrell. My final Latrell, and then if you guys want to make your final comments, we'll be done in some future session. I just want to say, Ijaz, it was good talking to you because now we can put our past behind You were very respectful, and I want to extend respect. And maybe in the future we'll have fruitful discussions out of respect. If you agree,
yeah, Sam, they both agreed that in the future they'd like to do a 2 versus 2 debate, and I'd like you to be my partner.
Yeah, so I just want to say, Ijaz, it was good talking to you because the past is the past. I really enjoyed your respect and decorum, and I want to be a friend.
I appreciate it as well.
All right.
So what about me? No nice words for me, Sam? Yeah, no nice words for me?
I don't have a history with you, Ibn Anwar. Yeah, of course.
Well, only in your rebuttals in in article form.
Are you the same guy from Unveiling Christianity?
Oh yeah, that's my website. Yeah.
Because you sound different from when I used to hear you on Pal Talk.
Oh yeah, maybe because I've grown a little bit.
It's okay, then don't worry. You and me are going to be buddies too. No more. What past is the past. Let's bury the past. Let's do this respectfully. We're moving forward. So I'm just going to make this my final one. Final one because the gentleman has to take medication and it's late for him. So I'm going to deal with Latruo. Final one. So let me know when the time starts.
Guys, can I suggest something? Ijaz, can I suggest something? Can we use the final rounds 5 minutes?
Okay. Can we do it this way? So Sam, you speak for 5 minutes, and Ibn Anwar, I'll split mine into 2.5, so you can speak. Okay.
That'll work.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, my final point, and that's it, folks. We got to respect the time. It's late for a lot of people. So anyway, by the grace of God here, Revelation 22. I'm going to start with Revelation 22. I know if I want to quote Revelation, you're going to say, well, we don't know who wrote it and the providence. Okay, fine. I'm just going to make my case from Revelation. Okay, Revelation 22, verses 1 to 3. Then he showed me a pure river of the water of life, clear as crystal, flowing from the throne of God and of the Lamb. God and the Lamb. Let me skip because of time. I want to skip. I want to get to the salient points. We'll start at 3, and I'll go to 5. There shall be no more curse. The throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him. The word is latro. The question is, when it says his servants shall serve him, is it referring to God or the Lamb or both collectively? If I had more time, I can unpack this and show that singular pronouns are used both for God and Christ collectively. Just 2 examples off the top of my head. If you go to 2 Thessalonians 2, verses 16 to 17, and 1 Thessalonians chapter 3, verses 11 to 13. But now, to prove that Jesus is definitely included in the latruo here, because the word is latruo. If you look at any lexical source, it'll tell you latruo is often associated with priestly service. It's the sacred service rendered by priests in the temple. So here, to prove that Jesus is one of those divine persons, not gods, that receives latruo, remember, don't take my word for it. Look at the lexical source. Latruo is used in reference to the sacred service in the temple by the priest. Revelation 20, verse 6. Revelation 20, verse 6. Blessed and holy is he who takes part in the first resurrection. Over these, the second death has no power, but they shall be priests of God and of Christ. God and Christ together have priests serving him. What kind of service they give? Sacrificial, temple service, which is latruo. So God and Christ have priests that give them service, and they shall reign with them 1,000 years. Further proof that Jesus is included in the pronoun, that he is the object of latruo. It says, his servants will serve him. They shall see his face, and his name shall be on their forehead. So notice, whoever this is who's being served has servants, and they will see his face, and his name will be on their forehead. Revelation 14, verse 1. Then I looked, the Lamb was standing on Mount Zion, with him 144,000, having his Father's name written on their foreheads. So now we know the Father, his name will be written on it. But also in Revelation 3:12, it says they'll have the name of his God and the temple of his God, and there'll be a pillar in his God, and they'll have his new name on their forehead. So Jesus is included. And does Jesus have servants in Revelation 2? Yep, Revelation 2, verses 18 to 23. To the angel of the church in Thyatira write, the Son of God, who has eyes like a flame of fire, whose feet are like fine brass, says these things. So the Son of God is speaking, verse 20. But I have a few things against you. You permit that woman Jezebel, who calls herself a prophetess, to teach and seduce my servants, his name on their forehead. Serve him. He has priests. And finally, the icing on the cake, to show that Jesus is worshipped and does receive latruo and is worshipped to the same extent that God the Father is worshipped, even though he's not God the Father. Revelation 5, verses 18 to 14. Revelation 5, verses 18 to 14. When he had taken the scroll, the 4 living creatures and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb. So spirit creatures are falling down before the Lamb in heaven, a vision that John sees by the Spirit. Fall down before the Lamb, each one having a harp and golden bowls full of incense, which are the prayers of the saints. They sang a new song, saying, "You are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals, for you were slain and have redeemed us to God by your blood." So you're worthy of this praise because of the redemption. Out of every tribe and tongue and people and nation, and have made us kings and priests unto our God, and we shall reign on earth. Verses 11 to 12, quickly. Then I looked, and I heard around the throne and living creatures and the elders the voices of many angels, numbering thousands upon thousands, 10,000s upon 10,000, saying with a loud voice, "Worthy is the Lamb who was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and glory and blessing." So now all the angels render to the Lamb this glory, this worship. Finally, verse 13 and 14. This is the doozy. Verse 13 and 14. Then I heard every creature which is in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and in the sea, and all that are in them. John exhausts the language. Every created thing in the entire creation, saying, "To him who sits on the throne and to the Lamb." So the Lamb is distinguished from every creature and is receiving the same worship that God the Father receives from every creature, showing he's uncreated and equal in glory and dignity to the Father. Be blessing and honor and glory and power forever and ever, and for the same extent. And finally, verse 14, the four living creatures said, "Amen." And the 24 elders fell down and worshipped him who lives forever and ever. So Jesus with the Father is worshipped by every creature to the same degree, for the same extent. Jesus, like the Father, has his name on his servants. He has servants. Jesus, like the Father, has priests. And what do priests do? They offer latruo. So God and the Lamb have priests offering latruo, and that's Revelation. But again, who wrote Revelation? What's its provenance? We don't know. I know that will be the argument. Christ is risen, risen indeed. I'm done.
Thank you. That's 5 minutes, 10 seconds. I'm not arguing with you, but just to clarify, you started off with Revelation chapter 22, verses 1 to 3. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. You said that the word latreo was mentioned there. Do you remember
Yes,
verse 3?
In verse 3.
Verse 3. So Revelation. Okay,
It
I'm
is
looking.
it is literal. It's right there.
Yeah, it is.
Just give me 1 sec.
Should I mute myself?
No, you could see, because I might have to ask you a follow-up question. So you said Revelation 22, yeah?
Yes. If you read verse 3, his servants will serve him. Latruo.
Yeah, it's for worship.
Yeah, it's latruo susin. It's right there. Latruo susin.
Yeah. The verb is used there, but okay, it's not my time.
If you want to engage me, I'm going to show you conclusively Jesus is his in the pronoun, but not to the exclusion of the Father. I've already said.
Yeah, there is a reason why you want to try to make that clear, because I think you're familiar with the commentaries that actually disagree with one another as to who actually the reference is actually in reference to. It might be the Father, it might be the Son. So there is.
So are you asking me the question to respond? I can respond.
Yes.
No. Sam, just 1 second.
No. Let Ijaz respond.
Okay, good.
And then I'll.
Okay, should I mute myself, or are you going to ask me a question?
I'm still asking you a question. You said verse 1 has the word latreo?
No, verse 3. It's right there. Verse 3. The Greek is right here. K-pan. I got to read it.
Oh, yeah. I see it. Latreo.
Okay, it's right there. Katanathema uk istai eti ke o thronos tu theou ke or kai tu arniu en auke astai. So there it is. The Greek is right there. So do you have a question? I just mute myself and you can make your presentation.
Okay, yeah, just give me 1 sec. Verse 3. Okay, yep, I have my response. Yep, that's all.
Okay, should I just mute myself then? No more questions?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so yeah, this is my last.
All right. May God bless us all and guide us, and hopefully we'll have future conversations, be friends.
Guys, reach out to me. We'll set it up again. Reach out to me. We'll set it up again.
We do this.
I have your information, William. Ijaz, do you want to do 2.5 minutes with Splitter with Ahmad or no?
Yes. Just reach out to me, because I'm gonna head out as well. Reach out to me. We'll set it up again, and I'll contact Sam, and we'll be back.
Okay,
right. So may I respond regarding the? Are we finishing already?
Yeah, this is the conclusion. So give me 2.5 minutes, and I'll give you 2.5 minutes. Okay.
Sure. Okay.
William, you may begin timing me if you're there. Are you there at time?
I'm ready.
Okay, begin when ready. Thank you. Right, so I noticed that in Revelation chapter 22, verse 3, it actually says "O2" at the end of the verse, and it seems to me that the commentators are confused whether it refers to the Lamb or it refers to God himself, the Father. And it seems to me that if it's always used exclusively by context in the New Testament, strictly for the Father, then the understanding here is that it can only refer to the Father and not the Lamb of God. What is interesting is that when you quoted Revelation chapter 5, verses 8 to 14, you actually said, "Worthy is the Lamb to receive." That stands out because if he's God, there is nothing he can receive which he does not already possess. Further on, it goes on to say that, saying to him who sits on the throne, you would agree that the Christ does not sit on the throne, it's specifically the Father, so that's quite a point against you. The God on the throne is the Father, not the person to his right hand. You know what my comment is there on that one. So it's quite peculiar that we took like 12 sessions for you to argue that the word here used in Revelation 22:3 must apply to Jesus, but you have to acknowledge via the Greek, it refers to him who is the Father, the pronoun at the end of the sentence. I want to point out as well that most of your arguments seem to be today. William, how much time do I have left?
You have got, hold on, I paused it. You went 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Okay, at 2:30, can you just stop me so I can give Ibn Anwar equal time? I forgot to time it on my end.
I sure will.
Okay, thank you. So please continue. I do apologize for that. So the point stands thereby, you were unable to qualify that Christ is God. And you are correct. I would have asked you who wrote the book of Revelation. Was it John of Patmos? What is his earliest witness? I believe it's Unciel 0189. I could be wrong on that. And I think that comes from the late 2nd, mid-3rd century. So it's quite peculiar that it takes a book that was disputed in the canon to qualify your point for you. So if this is, you know what, when I checked my NA28, I could not identify the earliest source for it. I think it's Codex Sinaiticus, sorry. Yep, Codex Sinaiticus from the initial corrector. So it seems to be a 4th century verse that you're generally appealing to. If the church fathers quoted it, I would have liked to see that. So long and short is, Sam, thank you for coming out tonight, but I don't think you demonstrated that Christ is God. My suggestion is we continue this discussion tomorrow, God willing, if you and William are willing to do it again. Ibn Anwar, please take the rest of my time. I do apologize.
Let me just pause your time and just say, how about we aim for maybe a Wednesday, because tomorrow I've got some stuff to do.
Yeah, maybe let's shoot for sometime next week, because I'm going to be busy this week. So maybe next Monday.
Yeah, let's do it next week, and we will we'll go in depth. We'll dedicate at least 2.5 hours to just the deity alone.
Okay, yeah. I like that. What we will do as well, I will speak to the guys at EF Tower, and I'll try to stream it on EF Tower as well, God willing. All right, so please resume the time, William. Brother Ibn Anwar has to speak. Brother Ibn Anwar.
I will resume it now.
Right. So thank you, Sam, for your contributions. Now, there's a reason why Sam focused specifically on Revelation, and in fact, only on Revelation. Why? Because although the verb in question occurs several times throughout the New Testament, it occurs once in Matthew, 3 times in Luke, several times in Acts, in Romans, in Philippians. Yeah, Paul uses it as well. And in Hebrews, I think it occurs about 5, 6 times. In not a single one of those instances is it ever used of Jesus. It is always used for the Father. The word occurs only 2 times in Revelation. Excuse me. It's never used for Jesus. It's very interesting. Now, Sam earlier cited Jesus saying that they should honor the Father as they should honor Jesus as how they would honor the Father. Now, if that were the case, then we should at least find 1 or 2 instances in the Gospels or in the epistles of Paul or in Hebrews even, where 1 or 2 Christians would actually have had given the approval to Jesus, but we do not see that ever. And in fact, James Dunn, the late James Dunn, says in his "Did the First Christians Worship Jesus?" the New Testament evidence, which I am looking at in my hand right now on page number 27, and I quote in his concluding remarks 1.6, he says, "Cultic worship or service, the prayer, in parentheses, as such is never offered to Christ. And other worship terms are used only in relation to God," and in parentheses, including Acts 13:2. End of quotation.
Okay, I guess that's your time, I suppose. Is that right, William?
Well, he had about 15 seconds. I don't know if he wants to go.
I don't think
that's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's good. All right, so Sam, so God willing, you have my email address. You emailed me recently. We'll follow up on this. William, thank you for coming out. Sam, thank you for a good chat. God willing, we can continue.
Thank you, buddy. God bless us all.
Let's get it done for next week, guys. Reach out to me. Sam and myself. We'll be back.
All right. There's just one problem. I don't want everyone in the room to know, but the owners of the room, Brother Mustafa, Brother Mukit, I actually do have an infection right now, so my strength is not the best. My medication makes things fuzzy for me. So I'm not going to be at my best, but I'll still try to join in and contribute.
You don't have corona.
Listen, just wait till you're better. There's no rush. We can do it weeks from now. Nobody's rushing, so don't worry about it. Whenever you're ready.
I want the conversations to continue. I thank you for your kindness, but I wanted to continue whether I'm here or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully you'll be here by the grace of God. He give you healing and guide you and guide us all. So
likewise. All right.
Guys, take care, guys.
You got it, guys. I will. I'll tentatively just
take
say
care, take care, buddy.
We'll agree to the debate, and we'll get in touch with me.
God willing. Have a good
William,
night.
take care, bro. William, I'm going to check out. So take care.
Take care, brother.
All right, buddy.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming.